Okay, I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors for Tuesday, November 18th, 2025. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll and establish a quorum?
Good morning, Supervisors Kennedy.
Here.
Desmond. Here. Rodriguez.
Here.
Hume.
Here.
Chair Cerna.
Here.
And we do have a quorum.
Thank you. If you please read our statement.
This meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is live and recorded with closed captioning. It is cablecast on Metro Cable Channel 14, the local government affairs channel on the Comcast cable system. It is also live streamed at metro14live.saccounty.gov. Today's meeting replays Friday, November 21st at 6 o'clock p.m. on Metro Cable Channel 14. Once posted, the recording of this meeting can be viewed on demand at youtube.com/MetroCable14. The Board of Supervisors fosters public engagement during the meeting and encourages public participation, civility, and the use of courteous language. The Board does not condone the use of profanity, vulgar language, gestures, or other inappropriate behavior, including personal attacks or threats directed towards any meeting participant. Seating is limited and available on a first-come, first-served basis. Each speaker will be given 2 minutes to make a public comment and are limited to making one comment per agenda off-agenda item. Please be mindful of the public comment procedures to avoid being interrupted while making your comment. Comments made by the public during Board of Supervisors meetings may include information that could be inaccurate or misleading, particularly concerning topics related to public health, voter registrations, and elections. The County of Sacramento does not endorse or validate the accuracy of public statements made during these open public forums. The recordings are shared to provide transparency and access to the proceedings of public meetings. To make a comment in person, please fill out a speaker request form and hand it to clerk staff. The chairperson will open public comments for each agenda, off-agenda item, and direct the clerk to call the name of each speaker. When the clerk calls your name, please come to the podium and make your comment. If a speaker is unavailable to make a comment prior to the closing of public comments, the speaker waives their request to speak and the clerk will file the speaker request form in the record. The clerk will manage the timer and allow each speaker 2 minutes to make a comment. Off-agenda public comments will take place for a maximum of 30 minutes. The remainder of the agenda comments will take place at the conclusion of the time matters in the afternoon. You may send written comments by email to boardclerk@saccounty.gov. Your comment will be routed to the board and filed in the record. If you need an accommodation pursuant to the Americans with Disabilities Act or for medical or other reasons, please see clerk staff for assistance or contact the clerk's office at 916-874-5451 or by email at boardclerk@saccounty.gov. Thank you in advance for your courtesy and understanding of the meeting procedures.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Will you please rise and join Supervisor Desmond in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, again, I'd like to welcome everyone to today's proceedings, and friendly reminder for those who may have walked in during the clerk's statement, we certainly welcome your testimony. If you so choose to address the board, we ask that you please complete a speaker slip. Clerk has staff at the rear of chambers that can assist you in acquiring those slips. The slips will be given to the clerk, and I will call those names. She will call those names in the order received. You'll see your name up on the screen. We ask that you please pay attention to the list so they can be prepared to speak at the appropriate time. And we do have a full schedule today, so without further ado, Madam Clerk, our first item.
First item is public comments relating to matters not on the posted agenda. Our first speaker this morning is Richie Cruz.
Okay, and as Mr. Cruz makes his way to the podium, I'll just remind everyone who expects to speak on non-agenda items that the Brown Act forbids us to speak in any great detail, debate, or otherwise direct staff on any items that are brought up on off-agenda. Good morning.
Morning. Thank you for that assistance. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Richie Cruz. I'm a field representative for the NorCal Carpenters Union. The documents that have been just distributed to you were sent in early September to Jennifer Shively, DGS Associate Architect Engineer, and Joshua Green, the Director of General Services. The contents of these documents basically illustrate a questionable business practices by Bobo Construction, including Bobo's history of completing public work projects past their estimated time and over budget, recent litigations against Bobo Construction concerning work services or breach of contracts on projects, safety and labor violations committed by Bobo, including at least 3 civil wage and penalty assessments for failing to pay prevailing wages, and a National Labor Relations Board investigation into Bobo. This letter argued that Bobo should not be considered a responsible bidder pursuant to state law, and encouraged staff to reach out to Local 46 with steps that they're going to be taking into this matter. Unfortunately, we never received any response from staff. Earlier this year, we sent in a similar letter regarding Bobo construction to Los Baños Unified School District staff in regards to a bid or a project they were soliciting bids in. After staff saw that the information Bobo applied on the application was significantly different from our cursory findings, Los Baños staff decided to remove Bobo construction from the list of pre-qualified contractors. That was before August of this year. In August of this year, Bobo Construction submitted another pre-qualified application to Walnut Creek in regards to another project that was soliciting bids. And they lied on 2 questions. In response to a question of whether they have been responsible for paying back wages and or penalties related to prevailing wages, Bobo answered no. You will see on that cover letter that was false. In response to the questions of whether they have been denied pre-qualification on public works contracts, Bobo answered no. Again, another infactual statement due to the fact that Los Baños has denied them. So these examples in Los Baños and Walnut Creek show a pattern of failure on Bobo's part for not putting accurate information on the pre-qualified projects to the awarding bodies.
Thank you,
Sir, can you
Mr. Cruz.
please wrap your comments?
Oh, thank you. I'd like to conclude by saying that we encourage the County of Sacramento to reassess Bobo's status as a responsible contractor in the pre-qualified process.
Thank you.
AJ Albano.
My name is AJ Albano. My name is AJ Albano. I am a organizer with Decarcerate Sacramento. This comment is not about item 28 on today's agenda. I expect recognition of the critical importance and proven efficacy of opioid remediation activities and opioid use disorder treatment, specifically medication-assisted treatment, in promoting community health and saving lives. This deserves your full attention and support. But that proposal addresses the availability of treatment for individuals exiting the criminal legal system and in the broader community. What it does not address is the provision of this treatment within the county jails. So when we, as Decarcerate Sacramento, are informed by individuals recently released from the Rio Consumnes Correctional Center that buprenorphine, specifically Suboxone doses, were cut in half for nearly every individual on medication-assisted treatment within the jails, that should shock every one of us. Tapering for Suboxone is a process that takes weeks. There's no evidence-based practice that supports a sudden, harsh cuts to Suboxone as a part of a safe tapering or treatment. This reckless action risks causing severe unnecessary withdrawal symptoms, intense cravings, insomnia, muscle aches, extreme gastrointestinal distress, all of which are exacerbated in a carceral environment where movement is restricted, sleep is interrupted, and anxiety is already at its peak. These risks are a reality for many within RCCC. We understand numerous grievances have been already filed regarding those cuts, and it is never appropriate to take the availability of life-saving treatment lightly. But in context, this year alone, our county has seen 4 reported drug-related deaths, only 2 of which have been reported by the Sac Sheriffs. Availability to proper Suboxone dosing mitigates the risks of overdose and saves lives. This failure of medical care requires your immediate attention, if not for honoring the dignity and literal lives of these individuals who, I remind you, are your constituents. Then consider the significant legal obligation this county faces under the Americans with Disabilities Act, the 8th Amendment protection against cruel and unusual punishment, and more specifically the Mays Consent Decree, which specifically addresses the provision of this type of medical care. I'll wrap up. I'm asking 2 things. 1, to place the provision of proper protocols for medication-assisted treatment within both county jails on your agenda for your next meeting, and 2, put it on your personal agendas to commit to investigating the full extent of this crisis immediately.
Thank you.
Lisa Bates.
Siobhan, I would like you to follow up with my office on this, especially the claim about the reduced dosage of buprenorphine.
Absolutely. That's the first I'm hearing, so we will get a full report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, Supervisors. Lisa Bates with Sacramento Steps Forward. This is just an informational item from us. You should have received in your inbox this morning a briefing document about the COC 2025 NOFO. HUD just released it Thursday late, and it does have significant changes within the NOFO in terms of focus of priorities and compliance requirements and ways in which our community needs to rally around certain objectives that HUD has put forth. We are under a very tight time frame with an application due back to HUD by January 14th. So we are providing you a list of dates in terms of informational sessions and when applications will be due from our community. It places significant funding uncertainty than we've had in the past. In the past, we could usually guarantee 90% of our funding to be renewed. Now it places 70% of that in the hands of HUD to decide. So in addition to funding uncertainty, it is now prioritizing transitional housing, street outreach, and services-only projects. Just as an example, in our community, we've prioritized in the past, due to HUD's expectations, 87% of our funding for permanent housing. That's now capped at 30%. So there are significant changes that we are having to look at not only for our current grantees, there is also opportunities for new submittal of new applications that are focused more on transitional housing and street outreach. How we are responding is one, very much appreciate the county staff being available and working with us, both behavioral health and the homeless services and housing unit with Emily. So we're going to be continuing to work with your staff, with SHRA, and with the City of Sacramento to see how we can put forward the strongest and most competitive application. Our provider community and grantees have been very thoughtful and engaged in how they can look to transition or make the area applications as competitive as possible. So we anticipate having our application open for projects this Friday. We will have a informational and virtual session Thursday night. So if you're able to attend, we encourage you to apply. We are looking at how we can realign funding sources across the system, which of course will involve...
Lisa, I'm going to interrupt for a
Sorry,
sec. I'm going to give you a little bit more time, but I want the public to understand that you are here in your official capacity as head of Sacramento Steps Forward, which is a sister agency that works in close partnership with the county on homelessness service delivery. So I'll give you another minute.
Yeah, we're just, and we are the lead applicant, so we're the responsible entity, submit the application and work closely with the COC. So that's basically it. We're available if you want to have a one-on-one briefing, again, working very closely with your leadership.
Okay, thank you very much. And again, Siobhan, and I'll get to Supervisor Kennedy in a minute. I know that on the 9th, we're expected to have a fairly rich discussion about the future of the county's working relationship with the COC and Sacramento Steps Forward. So what I would like you to consider is certainly briefing all 5 of us. And I know it's going to be pretty busy in the coming weeks with the approaching holiday. But to the extent that we can get a briefing about what has just been brought to our attention, we're well aware of, based on our briefings for today's hearing, understanding this kind of shift at the federal level. I think that would be helpful for us to be very prepared to consider actual appointments or actions necessary on the 9th.
Happy to do that. Thanks.
Thank you. Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Lisa, I just wanted to thank you for being here today. These are extraordinary and even scary times that we're living in right now, and for the most vulnerable in our community. You being here today is very unusual to speak off agenda, but much appreciated. I think that's the transparency that we need to maintain during these difficult times, so thank you.
Ms. Ram.
Thank you. So I wanted to reiterate what I brought up during the homeless symposium, that debacle, failure, I don't know what it did, other than paying some consultants $24,000. But I mentioned that when we spoke to a recent releasee, he told us about two people during the intake were beaten badly. In my opinion, they were human rights abuses, and I still think they're human rights abuses. And wouldn't it be nice if any of you got involved with the sheriff and maybe asked to see some of the footage or did something other than nothing? That would be really great. Maybe you didn't do nothing. I wouldn't know because I don't get any response back from Supervisor Cerna's office when I request an opportunity to speak with him or his staff. So I expect that it continues to happen, that the sheriff and deputies continue to beat the crap out of people who are in the intake. But I also wanted to let you know that we were talking to the Exodus Project. Remember the Exodus Project that you started with the sheriff's office in July? And they were supposed to be able to provide housing, immediate housing, and mental health services for people being released from the jail. And everybody who's being released from the jail was supposed to be asked, do they need Exodus Project? And still people are not being asked, do they want the Exodus Project? But now we're being told by the Exodus Project that they aren't providing housing up to 3 months. All they're doing is loaner phones, bikes, and other basic resources. So they're really not doing what they were supposed to do, and I think there's a contract. I don't know. Why don't we see what Exodus Project is doing as well? Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes our public comments.
All right, very good. Thank you. Next item, please.
This time we can vote on our consent calendar, items number 4 through 44. I do have clerk notes for item number 26, so I'll read that into the record. That's to introduce an ordinance amending Chapter 15.10 of the Sacramento County Code relating to stormwater utility fees, waive full reading and continue to December 9th, 2025 for adoption. Adopt a resolution designating a time and place for hearing protests in connection with the proposed stormwater utility 2 fee, approving procedures in connection therewith, and adopt a resolution of intention to establish Zone 14 for stormwater operations and maintenance.
All right, very good. I'm looking to my colleagues to see if anyone would like to comment on specific items or pull any item off consent for separate vote. I have Supervisor Kennedy in the queue.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to comment on item number 39.
So I'll read item number 39 into the record. That's the removal of member from the Carmichael Recreation and Park District Board of Directors pursuant to resolution number 2017-0010, section 1.02.
Thank you for that. This actually is not necessarily about this item, but it comes up because of this item and also something that Supervisor Rodriguez recently brought up, and that's I think we need to take as the county executive has said, we're looking at ordinances that are on our books, that some of which have become irrelevant, some of which are contradictory. We're a 150-year-old organization. That's going to happen, so we're in the process of the long process of scrubbing some of that language that's in our own ordinances and our charter and all that. I think that this fits into that. This is not a front burner issue, but we've asked in the past in certain circumstances what the process is for removal for cause of a member of a commissioner board. At times, the answer has been, it's in the bylaws of each organization. At times, it's been there is none. So I'd really like to see if we, to the degree that we can, if we would have some consistency across the boards and commissions as far as removal of a member if it's deemed necessary by the appointing body.
Sure, we'll absolutely look into that. Thank you, Supervisor Kennedy.
Only thing I would correct on that is we're 175-year or.
I didn't want to say it.
I can't pronounce the damn word.
None of us can, except our county executive. All right. Okay. Any other?
After lots of practice.
Any other colleague?
I'll go ahead and move consent for approval.
Second. Okay. It's been moved and seconded. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone sign up to speak on consent matters?
None of the consent matters.
Okay. Very good. We have a motion and second. Please vote. And
that item does pass unanimously.
All right. right, very good. Next item.
At this time, Chair, if we can go to our boards and commissions nominations and appointments, our next items are timed. So we have a timed item at 10 o'clock. So we
Okay.
can do our boards and commissions nominations and appointments.
Let me make sure I have my vote sheet here. Okay, hold on. All right.
Okay. So we are looking to continue to the meeting of December the 9th, the Developmental Disabilities Planning and Advisory Council, the Fair Oaks Community Planning Advisory Council, Natomas Community Planning Advisory Council, North Highlands Community Planning Advisory Council, South Sacramento Area Community Planning Advisory Council. Continuing to the meeting of December the 16th, the Cemetery Advisory Commission, the Casumnas Area Community Planning Advisory Council, the Maternal, Child, and Adolescent Health Advisory Board, and the Sacramento County Behavioral Health Youth Advisory Board. So that brings us to today's items. For the Carmichael Recreation and Park District, Supervisor Desmond, there's one nomination.
Please continue to December 16th.
Thank you. For the Disability Advisory Commission, Chair Cerner, there are 7 seats.
Chiefs are recommending the reappointment of Patty Gaynor and Randy Hicks. Please continue the remainder to January 13th.
Thank you. For the Galt Arno Cemetery District, Supervisor Hume, there is one District 5 nomination.
Yes, I'd please like to continue that to December 9th.
Thank you. For the In-Home Supportive Services Advisory Committee, Chair Cerner, there are 10 seats available.
Chiefs are recommending continuing the item to December 16th.
Thank you. For the Local Child Care Planning and Development Council, Chair Cerner, there are 4 seats.
Chiefs recommend nominating Veronica Jones and continuing the remainder until December 16th.
Thank you. For the Public Health Advisory Board, Chair Cerner, there are 3 community member seats.
Chiefs recommend nominating Naomi Thompson, and please continue the remainder to January 13th.
Thank you. For the Sacramento County Behavioral Health Commission, Supervisor Rodriguez, there are 2 District 4 nominations.
Please continue to December 9th.
Thank you. For the Sacramento County Employees Retirement Board, Chair Cerna, there is 1 Board of Supervisors appointee.
Chiefs are recommending the nomination of Cyril Shaw.
Thank you. For the Sacramento County Youth Commission, Chair Cerna, there's 1 District 1 seat.
I don't have a District 1 nomination here. I just have a note here to continue the item to December 16th.
Correct. And Supervisor Rodriguez, District 4.
Please continue to December 16th.
Thank you. And Supervisor Hume for District 5.
I'd like to continue mine to January 13th, please.
Thank you. For the Housing and Redevelopment Commission, Supervisor Hume, there's 1 District 5 seat.
Please continue that to December 9th.
Thank you. For the Sheriff's Community Review Commission, Supervisor Hume.
Please continue that one to December 16th.
Thank you. For the Southeast Area Community Planning Advisory Council, Supervisor Hume.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner. I'd like to please nominate Christopher Kit Carson and continue the remainder to January 13th.
Thank you. And lastly, for the Vineyard Area Community Planning Advisory Council, Supervisor Kennedy.
I just like to nominate J.D. Bhatia and reappoint Peter Fruche.
Thank you. And that concludes our boards and commissions nominations and appointments. At this time, it'd be appropriate to take a recess until 10 a.m.
Okay, we will stand in recess for 6 minutes. Okay, I'd like to call back to order this meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors for Tuesday, November 18th, 2025. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll and reestablish quorum?
Again, good morning, Supervisors Kennedy.
Here.
Desmond. Rodriguez.
Here.
Hume.
Here.
And Cerna.
Here.
We do have a quorum.
Very good. Next item, please.
We are going to start with item number 45, which is the County Service Area Number 1, Zone 1, public hearing on the benefit category change and levy of increased service charge for the Maverick Gas Station Project, APNs 078-020-0201, -020-021, and 022.
Hi, good morning, members of the board. My name is Dawn Pimentel. I'm with County Engineering. The Maverick Gas Station project is situated on the northwest corner of South Watt Avenue and Jackson Road. The development includes a new fueling station with 7 dispenser vehicle fuelings and canopy, an 8 dispenser truck fueling station and canopy, a recreational dump station, a convenience store, and associated site improvements. The project was approved through a boundary line adjustment, street abandonment, development plan review, conditional use permit, and special development permit on September 10th, 2024. To satisfy condition of approval required before the building permit issuance, the project proponents submitted an application to initiate the benefit category change process. Following that submission, a notice and Proposition 218 protest ballot were sent to the property owner on October 3rd, 2025. Currently, the project parcel is classified under the safety light only category with an annual assessment of $2.56. Upon changing to the enhanced street and safety light non-residential category, the annual service charge will increase approximately to $907.68. If the board has no question, staff recommends opening the public hearing, receiving any written or oral testimony, along with any objections and protests, closing the public hearing, and then directing the clerk to tabulate the return protest ballot.
Great, very good. Thank you, Don. All right, with that, I will open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone's time to speak on this matter?
We do not.
I will close the public hearing and ask the clerk to please tabulate the vote.
Our office has received one protest ballot from the legal owner Tykert Land Company, parcel number 078-0201-020-021 and -022, site address Jackson Road, Sacramento, California 95826, with a yes vote.
Okay. Thank you. Since there is no majority protest, we request the board adopt the attached resolution to confirm the levy of increased service charges for the Maverick gas station project. And I would like to read in to record the fill-ins in the resolution.
Please.
Thank you. In Section 2, at the close of the hearing, the board received 0 written protests. In Section 3, at the close of tabulation, the board received 1 protest ballot, totaling 100% of the total service charges to be levied, of which 100% was in favor of the service charge of benefit category, and 0% were in opposition to the change of benefit category.
Very good, thank you. All right, at this time, I entertain a motion.
Chair, I'd move the item.
A second.
It's been moved and seconded. Please vote.
And that item does pass unanimously with those members present.
Thank you, Don.
Thank you.
Next item, please.
The next item is now item number 46. This is PLMP 2024-00198. I'm looking to see if Ms. Gutierrez is in. Is she? Okay, perfect. This is the small market PCN. It's a letter of public convenience or necessity for the sale of alcohol with a Type 21 ABC license for a property located at 2950 Bradshaw Road, located 372 feet south of the intersection of Bradshaw Road and Folsom Boulevard in the Cordova community. The applicant is Small Products Group Incorporated. The applicant is Brandon Seau, APN 068-0210-023. Environmental determination is not applicable.
Good morning.
Good morning, board members. My name is Irving Huerta, Associate Planner and with Planning and Environmental Review, as well as the Project Manager for the following PCN requests, the Small Market. I'll go ahead and commence with a short presentation. So the project site is located over at 2950 Bradshaw Road, approximately 372 feet south of the intersection of Bradshaw Road and Folsom Boulevard, within the Cordova community. The project site does currently have an existing convenience/Korean specialty store within the light commercial zoning district. Surrounding land uses includes a skating rink just north of the site, commercial retail uses to the south, and industrial uses over to the west and east. The request that's being brought forth today this morning for consideration is for a letter of public convenience and/or necessity for the sale of alcohol with a Type 21 ABC license at an existing convenience/Korean specialty store. A Type 21 license, again, would grant the applicant the ability to sell beer, wine, and spirits. A PCN letter is being triggered due to the census tract in which the store is located at, does currently have an overconcentration of liquor licenses. The applicant is also requesting the Type 21 license in order to sell Korean soju, which is considered a distilled spirit by the Alcoholic Beverage Control, known as the ABC for short. This slide right here depicts a 1 mile radius of 1 mile within the project site. I do want to note that for the record on the slide, there is a minor error depicted over here on the bottom left. I believe the map says City of Elk Grove. I do want to note that's inaccurate. This would actually be within the unincorporated county. Aside from that, as you can see within the 1 mile radius map, there's a handful of schools nearby. Those ones are depicted in the bluish color. And then as well as several vacant parcels, those are depicted in that kind of pink salmon color. And likewise, we do have several alcohol for off-sale licenses that are active. There's currently 5 Type 20 and 5 Type 21. I do want to note that a Type 20 only allows for the off-sale of beer and wine. Also depicted on the 1 mile radius map, shown in kind of the gray shading over here on the right portion, those gray shade lines is actually the city of Rancho Cordova. And then half of those off-sale licenses as well are located within the city of Rancho Cordova, while the other half within an unincorporated county. This is an overview of the floor plan for the store. As you could see over here on the bottom left, alcohol would be stored where that arrow is pointing. So again, that is over here on the bottom left. Back on February 20th, 2025, the Cordova CPAC voted to recommend that the Board of Supervisors deny the proposed PCN request. That vote was 3 yes, 0 no, and 2 absent. A little bit of kind of what happened at the CPAC meeting. The CPAC did have questions for the agent on whether the existing license, if they had some history about previous licenses, other places where Korean soju could be purchased, as well as if other alcohol would be sold. There was also some public comment at that CPAC meeting. All of the public comment were against the entitlement, citing a bad location near a family-friendly establishment, as well as overall safety concerns due to existing homeless population within that area. One of the public commenters also expressed concerns over previous license attempts. Moving on to project analysis. So Census Tract 9107, in which the project site is located at, does currently have an overconcentration of liquor licenses. Staff has identified a number of sensitive uses within that 1 mile radius of the project site. The CPAC did not recommend support for the PCN. We also did receive a conditional objection from the Sheriff's Office. That conditions letter was that the Sheriff Department did provide some recommended conditions to be imposed on the applicant's ABC license. I do want to note, though, that we cannot, however, condition a PCN letter. And then the Type 21 license that's being requested by the applicant in order to sell Korean soju, if granted, would be allowed to sell beer and wine as well. Moving on to staff's recommendation, in accordance with the California Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control regulations, staff presents the following request for a letter of public convenience and/or necessity with a recommendation for denial. This concludes the end of my presentation. I'm available to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Looks like we have Supervisor Hume in the queue.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a quick question under the agency review for the Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control. They cite that soju up to a certain percentage of alcohol, 24%, would be permitted under a Type 20 license. And this is for a Type 21, which would also allow the sale of spirits generally. How does that work from a procedural standpoint? Could we amend the application and grant them a type 20 instead of a 21, or would they have to come back and apply for a type 20 specifically?
The second portion that you mentioned, Supervisor Hume, is correct. They would essentially, the applicant would have to go back and request a type 20 instead of a type 21 license.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions for now.
Very good, thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone signed up to speak on this matter?
We do not, Chair.
All right, very good. Any other questions by colleagues? Seeing none, entertain a...
Oh, actually, we do have one. My apologies. Chuck Shaw.
All right.
Good morning, Chairman Cerna, Honorable Supervisors, Chuck Shaw Fight Development Company, the adjacent property owner. Our testimony is consistent as before. The only issue we'd like to raise is we did attempt to contact the property owner at the end of the CPAC meeting through their consultant. We had no subsequent contact with the property owner. We do own the adjacent skating rink and industrial interest in the area. Our opposition is requested to continue. We do hope to be able to foster better relationships with the applicant. Hopefully we'll have some time in the future. We anticipate at some point they will come forward with a type 20 application. That was our hope. That was our request. But at this time, we respectfully request a denial. Thank you.
Thank you. Does that conclude our speakers, Madam Chair? Madam Chair, Madam Clerk.
I'll take it.
I promoted you.
That does conclude our comments.
Yeah, right. All right, now I'd entertain a motion. Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. So I went out and did a site visit into this store, and I'm not sure exactly, Mr. Shaw, what Fight Development's objections are to this business operator, but it is obvious that they are running a specialty market catered towards a particular demographic of customer. The only thing I can say relative to the staff report is the open space displayed on that site plan does not exist in the real world. This store is crammed full of stuff, so there's not a lot of opportunity to carry a lot of new merchandise. I guess I'm just hung up on this type 20 versus 21 issue. If at least a certain amount of soju would be permitted under a type 20, whereas a type 21 opens up all other spirits. I'm comfortable with a type 20, but not with a type 21.
Understood. Any other comments? Supervisor Rodriguez.
Is the applicant here or the owner?
They are. They don't. I don't think they signed up to speak.
All right. I just want to make a couple of comments here. From looking at this particular item is they've been good business owners for 24 years, and the area is no longer considered a high crime area, in addition to the fact that they're satisfying the Sheriff's Department's conditions. I looked for soju to see if I could find it and where I could find it, and it is found in very limited places here in Sacramento County. In addition to, I value cultural celebrations, and with 10,000 Koreans in our county, I think that this could be very beneficial to them celebrating their events. I am going to oppose staff's recommendation just because they have been in business for a long time, and I want to support good businesses and business-friendly environment. So that's it.
All right, very good. Thank you. I have a question for County Council. To what extent, if we were to vote against staff's recommendation and for the type 21, what does that do in terms of our role in the PCN process here to opening us up for either legal action and or others who might claim that their cultural beverage of choice that happens to be similar in terms of alcohol content would come back and say, well, you set a precedent by permitting it?
Well, each business has to be reviewed by this board on a case-by-case basis, every business is different. And so it certainly is your prerogative today to go against staff recommendation. And if you do that, the only precedent that you are setting is as to this one business, because any other business that applies would have to meet the requisite criteria and demonstrate that either public convenience or necessity is shown to such an extent that any nuisance impacts will be addressed.
Understood. I guess I'm answering my own question here, but they could very well just come back and cite this, right, and say, well, you acted this way in terms of voting against staff recommendation and permitting it. Therefore, you should give greater credence to our claim that we should be treated equally.
Yes, they absolutely can use a decision supporting this PCN today as a justification or a basis to encourage you to support theirs, by all means. But as far as a litigation perspective, I don't think that is as much of an issue.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Appreciate that. Any other questions or comments from board members? Seeing none, we have concluded public testimony. At this time, entertain a motion.
I would make a motion to uphold staff's recommendation.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and second. Please vote.
That vote passes with a no vote from Supervisor Rodriguez.
All right, very good. Thank you. Next item, please.
Next item, we're going to item number 2 on the agenda. This is the 2024 Sacramento County Crop and Livestock Report presentation.
And now for something a little lighter.
Good morning.
Morning.
All right. Chair Cerna, members of the board, I'm Chris Flores, your Agricultural Commissioner, and I'm here to present the Sacramento County 2024 Crop and Livestock Report. This year's report also features several special additions: a tribute to retired Chief Deputy Parminder Mali, who proudly served Sacramento County for more than 25 years, a current listing of the county's certified farmers markets, and a beautifully designed 2026 calendar. Okay, so in 2024, Sacramento County's gross production value reached $536,154,000. This strong figure underscores the continued economic importance of the agricultural sector in our region. As a reminder, this represents total farm gate value before processing or retail, and does not include the various production costs borne by growers or farmers. Our top 10 leading commodities, again at the top, was wine grapes, with a value of $167+ million. Other major contributors included market milk at over $51 million, pears at over $49 million, poultry at over $32 million, and aquaculture at over $29 million. Almonds this year made a notable entry into our top 10 list, exceeding $14 million in value. The wide range of commodities from livestock to nursery stock to rice demonstrates the resilience and diversity of Sacramento County's agricultural production. This year in the crop report, we've also included other million-dollar crops. In addition to our top 10 commodities, we highlighted other contributions to Sacramento's ag region. This group is led by field crops such as corn, alfalfa, wheat, and safflower. Walnuts also deserve special mention. Despite lower yields in 2024, strong quality and market demand supported higher prices, resulting in a 55% increase in reported walnut value compared to the previous year. Several commodities experienced value increases in 2024, including almonds, aquaculture, cherries, and walnuts, as previously mentioned. Increased almond acreage, higher yields, and a stronger price per unit contributed to a 42% rise in total almond value.
Can I ask a question
Yeah,
before you
of course.
leave this slide?
Sure.
When you say decreases in value for the various crops here on the right, is that decrease in value by unit or total value?
Total value.
Okay.
So total gross production value. So some of those commodities that did decrease included wine grapes, pears, alfalfa, and nursery stock. And that was due to varying conditions such as market conditions, weather impacts, and other factors. So I wanted to briefly go over some of the programs that support our ag industry in the county. And our nursery program continues to safeguard plant health by ensuring wholesale and production nurseries remain free of pests and diseases through our inspections of those facilities. Within our direct marketing program, ag inspectors issued 109 certified producer certificates to growers producing 734 different commodities across 927 acres. Through the direct marketing program, visitors to our certified farmers markets can meet and get to know the sellers who grow and produce the commodities being offered. These producers support local food access and strengthen our community's connection to agriculture.
Do we have any continuing remnant affliction from the glassy wing sharpshooter problem that we had, I think, years ago as it relates to wine grapes?
We do not. We do not. I'll mention that a little bit in our next slide.
Gotcha.
On pesticide use enforcement, our team promotes safe and responsible pesticide use through education, outreach, and enforcement. In 2024, ag inspectors conducted 38 investigations, proctored 79 private applicator exams, issued 212 restricted material permits, and completed 381 pesticide use inspections. We also registered 726 pest control businesses. These combined efforts help protect pesticide applicators, field workers, consumers, and the environment.
Sorry to ask so many questions.
That's okay. Go for it.
When we get complaints or concerns expressed by constituents who live in the kind of suburban, rural or suburban agricultural interface about smelling what they think are pesticides that's associated with drift.
Mm-hmm.
What do we do in terms of any response? Do we have any responsibilities legally to go out and investigate what might be occurring?
Mm-hmm. We do. So actually, we have an obligation to do that. So that's part of our program. When we receive those complaints, we actually will get a hold of the complainant, get the information. If it warrants a site visit, we go out and conduct a site visit. And so we had one recently that was a fertilizer application on a rice field.
Was it ammonia?
I don't recall what it was particularly, but they, obviously it was odorous and somebody thought it was pesticides. But yeah, it's our obligation to go out and
the reason I
investigate
ask
those.
is from personal experience.
Yeah.
That my wife and I happen to live at the city-county border in Natomas, and the winds changed one evening, and we happened to have the windows cracked, and it was pungent. And went outside, and I mean, it was to the point where I was borderline trying to figure out who do I call immediately, and whether or not it posed any potential immediate health risk. So I'm glad to hear you say that we do have a whole protocol that's well established to investigate that.
Yep, and we will take a call any day, any time. So even on weekends, we had a helicopter drift incident that occurred on the 4th of July, and it was a Saturday morning. And so I have the phone hooked up, and it comes straight to me, and then I can get a hold of inspectors, and we went out and inspected that day.
Sure.
So it's very important that we get that information.
That's very good to know.
Yeah,
Thank you.
You're welcome. We take that very seriously. So our pest detection program, one of our major pest challenges in 2024 was the Japanese beetle outbreak in Carmichael, where 180 beetles were detected. We partnered closely with the California Department of Food and Agriculture, assisting with outreach, and greatly appreciate the residents of Carmichael who cooperated with trapping and treatment efforts. We expect a significant decline in detections this year. The treatment is very effective. And then countywide, our seasonal ag aides deployed more than 8,200 pest detection traps and serviced them over 57,000 times. We use 11 different types of traps, and those are placed in specific host trees to allow early detection and rapid response to non-native invasive pests that aren't established in California. So we're not out looking for the fruit flies that surround our bananas when they get too ripe. We're out looking for Mediterranean fruit fly, Oriental fruit fly, very destructive pests to our ag industry and to our environment. One of the things I wanted to respond to was the GWIS, the glassy wing sharpshooter. There is an outbreak in El Dorado County right now in Serrano and Blackstone, right near the Sacramento County border. So we actually have increased our glassy wing sharpshooter traps along that area and into Folsom Ranch, the new development. They're just a blunder trap, and so we're hoping to find those early if they do end up in our county. So
I assume that up in El Dorado, that's associated with their Appalachia in terms of their wine industry.
You know, they found them in Serrano. I think it was more associated with landscapers bringing them in.
Okay.
And they are established in Southern California. So if we get plant material from down south, there's a chance it could spread up here.
Wow. All right.
Yeah. But the ultimate goal is to protect those wine grapes.
Very
Absolutely. Good. I wanted to mention organic growers in Sacramento County, which we continue to support. In 2024, the county had 23 certified organic farms covering 2,726 acres, with organic production valued at more than $6.5 million. And as part of our consumer protection program, our department plays a vital role in ensuring equity in the marketplace. We test and seal commercial scales and meters and enforce accurate pricing and proper labeling through our Weights and Measures program. In 2024, inspectors tested more than 22,000 commercial weighing and measuring devices, conducted over 2,000 price verification inspections, investigated 126 marketplace complaints, helping maintain trust and fairness for both consumers and businesses alike. And then lastly, saving the best for last, our pest exclusion program. In 2024, our ag inspectors and our K-9 team, who you will meet shortly, examined more than 5,000 incoming shipments of produce and plant material, rejecting 183 shipments and intercepting 33 pests that could have posed serious threats to our agricultural economy and our natural environment. And then through our phytosanitary certificate program, we issued 3,754 certificates supporting exports to 67 countries, demonstrating that Sacramento County ag truly reaches a global market. And with that, I would like to thank you for your continued support of our programs and the agricultural community. I'm proud of the work our team does, and I'm happy to answer any other questions you may have.
Great. Thank you, Chris. Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the report, Chris.
You're welcome.
I've been singing the praises of agriculture in Sacramento County. I don't see Crystal Bethke in the audience, but Troy Givens is up there, so they can attest for the fact that agricultural production is a part of economic development. Obviously, the weights and measures and pesticides aspect of your position is completely, not completely, but somewhat unrelated to that. But my first suggestion would be, on our crop report, can we have county in just as big letters as Sacramento?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. It's important to make that distinction.
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Also about that cover of the calendar, I note there's a sturgeon on it, but what's the other fish? Do you know?
We grow bass and catfish and different. I don't know exactly what
Mr. Hume, do you know the species of that?
Do you know the fish on that one?
Well, I can't say for certain, but it looks like a cross between a salmon and a sailfish.
Exactly. That's why I asked. I was like,
someone knows what type of fish
it's definitely
that is.
not a salmon.
Yeah. I believe
Thank
it's
you,
AI
Supervisor
generated.
Pressman. It's better than the neon tetras that were on there at first. Yes.
There you go. All right, very good. Thank you,
Okay.
Chris. And Madam Clerk, do we have anyone sign up to speak on this matter?
We do not.
Very good. Thank you again.
Would you like me to introduce the next item after? Should I stay up for the next item?
Sure. Yes, please.
Okay. Okay.
So item number 3 is the presentation of resolution honoring canine handler Michelle King and Colonel, California Agricultural Detection Dog on the occasion of his retirement.
Okay, so I'd like to introduce them, if I may. It's my great honor to introduce 2 extraordinary members of our Ag Department. Where are they? Oh, yeah, come on up, Michelle. This is Michelle King and her canine partner, Colonel. And Colonel is retiring after 6 years of dedicated service as California Agriculture Detector Dog. Together, he and Michelle have protected our region from invasive pests and harmful agricultural materials, inspecting tens of thousands of parcels and intercepting hundreds of threats to our environment and economy. What stands out most to me is not just their effectiveness, but their unwavering commitment, professionalism, and the heart they brought to this work. Michelle and Colonel have been ambassadors for our department and our county, and through educating the public and inspiring the next generation at countless outreach events. They would attend the farm days for all the 3rd graders in the region, and then going outside of the county as well to be ambassadors for us. And I want to express my deepest appreciation to Michelle for her tireless dedication, and to Colonel for his incredible nose, his sweet nature, and his years of loyal service.
All right, very good. Thank you. Congratulations to Colonel.
Well, we always love having dogs in chambers. And what a great dog Colonel has been. Dedicated county employee, making sure that no pests get into our county unwanted. I'm glad that I left my black market grapevines in my office. Otherwise, he'd be alerting on me right now. But we have here a resolution thanking you and thanking Colonel for all of the hard work that you've done. I won't bother reading all the whereases, but I will just say that it's an unfortunate thing that this program will not be continued after Colonel's retirement, because the state has decided to redirect the money down to LA County instead of Sacramento County. So we thank you for your service. We thank Colonel. He looks like he's a good boy. He's got a lot of life in him yet, and I hope you two enjoy your retirement. Thank you very much.
You guys look up. We'll get the dog up here. Okay.
Say kibble.
Got him? All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Good boy. You be a good boy. Oh, he will. He's going to be a couch potato soon.
There we go.
But no potatoes. Right. Next item, please.
Item number 47 is the 2025 fireworks after action presentation.
Good morning, Board. I'll just do the intro. So Eric Jones, Deputy County Executive, Public Safety and Justice. So as requested, you'll be getting a presentation about the after actions for 2025 fireworks. So we'll have Metro Fire, Sacramento Sheriff's Office, our code enforcement, as well as the Public Information Office Director. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Amy Nygren. I'm the Fire Marshal for the Sacramento Metropolitan Fire District. Again, I'm here with our partners at the Sacramento County Sheriff's Department, Code Enforcement, and the Public Information Director to review the after-action reports that you each received. Let's see. For Metro Fire, our priority as a district is to ensure that we're responding to all fires and medical emergencies. In addition, during this time frame, we're required by state law to investigate all fires for origin and cause. And when those origin and cause investigations go beyond our incident commanders, our fire investigation unit is called upon to do those investigations. In addition, our fire inspectors during this time period are out inspecting all of our fireworks booths. We have 152 this year that we inspected, as well as all of our public displays. We had 6 this year within our jurisdiction that we were inspecting and making sure they were safe for the public.
Before you leave that slide.
Sure.
So this does not say anywhere fireworks-related fires. It does have the date. It does have the dates.
Yes, we'll get to that. I believe that's on the next slide. So this one here, the data that you're seeing is from July 1st to July 5th.
Right.
And this total call volume is everything that we received at Metro Fire that we responded to during that time period.
That's why I'm pointing it out, is that this should not be confused with everyone, or the decrease or the volume.
Correct.
Is every one of those incidents is not necessarily related to fireworks.
Correct. So just showing that our call volume, you could see a drastic decrease this year. 10% is a great decrease that we have.
Right.
And then just total fires that we had, again, another decrease of 14.66% there. Overall, my thoughts on it, there's nothing that tells us exactly right now. There's not a trend that's emerging. Last year in 2024, we saw a decrease, we thought, because of the weather. It was very, very hot in 2024, and a lot of people just weren't out doing celebrations like we saw. This year, our thought was the Esparto incident may have triggered a decrease in people just being a little more cognizant of what they were doing this year. So this is the slide I think you're looking for, fires related to
Excuse me, I'm going to interrupt again. Supervisor Rodriguez.
Just a question about the Esparto incident. Were those, what happened in Esparto, could those have potentially been accessed into the streets of Sacramento County?
I don't have the details of Esparto. It's still under investigation, and they have not released much information.
Yeah, because I imagine it being so close to Sacramento County that we may have seen a decrease because those apparatuses didn't get to the streets of the county.
I will say
don't know.
for our legal fireworks, our Safe and Sane, and our ones that are used for displays, we do not get them from that location. We have other locations within the county that we get those.
I'm sorry.
But as far as illegal fireworks, I don't have that information.
No, I'm talking about, at Esparto, they were the illegal fireworks, correct?
I don't have the information to what was stored there.
Did the Esparto didn't have a license to have fireworks at that location. So I imagine because they didn't have a license, they couldn't have had even the legal fireworks.
I can't speak to it. Yeah, I can't speak to our Esparto.
Okay.
I know they had some state licenses that were revoked.
Got it.
That's the only information that I'm aware of.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, so fires related to fireworks, as you can see, we had a slight increase this current year, but the trend with Safe and Sane, that stayed pretty consistent, and a slight increase of what's undetermined. You can tell that it was started by a firework, but we can't determine the type of firework that was used, so those go into the undetermined category. And then fireworks-related investigations, we saw a slight decrease this year. Again, when it goes beyond our incident commanders and needs the expertise of our investigators, they had 11 incidents this year that they responded to. And then our challenges, and you'll probably hear this trend throughout. The Antelope and Orangeville area is definitely an area of concern, where we have fireworks being used against our first responders. If there's an incident down Main Avenue in Orangeville, there's times where we can't even go in. They won't let us down the street. They won't move out of the way. They use fireworks against them, meaning they shoot the fireworks at our first responders.
Which are illegal fireworks, correct? They're bottle rockets, they're aerial fireworks. Okay.
Correct.
Supervisor Rodriguez.
And I just want to share that may explain why I have such a different interest into this issue, is because both of these areas are in District 4 and they were out of control. And so just wanted to make that statement. Thank you.
What went well was our UAV this year. I'm going to actually go back a slide because it's a picture.
Yeah, you had the little helipad.
Yeah, this is a picture from one of our stations. We were only able to deploy one UAV and staff it. As you can see, we have 2 staff members there. Our UAV is landing, and you can see in the background, one location at that point probably had 3 or 4 aerials going off at that point. But it was very successful. We had 14 violations sent over to the county from that one location. We ended up having to stop that operation because there was a fire that we needed the UAV to hover over. And also our public displays went well. Those are always a great draw for the public to try to keep them away from using any of the illegal fireworks and have a safe environment to be able to celebrate.
Supervisor Rodriguez.
And so you were able to identify the home that this was occurring in, and so then it was followed up with violations?
Correct. Okay. So we're able to hover over the top. We can see the individual go into a home, and so we have the exact address, and then they come back out, light the firework. And so it's all heat sensing, and you can absolutely see it very clearly. We take that data, the video and the still images, and we send that information over with the address to county code enforcement for them to go to the next steps with the social host ordinance.
And if you don't have the answer, that's okay. If it's a rented home, do the renters get the violation, or does a homeowner get the violation?
My understanding is the homeowner, but code enforcement will be able to answer that.
Thank you.
In terms of the determination of the nature of the fire, if our firefighters are responding to a report that there's a residential roof on fire, and it's in an area where you're seeing illegal aerial fireworks being used, is there an assumption, I would, as a layperson, say a pretty correct assumption that the roof fire is associated with the use of the aerial fireworks?
So we'll use that as evidence to start the process. So we gather that information, and then they'll go into the details of what evidence they find at the scene before they can actually make the final determination.
Gotcha.
So some recommendation, I'll always advocate for anything you can do to help at the state or federal level to deter the sales of fireworks in the state of California, or for sales coming to the state of California. Also, a recommendation to amend any local ordinances. As you saw, that one firework, or the one with the UAV, had multiple at one location. They get one fine, $1,000 fine. If you were to increase those to each separate incident, a fine, that may help deter even further. And then the last one there, we have a request for cost sharing. So when we have our staff out, we send those violations over to code enforcement. So in order to help booster our program for the UAV, a possible maybe 50-50 split with those fines that are received, again, to help bolster our program.
Supervisor Rodriguez.
And thank you for sharing that, because that was one of the things that other jurisdictions in our area were able to do is, and at the end, I do have some recommendations for us to look at that will revise this ordinance, but is to make it stackable so that it is a much more deeper penalty for individuals that are handling illegal fireworks. Thank you for the info.
Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. Certainly, I appreciate the idea of wanting to be punitive as a deterrent. But when you mention doing it on, say, per firework as opposed to one violation, wouldn't that then, and maybe encourage is the wrong word, but isn't the potential then that you might keep that UAV deployed in a particular location to rack up multiple incidents rather than saying, okay, there's the problem, issue to them, now let's go over here, find the problem, issue to them? I mean, at some point, don't you have diminishing return?
So for that particular one, we stayed at that station the entire time. You have certain parameters in which you're able to or have to follow when you have a UAV deployed, including line of sight. So that particular area, we could have stood over multiple homes, and we did move it quite often, but you could see the repetitive nature, because they're not just going in the street, lighting off one and leaving. They're setting up multiple. So you could have stayed at one for just 5 minutes and then moved to another location.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, and good to see you. Thank you for being here. And this question may come up with some of the other presenters as well, but the recommendations, it's always occurred to me that the state needs to be doing a heck of a lot more to address this issue. I mean, because we all know, you drive into Nevada, that's where people are buying these fireworks. They're buying them filling a U-Haul full of them, they're bringing them back to Sacramento, and they're selling them out of the back of the U-Haul is what they're doing. Is Metro Fire involved in any, I don't know, state level task forces in terms of like interdiction or intercepting these?
I personally, for Metro Fire, I'm on 2 advisory committees for the state. One is the Fireworks Advisory Committee, and we look at a lot of the laws, and then we try to come up with ways to work with our partner states. The other one I was put on just recently was the fireworks task force with the Office of the State Fire Marshal's Office that was only fire and law enforcement to come up with some solution. This was only 2 or 3 weeks ago. So we provided some recommendations. I can't get into the details of that, but they are compiling a report that will be public probably early next year with some recommendations to help curb some of it. I will say that our ports are a concern.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
And with that, I will turn it over to the Sheriff's Department.
Thanks for tolerating all our intermittent questions.
Good morning, Chairman Cerna and the rest of the board. My name is Lieutenant Chuck Fowl. I'm the current operations commander of the Sheriff's North Division, which services everything north of the river. We'll be going over the after-action report for the 2024 fireworks, 4th of July, and we'll start with the executive summary. Myself and Tom, we were tasked with the resources that we have to come up with the operational plan for the events leading up to July 4th and what our response would be on that particular evening. We coordinated the countywide Sheriff's fireworks response for the 2025 response. We utilized our integrated patrol teams, meaning we utilized our extra teams that supplement our normal patrol response. That would be like our problem-oriented policing teams, other specialty units like our high-impact patrol team, our homeless outreach team. We could actually utilize them as a force multiplier. We utilize those specialty teams to be our primary response for the firework operations, if that makes sense. We also, which was a huge, was utilizing our scout and drone units along with our sheriff's explosive ordnance detail for an improved response to this issue. My partner Tom McHugh at the time was overseeing our EOD unit, and I'll let him speak to a lot of his expertise and what his involvement was in the overall operational planning of this night. Obviously, the fireworks activity in the Antelope and Orangeville area, roughly between 9 p.m. and 11:30 p.m. exceeded our available resources, meaning those specialty units. We still had normal patrol staffing to respond if needed, but just to our designated resources, we found with hindsight it exceeded those resources. The good thing was no serious injuries or significant property damage was reported. The key accomplishments, again, as far as public safety, we had crowds up to more than 300 people that were dispersed safely with no serious injuries. Again, in a perfect world, we would need to increase the staffings to take a different response approach, and I'll hit on those keys as well. A major enforcement success was, this was specifically credit to our South area team, our South POP team, who conducted an operation that seized over 15,000 pounds of fireworks, 145 explosive devices, and over $145,000 in cash and narcotics. It was a major central fireworks distribution hub that our South POP team closed that case out. Our operational efficiency, again, the scout teams were a huge help. We located 9 violator residences. It provided such an oversight for situational awareness that made, even with the amount of resources we have, the response to some of these large crowds made it vastly safer for an overwatch for those teams with our drone units. Our communications center, over 3,800 total calls. It was up 4.6 from the previous year. And then abandoned calls were down. And what it means by abandoned calls, that's if a citizen calls 911 and they hang up before it's actually picked up. That proves that we were much more responsive to those calls. So that was down, which was an improvement.
Supervisor Rodriguez.
Quick question. The major enforcement, was that multiple operations, or was it one where you were able to get all this here? The 1,500 pounds of fireworks.
That was again, was,
Cover that.
go ahead.
Good morning. Tom McHugh, the Bomb Squad Commander for Sacramento County Sheriff's Office. So to answer your question, Vice Chair, so that was multiple operations over the course of 3 days only.
Okay.
So we started tracking an individual, started working it up from the investigative side. When it was time to actually pull this one off, I had split my team, and half of us were north and half of us were south to accomplish that.
Do you find in your prior work that there's a certain time period before the 4th of July where there are higher sales of these illegal fireworks? For example, are they coming in June? Are they coming in May? Are they coming in prior months? And where they then get distributed to individuals here? Is it a specific time frame that
I couldn't say for certainty of, hey, it's this month versus that month, but I can tell you, I would safely say, based on experience, come May all the way through the 4th of July.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Oh, let's see, go back to the lessons learned. All right. Sorry about the. Yeah, I'll let you do that. Good thing they give me one bullet. I keep it right in this left pocket right here. Yeah, I know. There we go. Thank you, ma'am. Oh. All right. Again, so again, looking after the fact, lessons learned, the crowd density, again, Antelope, the Orangevale, Greenback main area, it overwhelmed our field resources with what we had with those initial response teams. Call volume, fourth busiest day since 2021. Again, only 62% of the 911 calls were answered within 15 seconds. Coordination gaps. Yes, ma'am. Did you have a question?
No.
Okay. Limited real-time integration across. So what we're saying there is we needed a unified command with all our different partners to effectively attack this or to address this issue. That's with our partners with fire, CHP. I also think we need to incorporate county probation and some other resources that'll help with a much more integrated response that we can communicate a lot more effectively.
Can I ask a question about that?
Yes, sir.
As it relates to your experience in the Antelope Greenback area this year, we heard from the fire marshal earlier, and we heard from her that, and I think we saw in local news that fireworks were being used as weapons against fire personnel, making it difficult, if not impossible, to respond. So in an instance like that, what can or should happen in terms of that coordination between whether it's sheriff's department or CHP or both to help protect our fire personnel to at least get to the address or location of a fire 911 fire reported incident?
Yeah, I'm going to switch to this next slide if I can press the right button. Let's see here. Okay, I'll let you do that. So what we did with the given resources we had, I'm going to just go off the fly here.
Yeah.
With the given resources we had, the buck stops with myself and Tom. We came up with the operational plan it was more reactive because we had limited resources.
Right.
If I had more bodies, we definitely would have took a different approach to it. But with what I had and with the mission that we had is to be safe, not only for our officers, but any major calls that were going to happen to life or property, we had the resources to effectively to respond to those. But in retrospect, hearing incidences of fireworks being used as potential weapons against fire personnel, we need to bolster those resources, take a much more of a deterrence and enforcement stance than a reactive stance. And I think that's definitely what I would suggest we do next year. Because what is happening in both of these communities is they are getting much more empowered to do this type of behavior. And I think that we need to respond in a much more effective and stronger deal. So answering your question is if we did a more unified command to where we had communication more streamlined, to where it's not going through our various communication centers and it's going through, say, like our command van or a command post, then we can effectively dispatch services much more quickly and effectively.
That sounds reasonable, and I don't disagree at all with that. I guess what I'm asking is, like, literally, like, what would, in the best case scenario, be? Would it be you would have sheriff deputies on the rig, the fire rig, or you would have deputies in their vehicles going escorting? I mean, how does that functionally look in terms of kind of an optimal response?
So we kind of, going back a previous year, that's when these issues were really starting to be noticed. So we changed it on the 2025 year. So what we were utilizing, and we worked it out with Sacramento Fire or Sac City, depending upon where we were. So we would utilize our drones to basically, cover the fire personnel from the sky. If they saw anybody coming to the fire or they were being, disrupted from their current job, we would shove the resources that we did have deputy-wise over to cover the fire personnel. The year before, and that's why we changed it, the year before is we were instructing the fire personnel, they do not respond unless it's with us for their protection. But what that does do is it completely, we have no more manpower at that point. So if we are covering fire, we can't effectively do our job elsewhere.
Sure, and thank you for that. I don't know if it's going to be in a forthcoming slide here or not. I think I know the answer, but I assume there's a totally different safety protocol or series of measures that may limit the ability for Sac County sheriffs to deploy and have on scene our air command. Is that correct? In other words, can we actually have our chopper or choppers in the air, or is that because there's so much aerial fireworks being let off that it's dangerous for our pilots to actually be in the airspace?
No, I understand your question. So the first difference between the aerial drones and our helicopters is they communicate with each other and they know their exact level of where they're flying, right? Their altitude. But the pilots on both the drones and the helicopters know where that firework limit line is, if you will, and they fly just above that. Okay. So they're in a safe area to do so.
So they can be in the air?
100%.
And is that, again, in your opinion, is it, do we have room for improvement in terms of maybe using our occupied air resources, our helicopters, to help with getting fire personnel to where they need to be?
Absolutely. So I believe that utilizing our air detail on the helicopter side, they can help protect the fire a little bit more. Mm-hmm. I would like to use the drones because they can get in closer and get more detail on kind of what we're going after and finding out homeowners and things of that nature. Yeah. But we can absolutely do that.
I'm just thinking, what limited knowledge I have of our helicopter systems is that you have the ability to flood light on the scene. You have the ability to probably have amplified voice command on the scene. And I think we have infrared and some other technologies on board that can help pinpoint people and fires and that kind of thing. And I would also, looking past you now at Fire Marshal, that I would assume Metro Air has their own air resources, and hopefully they're looking at how they're deployed or could be used, again, in collaboration with our air resources, both drones and helicopters, to maybe have a more coordinated response.
Agreed.
Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Tom and lieutenants, for being here. So In the run-up to the 4th of July, I mean, obviously that's more of it's an investigative type posture. You're doing maybe some UC by bus things. And so you're going to be continuing to do that, hopefully beef that up. I mean, I think there's a heck of a lot of opportunity for deterrence, and maybe that did deter some people if we can really publicize the heck out of any of those operations where you get people who are actually bringing the fireworks in and then are selling them out on the streets. With respect to and I know that the increased use of drones this year, which a lot of local agencies are going to, I mean, I think it's great. Obviously, I'm in favor of doing even more, but it seems to me that was mostly designed to identify where this is happening, gather evidence, take appropriate enforcement action. This thing in Orangevale was like the purge or something. I mean, it reminded me of a lot of like sideshows. You know, I'm looking at Eric Jones here, where they just kind of organically erupt, and it's just almost complete chaos. And I understand a response to that would be difficult on the fly. So I like the recommendation that you established maybe an MFF kind of structure to respond. If something like that happens where it's a very, very large, out of control, almost riotous situation where they're assaulting first responders, that we'll be much more ready to respond using CHP resources and any other law enforcement resources in a mobile field force kind of structure. I think that's great. I don't think that's something we had seen before, had it? I mean, that we saw in Orangevale? We all saw it on the news, I know, but...
Well, we speak to an incident that Tom here, when he was in the EOD capacity, that happened in Antelope. That made the news. But I will say that the drone technology has been great, but there's no substitute for boots on the ground in a situation like that. Needs to be a deputy escort, just like we would do in any type of other crime scene. Drones are great, but we still need the actual manpower to go into those types of scenes to protect our partners, and that's only going to happen with boots on the ground deputies. But I'll let Tom speak to the Antelope.
I'm pretty passionate about this topic because I still run this EOD unit. My guys are always facing danger every time, and this makes it no easier. One thing I want to clarify, if I could just take a second, is people look at this and they say, well, it's just a firework. And it's not. The way that they are being utilized in Orangevale, in Antelope, it's no longer a firework. They've made it now a destructive device because of how they're using it. So the passion part from me comes 2 years ago when they tried to blow up my truck. There's still video of it. They don't take it down. It's still there for everybody to look at. Minor couple repairs and I was back on the road. But that's not, I understand we're a target. We always are. But that's not fair to the people that live in Antelope. It's not fair to the people that live in Orangevale. When we can't help them and their property's getting damaged, like ours did with the sheriff's office, that's not fair to them. And that's one of the reasons why I'm so passionate, and it bothers me, and I want to make a difference, not just for those two communities, but the entire county. Thank you.
Supervisor Rodriguez.
I just want to state that I am very passionate about this topic too, because in my community meetings this past year, that was like the hot topic that continued to come up. And I think it's made these communities apprehensive about 2026, which is going to fall on a Saturday. So now we've got 4th of July, and it's a weekend. And so I want to do what I can to prepare in advance to ensure that we can, it's still going to happen, but at least where we can minimize some of the impacts to these communities. I mean, my concern is, like, I'm going to really focus on ensuring that this doesn't happen again, but hopefully with Intel, we can figure out where they're going to go, because they will. I think these crowds will end up moving somewhere where the pushback isn't going to be so great. But I just want to share that I'm prepared to support, which is why one of the recommendations I'm going to have on this ordinance is that we change the violation cost and then be able to stack so that we can provide the overtime for deputies in addition to being able to generate the revenue that will hopefully offset that cost. Thank you.
And then also being prepared for a public, information campaign.
Absolutely.
Because when we change from a wait and response to an enforcement and deterrence. A lot of times the media will just play it, oh, these are just juveniles and they're lighting off safe and sane fireworks. That's not the case. So when we do switch to the different enforcement and, force needs to happen, obviously us as the Sheriff's Department, we're completely transparent with all that. And I don't, the professionalism in how we conduct ourselves will, but I think it would be helpful if we had some type of public campaign leading up to next year, knowing, because they feel empowered. They feel empowered. And I think it's time that we switch up our op plan on that. So again, I'll get back to establish a mobile field force, like Supervisor Desmond said, for a more rapid response. Expand our drone program. And what I mean by that too is integrate all the different entities that have drones under more of a unified command. That's with code, fire, and ourselves with the Sheriff's Office. Again, formalizing the collaboration, again, with CHP, code enforcement, probation, and fire. CHP's assistance, obviously, with the road closures in Antelope and Orangeville. Match the staffing, right? So when we know this is going to be a high call volume deal, we need to make sure that we coordinate with fire and us with these additional resources, that we are coordinating our staffing accordingly. Let's see here. You get that? Again, with the countywide opportunities, the prevention and community engagement, again, launching an early fireworks safety messaging and community education. Consider an amnesty and a buyback program, social media monitoring, and we do this through our RTAC, our intelligence-based, is we will monitor these people's social media activity so we can kind of get some operational insight of where they're going to be and how they're going to operate. And then again, the technology integration, that real-time, I don't know if dashboard is exactly what we're looking for, but more of a streamlined, unified command with all the entities. And again, to expand the drone coverage. So in closing, the successes, again, I know it didn't look like there was, but with the resources we had, those constraints, we had that major contraband seizure, and we had no serious injuries. Our outlook, again, for next year is increased activity and staffing needs. We need to completely change the response model that we go to. And that, again, is going to also incorporate the technology that has been such a help. But it's not the end-all, be-all, like I said. The drones are great, but we need the additional funding for staffing. So with that, we'll take any questions that you may have.
Lieutenant, you had briefly mentioned probation, which I think is a great idea to kind of bring them in the mix in terms of this interest in having all hands on deck. Have there been any conversations that you're aware of, either sheriff or undersheriff, to our chief with regards to how that might be coordinated administratively, and then perhaps even as it might progress to the understanding of like budget consequence for each department?
I have not. This was something that Tom and I were kind of outside the box thinking, as far as who typically are going to be our offenders. And that's going to be, a lot of them are going to be juveniles. They're probably going to be known juveniles. So it would just make sense to me that we would, incorporate probation with their intel and as a force multiplier. As far as budget, how that would work, we have not explored that.
Okay. All right. Any further questions for our presenters? No? Thank you, gentlemen.
Well, thank you.
Hello, Supervisors. My name is Taylor Parker. Thank you for having us here. I'm a Senior Code Enforcement Officer with Sacramento County Code Enforcement. This is Mike Sanchez, the Chief of Code Enforcement. I want to go over our role in the fireworks enforcement in Sacramento County here. Our executive summary. We had 774 total complaints this year. That was a 26% decrease from last year. Last year we had 1,052 complaints. Saying that, we did issue more than double the penalties this year. Last year we had 34 penalties. We issued 72 this year. $1,000 apiece, $72,000 in fines collected. Overall, in our entire region, we'll get to it on the next page, $3.7 million were issued in penalties. That includes Folsom, Elk Grove, Citrus Heights, and all the other areas in our agency, in our area. The UAVs were a great help. 32% of our citations were from UAVs, 14 from fire, and 11 from the Sheriff's Department. We had 846 follow-up contacts, meaning people that called us for complaints. We called them back, we emailed them back, we went out in the field and investigated. And then where we want to focus for next year is the expanded UAVs countywide. I think if we had UAVs at every fire station or even spread out in different areas besides just the one fire station we had, we can increase the enforcement a lot.
Can I ask a question about the UAVs?
Sure.
Does code have any of its own?
No.
It's on its way. It's currently being
It's on its way as a request?
No, so we did purchase one.
Okay.
We're in the process of putting together a program, so we're working on it.
Is
It's going
that
to be
gonna-
delivered soon.
Will that be deployable by code by July 4th of 26?
We're hoping to do that, yes.
Okay, hoping.
Could be.
Okay.
I think it's a new program for us. Right? We don't have a currently established program yet, so
I assume someone in code needs to get the FAA training and all that, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
Part 107 license, yeah. In saying that, though, code is much more of a reactive force in this kind of enforcement. We're not out there normally on the 4th of July in the field. We did this year partner with the Sheriff's Scout Team and had 2 officers with the Sheriff's Scout Team on July 3rd and 4th. But their role in that was to just collect evidence that they were seeing.
Is there anything legally that keeps code from being proactive, not reactive?
No, not necessarily. So we do have a proactive approach. Based on the reports that we get yearly, we do send out warning notices to residents. There is some negatives with that. We get a lot of reports. Normally, citizens will report something that they hear. They don't see where the firework comes from, so we get a general address or area. As far as some of the hot areas, Greenback and Maine, Antelope, we are looking to be more proactive as well in notifying the businesses and those intersections that, there's potential for violations and fines if they allow fireworks to go off on their property. Obviously, there's some negatives with that as well. We don't want to hold businesses accountable for stuff that they're not really part of. But just to be proactive and try to set up some sort of barriers or a security team that can be out there to monitor as well. So we do try to take a proactive approach. We're looking at media as well, social media. I've contacted the PIO to send out warnings to social media pages as well.
Thank you.
Piggybacking off of the sheriff, I do think we need a centralized command of some type, especially for evidence collection. We get reports from citizens all over the county to report fireworks inbox. It comes to code enforcement, it comes to Metro Fire. But then we also have to collect the drone evidence from Metro Fire separately and from the Sheriff Department separately, and that can cause some delays in issuance of citations. And as you guys know, people don't just launch fireworks on the 4th of July. They tend to launch them on the 5th and the 6th and the 7th and maybe the next 2 or 3 weekends in July. And the faster we can get those citations issued, hopefully we can prevent that problem. So if we can get a better way to collect evidence as a county as a whole, I think it'd be very beneficial to us. We already have a bit of a public education campaign. I know we have the public information officer going to talk about that too, but I think we need to include a little bit more into that as well.
Supervisor Rodriguez.
I just want to get clarification. So when the fire department gives a citation or the sheriff's department gives a citation, those citations are then executed by your team, correct?
So yes, they don't give citation. They have not issued citations for the social host ordinance violations. What they do is they have given us the evidence and then code
And then you
enforcement
guys
issues a citation.
execute this, okay. Thank
Right.
you.
That's kind of what I meant by the reactive, not that.
Yeah.
So we're collecting the evidence and then we're going out afterwards and issuing the citations.
I think I agree with you definitely. What I am hoping to happen this next year is that we have a very aggressive campaign on, I mean, if we can make some changes to the ordinance, then we send that information out, and it's very educational so that most people will at least be aware that if you have illegal fireworks, you will get, you may get a violation, and if you get a violation, you're responsible for those. For
Right.
that, so, yeah.
I think it's also important to note in that campaign what to include in the report, because like Mike was stating here, we get a lot of reports where it's, fireworks off of Bradshaw or fireworks over this park or something like that with no other evidence, no other details, and we can't really do much with that. We try to investigate the best we can, but if we don't have any description of people or vehicles or anything, and we're not out there at midnight on July 4th as a department. So if we could say, hey, if you can at least describe who did it or where they came from, or maybe even just a picture of a license plate or something, we can at least go more off of that. I do want to clarify on this slide specifically, I do have a typo on there under the warning letters. It should say 42.7% decrease, not increase. I apologize about that. But this is just kind of an overview of our stats that I went over already from 2004. We had less complaints overall. We had more penalties issued and more follow-ups overall. Sorry for the small font on here, but this is our entire region. So this is not just Sacramento County. This is what some of the other agencies in our region did. The city of Sacramento issued 40 citations and had $3 million in penalties. A big chunk of that is they arrested 3 individuals at a park and cited them $500,000 each. They were selling fireworks out of the trunk of a car. They impounded the vehicles. So $1.5 million from that one incident specifically. They estimate they'll get about $400,000 total in collection. Elk Grove had 34 properties identified via the drones. They issued $330,000 in fines. Their council had capped their fees at $10,000 per property. After last year, they had some big fines that went into the news, and they kind of reduced that. Citrus Heights issued 40 citations and had $335,000 in fines, and they have a $25,000 limit per location there. And Rancho Cordova identified 74 properties, but issued 47 citations, and their ordinance kind of mirrors ours, $1,000 per. So $47,000 in fines there. And in Folsom and Galt, we had no firework enforcement at this time.
So I think that one of the obvious questions I see that comes from this slide, and I'll concede that maybe the city of Sacramento is a little unusual in terms of the fact that there were these 3 individuals that were fined so substantially for selling illegal fireworks. But when you look at the total amount of fines for the geography of Sacramento County versus the geography of some of these other jurisdictions, notably Oak Grove, Citrus Heights, how do you reconcile the fact that, especially given the now repeated incidents that we've heard this morning about the antelope and Orangevale, was it Orangevale?
Orangevale.
Yeah. Given what we experienced, given the fact that we have so much more territory, what do you think accounts for the fact that we haven't even reached $75,000 in total fines? Is it, as was commented on earlier, lack of staff? Is it the geography is too big? Is it our fines are too low? Is it a combination of all three?
I think there's multiple issues at play if you want to combine. If you look at the slide, you'll see that we actually issued the most citations, but we did not collect the most money. And the big reason of that is because of our ordinance. We issue $1,000 for the violation of illegal fireworks. We don't have a per fireworks citation structure like a lot of these other agencies do. In addition, specifically Citrus Heights and Elk Grove, both of their code enforcement divisions are embedded within their police department, and they are out on the 4th of July with the police department. And that's how they can witness 10 fireworks from one property or something like that, instead of getting a ring video from a homeowner after the fact, showing someone issuing or launching one firework or something like that. It's a little bit harder to identify evidence after the fact than when you're out there in the field the night of. So there's a staffing issue. I think if we could embed code officers with sheriffs, because we don't have any kind of personal protection. We can't go out there alone. We need to be with someone that is armed. You go to parties, there's people that are drinking, and it can be dangerous for us. So yeah, if we're rolling with the sheriffs and our ordinance was changed to per firework, our fines would increase dramatically.
Gotcha.
Most of these citations, I think what I say, 23 were from drones, and the rest were from evidence collected from citizens after the fact.
Gotcha.
Yeah, a good combination of all three of the things you mentioned, staffing, resources. I mentioned we hope to have the drone set up next year. Our budget's pretty restricting, so it took a while to get the one drone that we have, and then training officers going through those programs to get the certifications. Just a little bit more help resource-wise would definitely make that go a lot further.
And what is the environment like for grants that local government code enforcement agencies can pursue that are specific to this type of enforcement? Are there any?
Not that I'm aware of, but that's something that we are looking into, grants. We work very closely with the Department of Waste Management. And so something as far as like illegal dumping cameras that we might have set up, or drones that we use for other programs can be brought over.
But there are no state grants that are specific to fireworks that you know?
I'm sure there are, yeah. That's something we hope to look into moving forward.
That to me sounds like lowest hanging fruit that we ought to be doing is someone needs to spend time, looking at a computer screen at least, researching what grant opportunities there are available from any larger jurisdiction that can provide them, because I would think that that's just money left on the table we should be competing for. Mr. CEO?
Thank you, Supervisor Serna. Just two things come to mind. We do have a group that helps us look for grants, so we can absolutely look in that area for grants. Also, our OES, Mary Jo Flynn, I think there's some OES type grants that maybe this is related to fire prevention. Might be able to find something in that area too, so we can look into that.
Yeah, that needs to be explored. Thank you.
On this last slide, I'm going to go over some of the things we've already talked about. Our challenges at the current moment, we do have limited staff for the joint operations with Sheriff and Metro Fire, but we can obviously pull people from other teams and expand that if we get cooperation with the other agencies. And I think we're all looking to do the same thing and issue more citations, hopefully the night of, so we can stop some of these fireworks here in Sacramento County. I talked about the delays in the evidence transfer, and why we would need some kind of centralized storage or maybe just a process to get that evidence over the next day instead of waiting a little bit. The complaints lacking addresses or actual evidence, I also spoke to that too. The general complaints are just not helpful to us. We can't do anything with them. So if we have some more information put into our public outreach that says, hey, please include this, I think it'd be very helpful. And that kind of goes hand in hand with the public confusion on reporting procedures. There's an app to report, there's an email inbox to report. There's a lot of people that just call 911 or the non-emergency line. We'll need to streamline that somehow, hopefully.
Supervisor Rodriguez.
And that is definitely an opportunity for us to be able to let the public know that if you are aware of a home that is shooting off illegal fireworks and they take a video and they submit it into, is it 311?
It's actually a separate email
Okay.
box, but if you submit it to 311, it should still come
It'll
to
still
us.
get.
Yeah.
And so they submitted, and that video will be sufficient for you guys to investigate?
To
Or if
investigate,
it's
yes.
clear, if it's very clear that somebody is shooting off illegal fireworks, then you can send them a
Yes.
citation.
Yeah, absolutely. And all of our citations are posted in person. We don't send any in the mail. I know the city of Sacramento just sends theirs out in the mail our county ordinance does not allow us to do that. We have to post our penalties on the property. Plus, so there's some investigation to go along with it. If the video is clear, you can identify the person. Yes, easy. And you can identify it's illegal fireworks
Yep.
and everything else.
And I think that's an opportunity for us to be able to use the public, to be able to capture more of these citations. I know we've had this conversation, and that is, if somebody submits a video, I just will want to make sure that it doesn't become a public records request where somebody's asked for that video, and then now you're pitting one neighbor against another neighbor for submitting it. So I think as long as people are protected, that's important.
We don't share any of that specifically in any kind of public records request, and we don't let anyone know who the reporting party is. We can't tell them, even if it's a neighbor. We can't say, oh, it's your neighbor. We don't let anyone know who submitted any report. It's all anonymous reporting.
It is a great opportunity. Thank you.
Let's see here. So our successes, like I said, we doubled our penalties this year. A lot of that is due to evidence submitted by citizens. We did have a lot of clear videos from home security cams, ring cams, people going out with their phones and recording. So a lot of our citations, probably about 60%, were from citizen evidence. The 23 penalties from the UAV partnerships, that was huge. A lot more contacts this year. So our recommendations for next year would be again, to expand the UAV operations. I don't know how the funding would work for that, if we can work with Metro Fire or our own division to obtain drones, but like Metro Fire, Amy stated that they had one drone in one location, and they got us 14 citations from a small, maybe 5 to 6 street neighborhood. So it was pretty small area, 14 citations. I think if we expand that, it can be very helpful. The centralized evidence portal, more public outreach like we talked about. I kind of put in there, include address plus evidence, if we can add something like that in there. Maybe include the information in the utility mailer as well. That goes out every year for solid waste. And then assign code enforcement officers with the sheriff drone teams during July 4th, or if we can get the funding and expansion of bodies, we can put them with patrol too, if we're going to be more aggressive like the sheriff talked about and go after these people.
Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I appreciate all the work you're doing. I appreciate how challenging it is. I mean, we're trying to keep up with a ever-growing problem, I think, that everybody is experiencing with illegal fireworks. But we've definitely made progress in putting a lot of things in place in terms of the ordinance, resources, better coordination. So it's certainly improving. And I think if you take out what happened in Orangevale, it was a better year, at least in my district and the complaints we get from constituents, and that's 45% of the unincorporated population. A couple comments and questions for you. First, in the last slide with the other jurisdictions, comparing the other jurisdictions, illegal fireworks are allowed in every one of those cities. Is that correct?
As far as I know, yes.
Okay, I think so too. I just wanted to confirm that with you. I don't want anybody to infer anything from what I'm about to ask, but do you ever look at, Mike, do you ever talk to your buddies in code enforcement in your state conferences or whatever, and just compare what challenges people are facing, your counterparts are facing in jurisdictions that don't have safe and staying fireworks? Anything even anecdotally about that?
Yeah, I mean, a little bit. We just had a code conference a couple weeks ago, and there are a couple presentations put on by some other agencies. I guess not specifically to areas that don't have the safe and sane fireworks. That's a pretty good note to look forward to. But it's just difficult for every agency.
Because it comes up, and I know Dennis is here, and we'll hear from him, but I do think having, obviously, the safe and sane fireworks makes it easier for people to hide, right? People who are using, and sometimes they'll intermingle. I've seen it firsthand. They'll have light up a few illegal ones and a few legal ones, and you don't know if they're legal or illegal. And so it does. I think we have to acknowledge that it is an increased challenge for us, and how do we respond to that? Obviously, while keeping safe and sane fireworks in the community. The stat also with the county of Sacramento, it occurs to me, the sheriff obviously made that big interdiction of that person before the 4th of July. Does that, some of these cities, they work directly with law enforcement, so maybe some of the citations, some of the penalties, some of the fines and everything will be incorporated into the code enforcement presentation and citations issued, but are we perhaps missing something if we don't include some of the just explicit law enforcement actions? That's a question I have for you. I just want to make sure we're not missing, we're not inaccurately reflecting all of the consequences that have been imposed on people because we're not including specifically law enforcement actions. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yeah. This slide right here is specifically, for, at least for the county of Sacramento, is just host liability violations issued by the code enforcement department.
Okay, so it's just the respective ordinances within the insurance.
If the sheriff made arrest or issued other kind of penalties to people on the 4th of July, that's not included in this slide.
And the letters, I'm glad the letters, I know those letters, we started those, 2-3 years ago? And there was a big hue and cry from a lot of people who got those letters. Yeah. But I think it did have a deterrent effect, especially on people in their homes. I think we've massaged the letters a little bit. But I think
decreased this year as well.
Pardon me?
They decreased this year as well. By almost
yeah, no,
half.
I saw that.
Yeah.
And I think it puts people on notice. But I think you make a great point about the outreach to the businesses, because I think what we're seeing, some of the most difficult and challenging users of illegal fireworks, they use an intersection. They'll just show up at an intersection, just like a sideshow kind of thing. They'll show up at an intersection, show up in a business parking lot. So I like the idea of increased PR to the businesses. And I would ask, economic development, include something in the utility bill, get mailing addresses from business watches and P-bids and chamber. The more we can do to educate these business owners, the better, because I think that's where we're going to be with these letters going out to the property owners in residential areas. They're a little more leery of allowing this to happen, so you're going to see it pushed out more and more to just the public spaces, right? Including
and that's
parking lots that are open to the public.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And stuff like that's difficult to take enforcement action on afterwards if you don't know who they are, or a license
so you
plate
got to try to be as
anything.
proactive as possible.
Yeah, if you're out there the night of, it's a lot easier.
And then something that I love the idea of embedding. I think if you're embedded more, obviously you're going to be, it's kind of an economies of scale thing. You're there with them. You're utilizing their existing drone resources, whether that's Metro Fire or Sac Sheriff. Mm-hmm. And then one thing I brought up before, and I think it was, no one really was interested in it, but I think of the sheriff's billboards everywhere in Sacramento County. I would love to see if maybe could we team up with Crime Stoppers to advertise a reward or something, not on a social host ordinance fine, but maybe leading to the arrest of someone who's selling fireworks, committing a felony or something. I don't know. I just think people are motivated by money, and a lot of people know others who are selling these fireworks, and why not try something with maybe advertising a reward? Just throwing the idea out there. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Rodriguez.
I just got to say, I really like that idea, Supervisor Desmond, to be able to get that information out, because people are motivated by money, and that's actually quite a brilliant idea. I want to make 2 comments. One, from the businesses that were impacted, they're traumatized by what happened, right? We did a business walk on to the businesses on Greenback and Maine, and they are so fearful of what 2026 is going to come. And the other thing I want to say is, I don't mean to be a naysayer when I say this, but when you have less staffing, you're going to have less violations. So the numbers may have a decrease, but if you're short-staffed on that night, to be able to give out violations is going to mean you're going to have less people to give out violations. So I don't know if that really is a positive thing, but I just wanted to make that comment. Thanks.
So we have upped the staffing over the past couple of years. I think last year we had 3 or 4 officers out, and we plan to keep doing that moving forward.
From code.
Correct, from code.
That's it for me. Is there any more questions for code enforcement?
Nope, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Does that conclude? Nope, it does not conclude. I see Kim coming to the podium.
Good morning, members of the board. I'm Kim Nava, Sacramento County Public Information Director, and I'll be presenting to you today the messaging and elements of this year's multi-jurisdictional fireworks safety campaign. So, All local jurisdictions have varying degrees of issues with illegal fireworks usage and communicating the safe use of fireworks. In the past, there was confusion and cross-messaging when it came to reporting the use of fireworks. That changed in 2021 when jurisdictions came together to have a clear, consistent message across the county. This year, we've continued that coordination with well-defined expectations of safe use and reporting. In order to reach that consensus again, we teamed up once again with our city PIOs, fire and law jurisdictions to discuss messaging about 1, safe use and proper disposal, 2, what is legal and illegal, 3, how to report illegal fireworks usage, and 4, fines for using and selling illegal fireworks. The overall message this year was keep it safe, keep it legal. That's what we arrived at after our task force meetings. The secondary messaging was more specific about the risks, what is legal, what is safe, fines for illegal fireworks, when to call 911, and reporting illegal fireworks. Each jurisdiction gave us their preferred contact information for reporting illegal usage. We also included in that messaging to call 311 if people were not sure about their jurisdiction, and they would be routed to the appropriate line to report. We continue to discourage the use of 911 as an option to report illegal usage because that's the number only to call if there's an active fire or injury. We created individual social media graphics for specific issues and a flyer summarizing all. We provided Canva links to all our partners so they could change out the county's logo with their own logo. This is an example of a flyer that included all the primary messaging. We also designed a banner for the Highway 99 billboard. The campaign began in full force towards the middle of June and continued through the July 4th holiday. We posted the news story on the county's website, sent via text and email to the 38,000 subscribers to the county's news stories, posted on the county's website and social media channels, and pitched to local media.
Kim?
Yes.
Excuse me. Supervisor Kennedy.
Thanks, Chair. Hi, Kim. We do English and Spanish. How did we determine English and Spanish?
We determined that by what was used last year and also the engagement that we got on all of those. We can absolutely expand the use to other languages
Well,
as well.
I don't know. I have no scientific backing for anything I'm about to say, but it's just kind of intuitive, particularly in the South area. If we could do direct in various API languages, for example, because we do know that in addition to Nevada and Mexico, a lot of these things are coming in illegally from China. So, you know, it's just intuitive, not scientifically based, but maybe we should look into whether or not it would warrant also adding API languages.
Yeah, that was one of our after action on this was actually to include all the county's threshold languages in the campaign.
Okay, thanks.
Supervisor Rodriguez.
And I just want to say that, just to add to that, the voter registration, we have languages that somebody may speak, and I don't know if you use that information to send it out, but that may be one way to get different languages out to people.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Supervisor. We provided the same treatment to the follow-up story about code enforcement's success in its 2025 efforts to crack down on illegal fireworks, issuing more than twice as many penalties as the previous year despite receiving fewer complaints. We received coverage on this from all local media outlets about not only fireworks safety, but fines for folks who were using and or selling illegal fireworks. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to take questions.
Very good. Thank you, Kim. Any further questions for Kim? All right. Thank you.
I don't have questions, but I have a comment.
Yes.
Kim, from the PIO's office is where we have the greatest opportunity to do education in advance. And, and so I hope that we do take advantage of all the different opportunities we can to get to people about hopefully some of the changes we can make to the ordinance today, or ask for the item to come back, and then to really start educating using every type of media outlet that we can to educate people as best as we can, because I mean nobody wants somebody to get a violation. I don't want to increase the violation cost. But the reality is that this issue is a problem. It's a big problem. I may work at handling it in my district, but what will happen is people will move to another area. And so I just want to make sure that we do a really good countywide campaign in the months ahead leading up to it. And, right now I'm stuck on Supervisors Desmond's idea of being able to utilize, find a way for people to report for those who have illegal fireworks, and try to get as much as we can off the streets before the 4th of July next weekend.
I couldn't agree more, and that's why I've been taking notes throughout this whole presentation, and that's why these after-action reports are so valuable, because we can take a look at pivoting messaging for next year, right? Which is including messaging about reporting, that to be clear, that we need addresses and evidence. Also, another element we're going to implement is reiterating that all reporting is anonymous, and that's really important for people to know that as well. So, thank you for those comments.
Thank you again, Kim.
So, Chair, I just want to add on.
Excuse me.
Oh, yeah.
I'd like to have the lieutenant come back up to the podium. I do have a question for him. It just occurred to me after hearing some of the other staff presentations. Do you know of any other law enforcement agency in California that might have plainclothes sworn personnel that are mixing in with some of the revelry that's going on? 300 people at this event this past year, where you actually have someone that presumably could safely be present, or people, multiple sworn personnel that are plainclothes, that are they're presumably neighbors, and they're able to watch in real time in much closer proximity to maybe where some of these, especially the aerial fireworks, are being released. Is that something that you're aware of? And if not, is it something that could be considered?
I'm not aware of any other agencies that are employing that specifically to fireworks. I know that with our agency, we have the abundance of resources to integrate any type of UC work into any type of investigation. So that's a great idea. If we were willing to go to those lengths, we could easily embed some UC officers into those crowds to gather more intel.
Yeah, it seems to me that kind of the recurrent theme I'm hearing about the difficulties in what we've experienced thus far, that's, with an exclamation point behind what we saw in Orangevale and Antelope on this past July 4th, is that these crowds become big enough where, and I don't proclaim to be or have the knowledge of a sworn deputy or someone that knows undercover work, and that's what their profession is. But it seems to me that you'd be able to kind of do some really tactical reconnaissance to the point where you could pinpoint who is doing the offending, and therefore make some really solid cases for prosecution.
Without a doubt. We definitely have those resources available to us. It's just how in-depth do we want to go? Mm-hmm. When do we want to start this? If we want to start an aggressive investigative campaign coupled with an enforcement on the back end of that, I'm confident this is an issue our agency could handle. It's just giving us the go-ahead and availability to do that.
Very good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Coming back up. Thank you. All right. Supervisor Rodriguez.
I just want to summarize some of the things that I hear, and ask a question. And this is probably to Eric Jones. Do we still have a task force, the fireworks task force?
There is a county-wide fireworks co-led by a team, and it's co-led by the presenters you saw today.
Okay, so this is the task force. Okay. I think just from looking at the current ordinance, I think there's an opportunity for the ordinance to be improved, and this is to our county exec. I really would like to see something rewritten to where we have, the task force actually do some coordinating in advance with the strategic plan of how we're going to tackle the issues coming up, and also maybe rewrite the fireworks ordinance to make some changes and stackable penalties. I mean, I'm in the support of 10,000 per violation with the limit of 25,000. I think that would be good. I would like to see some continuous improvement from this task force on how they're going to tackle this issue. And I'm very supportive of putting overtime and extra staffing to our sheriff's department, and then hopefully it'll get offset with some of the penalties that will come. I would like to see us get the. It sounds like the code enforcement has a drone coming, but if they don't, I would love to be able to get them the support they need so that they can tackle that issue that night. And then I'm really I like the idea that our PIO Kim came and presented. I think having aggressive campaign through the media would be really good, and then prepare for a Saturday 4th of July that is on a weekend, so there's going to be much more excitement from the public, and so that would be my preference.
Great, thank you. Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I know we have at least one public comment, maybe more coming, but I'd just like to say I agree with all the recommendations regarding deterrence and enforcement. And I agree with increasing the penalties from a cost recovery standpoint of ramping up the both workforce as well as technology to be deployed. But as was mentioned, this issue starts at our state line, whether that's coming across the border from next door or coming in from our ports. And if we don't get the state to take it seriously and to enter into some sort of interstate or international compact to preclude the import of illegal fireworks into the state, we're going to be chasing our tails forever. And it has nothing to do with legal fireworks, illegal fireworks. It's the fact that people who want to, ignore laws and provisions, they're going to find a way to do it, and they're going to just continuing to scurry into places that makes it harder and harder to do that enforcement. So we're going to spend more to try and tamp down an issue that we shouldn't have to be dealing with at the local level.
Point well taken. All right. Seeing no further questions or comments from my colleagues at the moment, Madam Clerk, we have members of the public that would like to address the board on this matter.
We do. We have several members of the public, so we'll start with Ryan Jacobs.
Okay. We have 47 speakers. Is that right?
No.
Oh, okay. Just testing you. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Cerna and members of the board. My name is Ryan Jacobs, and I'm actually the pastor of First Baptist Church of Orangevale, which has been a huge topic of discussion. And I just want to let you guys know that it's 5684 Main Avenue, just south of Madison. That's where they set up. They set up there a couple of hours before. It's a box that goes off for about 15 minutes straight, and it's been there for years. It's the abandoned building right next to American Gas and Liquor. I also want to begin by thanking Rosario Rodriguez for meeting with us last Friday. We appreciate her time and the chance to share how this program helps protect our community and Sacramento County residents. Our church is one of many nonprofits that operate state fire marshal approved safe and sane fireworks booths. For us, this effort is one of the only remaining ways we can support our youth programs and marriage ministry. These ministries give teens a safe place to grow and help families stay strong. Without this effort, much of the work simply would not happen. We also want to acknowledge the progress shown by the After Actions report, as well as the hard work of Sac Metro Fire, the Sheriff's Office, and County Code Enforcement. Their coordination, the stronger penalties, and the expanded drone use have all contributed to making our neighborhoods safer. Sacramento County is moving in the right direction, and we appreciate it. But an important truth sometimes gets missed. Nonprofit fireworks programs and are partners with that safety. Our members helped to fund drones used this year. Every booth distributes safety materials, and we provide thousands of families a safe, legal alternative that reduces demand for illegal fireworks. When safe and sane fireworks thrive, public safety improves, and our communities benefit. That is why it is so important that this board continues permitting safe and sane fireworks. For many nonprofits, this is not a fundraiser. It's a lifeline that keeps youth engaged, supports struggling marriages.
Jacobs, can you wrap up, please? You're over time.
All right. And so just as you consider next steps, we just respectfully ask that you continue to support safe and sane fireworks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael Irvin.
Good morning, Chair Serna and members of the board. My name is Michael Irvin. I'm here today on behalf of the Knights of Columbus, Council 15693 of Presentation Parish in Arden Arcade. Using the funds from our fireworks booth, we sponsor soccer and basketball and arts events at our parish school. We sponsor a local parish food bank to feed the hungry. We feed about 40 hungry youths dinner every month, and we need that takes a lot of funds. And we also support Special Olympics. And want to thank the board for their continued leadership on fireworks enforcement and for directing Sac Metro Fire, the Sheriff's Office, and Code Enforcement to prepare and present these after-action reports. We also want to recognize and sincerely thank those departments for their improved coordination, stronger results, and clear commitment to this public safety. This year's report shows real progress, from expanded use of drones to smarter evidence-based enforcement to regional coordination that help generate record penalties and fewer complaints. We believe these results show what's possible when the county, cities, and nonprofits work together. Our organizations aren't just fundraising, we're partners in public safety. We help fund the drone operations that enable enforcement in multiple jurisdictions, and every booth we operate provided customers with QR-linked safety materials from the county, city, and state. We respectfully believe the next step is to build on what's working by expanding tools like drone coverage, real-time evidence sharing, and social host enforcement, and by renewing a more inclusive work group or task force where cities, agencies, fireworks wholesalers, and nonprofit stakeholders can collaborate year-round. And we urge the board to continue permitting safe and sane fireworks under strict regulations and to support data-driven enforcement strategies. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Lee Miller.
Morning, Lee.
Good morning. Good morning. Yes, it's still morning. Good morning, Chair Serna and members of the board. My name is Lee Miller, and I am the chair of Residents Against Illegal Fireworks. I want to begin by thanking the board for your leadership in directing Metro Fire, the Sheriff's Department, and Code Enforcement to present these after-action reports publicly. The results we are seeing, including increased penalties, expanded drone operations, and stronger regional coordination, reflects real progress. I also want to thank those agencies for stepping up their efforts. We at RAIF have long believed that the smarter engagement enforcement, and better community reporting are key to making our neighborhoods safer. And this year, reports show what can be possible when we work together. We support expanding these tools, especially real-time evidence sharing, cost recovery provisions, and community education, and we hope the county will consider reconvening a broader, more inclusive fireworks task force that brings cities, agencies, and residents together in one coordinated effort. At the same time, we know that illegal fireworks don't originate here. Many come from across state lines, and until California works with Nevada to address the supply chain, we'll be stuck playing defense. That's why we also respectively ask this board to join other local jurisdictions, urging the governor to initiate discussions with Nevada on the California-Nevada Joint Illegal Fireworks Task Force and an interstate compact. Sacramento County helped lead the charge on this once before, and your voice carries weight. This isn't about abandoning local solutions. It's about completing them. Thank you again for your leadership and your willingness to listen to the community. We at Residents Against Illegal Fireworks look forward to continue working with you this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Lee.
Michael Duffick.
Good morning, Chair Cerna and members of the board. My name is Michael Duffick. I'm president of the Sacramento Youth Band Parents Association. We have been serving Sacramento County as a children's music organization since 1957. We've been selling Safe and Sane fireworks as a fundraiser since 1963, which is about, I think we're one of the oldest now in Sacramento County. It's certainly a lifeline and has been a lifeline for us for many, many years. I do want to thank the members of the board for your leadership and support in placing the after action reports on the calendar. I think it's real important that we all talk about it. I also want to thank the Sacramento Fire, Sheriff's Department, and County Code Enforcement for their dedication and their support. We are totally in their corner, and we try to help out as much as we can. And, I want to mention, there's over 150 stands throughout Sacramento County, which is going to translate into more than 1,600 volunteers. We're all eyes and ears, and we all have a vested interest in this whole thing. And I know I put that into my my parents all the time. Please report. But there's 1,500 soldiers out there helping out there. Also, I want to, Supervisor Rodriguez, Vice Chair, thank you. I believe you were talking about some working groups, focus groups, workshops. We would love to be part of that with our over 60 years experience in selling Safe and Sane fireworks. I think we can be a resource of that. I can just anecdotally tell you, this last year, I dropped my grandsons who are now over 18. They can help us out of the stand. They dropped them off at their apartment house. When we were leaving, literally a gauntlet of fireworks coming as I'm driving through the gate. It was scary. But I'm here to do that. I'm here to report. So we can certainly help in that regard. Thank you.
Michael, if you could please send me an email with your contact information, I'll appreciate it.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Rob Meyer.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Rob Meyer, and I'm here today on behalf of Camellia Assembly number 108, part of the International Order of Rainbow for Girls. We are just one of many different nonprofit organizations. Just so that you know how important this is to us, we are able to make most of the money we need for the year in 1 week. First, we want to thank the board for your continued leadership on firework enforcement and for directing Sac Metro Fire, the Sheriff's Office, Code Enforcement to enforce all the laws they have. We also want to recognize sincerely thank those departments for their improved coordination, stronger results, and clear commitment to public safety. Our organizations aren't just fundraisers. We are your partners in public safety. Every booth provides customers with flyers and QR-linked safety materials from the county, the city, and the state fire marshal. We dislike illegal fireworks as much as you do. In conclusion, we propose building on what works, expanding drone coverage, enabling real-time evidence sharing, strengthening social media enforcement, and reestablishing a year-round task force where city agencies, the firework industry, and nonprofits can collaborate year-round. Thank you for your time. One thing, sitting here and listening, there needs to be an app that people can just click on to report an illegal fireworks. If you get 15 clicks in a general area, would tell you maybe that's someplace we ought to check out. And with AI and everything available, just a suggestion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer. While Mr. Walsh is making his way to the podium, I'm going to ask Mr. Jones, Eric, do we have any space on our 311 app currently for illegal fireworks reporting?
Do you know, Kim? I'll have to check on that and get back.
Can you do that? And if we don't, can you further look into what it would take to look at the possible benefits of adding it, or maybe some of the challenges? I'm not suggesting that it can be done necessarily, but we do have, to the previous speaker's point, we already have a platform, general platform for constituents to report a whole host of things that they witness, whether it's illegal dumping or other code violations. So maybe that is something that could be added to the 311 environment.
I asked earlier, and the answer was yes, people can report through 311, and then there's also another, I believe it's an email or contact information. I can't remember who reported that. So there are two ways that you can report it.
But what I want to know is, we have on the 311 app, you can select by type what the violation or suspected violation is. I don't know that we have something that makes it, easy and streamlined for folks to report. That's kind of what I want to understand.
Yes, Chair, if I understand, knowing that we have 311 and a few mechanisms in place, it's how easy is it to use, and can it be in an app-like format for ease of use from mobile phones?
Right.
Okay. Correct. Yes. I'll check.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Lorenzo Walsh, and I am the President and CEO of the Strength Mentoring Program and the Consuming and Social Junior Wolfpack. And I wanted to thank you guys all for your program and for your time and your concern, for making the efforts to make 4th of July a much safer holiday. I also want to thank you guys and let you know that each year it allows the Strength Mentoring Program to help or assist several dozen at-risk youth to be able to participate in our program and off the street, and also to educate them about the safe and sane fireworks. So thank you guys.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Sorry it took me a little bit to get the hips, little oil coming down from sitting so long. My name is Brad Gunter Jr. I'm the lead pastor at TBC Ministries. It sits on the border of Citrus Heights and Roseville. It's weird. Our sidewalk's in Roseville, the rest of the property is in Sac County. We also have Valley Christian Academy, which has been there. We've been in the community for 50 years. You guys already know the importance of safe and sane fireworks. I can't express, they've already told you. So I'm not going to hit on that. What I am going to tell you is what you guys are doing is making an impact. I have ran our personal booth with my family for the past 30 years, running it nonstop so my athlete parents can have the week off, and we have been running it. So we get to hear all the neighborhood and which one's lighting, which one's covering with safe and sane, as District Mr. Desmond there said, which one's covering. We hear it all at our booth. Over the last 2 years, especially this last year, the one thing that we have heard is because of the county, and thank you to the fire department and the sheriff. We have people that are good citizens, not your bad actors shutting down streets, but your good citizens are stopping lighting illegal fireworks because of what you guys are doing. And I cannot speak to Orangeville, I cannot speak to Antelope. I can tell you about the people we deal with 7 days a week that return to our booth, like and drive, in the Rayleigh's parking lot year after year after year, because VCA and Coach Gunner is sitting there and they talk to us. And I will tell you what you're doing, continue to do it. I will offer my support. If you ever want community members, I sit on the board of CIF for managers, board of managers for our high school athletics for CIF. I'm on state CIF committees, and I'm also a pastor and an athletic director and a coach. I would be more than happy from the community standpoint to jump in. But I just want to thank you guys and you guys for everything you guys do. You already know the rewarding side on the part of safe and sane, and that's us and our kids. So thank you guys very much.
Thank you. Mr. Benevito? Nope. Not here. Okay, we'll move on to Mr. Burkett.
Good morning, Chair Cerner and board. My name is Anthony. I'm speaking on behalf of Victory Outreach, South Sacramento. We specialize in bringing recovery drug addicts off the streets, gang members, prostitutes, and we house them for a year. And we have a success rate of 85%. And the booth that we run actually keeps our lights on for the whole year. So we just want to thank you guys for, again, like everybody said, your guys' leadership and the enforcement, Sacramento, the sheriff, the code enforcement. We've seen the improvement. We know it can always get better. But like many of us said, selling fireworks, it's more than that to us. We're looking forward to it getting better, more progress, continue to expand the drone coverage, improving with the evidence, the analytics, and us collectively, we know we can make things better. Our only ask is that we continue to permit safe and sane fireworks under the strong regulations and to keep supporting the data-driven strategies that protect our neighborhoods while allowing nonprofits like us to just serve the community. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you.
Dennis Rebel.
Good afternoon, Chair Cernan and members of the board. My name is Dennis Ravel, and I'm here on behalf of TNT Fireworks and the many community nonprofit organizations who operate state fire marshal approved fireworks stands across the county. Let me begin by thanking the board, as everyone has this morning, for its leadership and for the presentations that were made here this morning and the questions, the very tough but appropriate questions you asked this morning. The results we're seeing reflect real progress. Even with this progress, I would suspect everyone in this chamber agrees and believes that we can strengthen the coordination, strengthen the transparency, strengthen the long-term strategy in addressing the illegal fireworks epidemic that we're experiencing. Supervisor Rodriguez, your Folsom Times article, you recently emphasized the need for a bolder, more inclusive regional structure. While I would absolutely support reconstituting the membership of the Regional Fireworks Task Force to expand it, I also recognize that most agencies that currently participate in that task force wouldn't embrace a formalized public participation. So as an alternative, I respectfully urge the board to establish an ad hoc working group chaired by an individual of your choosing and charged with developing enforcement and education recommendations to this body by mid-March 2026. The group should include representatives from Sac Metro Fire, the Sheriff's Department, County Code Enforcement, Tim Nava's department, police and fire departments, and code enforcement from the incorporated cities within the county, Residents Against Illegal Fireworks, TNT Fireworks, and Phantom Fireworks, nonprofits that sell state-approved fireworks, neighborhood associations and homeowner associations, and local print and broadcast media. This model would be inclusive, time-limited, and action-oriented, and it can bridge the jurisdictional gaps, help align resources, and enlist the public as part of the solution. As I've said before, borrowing from the phrase from the infamous late Eldridge Cleaver, if you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. I'd be happy to respond to any questions, and I'd appreciate the opportunity to respond to Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Dennis. Any questions?
Did you expect me to have a question for you, Dennis? Well, I actually do, but do you mind if I ask, Mr. Chair, and ask a couple questions? So can you tell me what are some of the, is there anything at the state level that you see coming down the pipe in terms of addressing the issue that Supervisor Hume brought up in terms of interdiction, more resources for interdiction, more authority for interdiction either at the ports or at the borders with Nevada and Arizona and Oregon?
I think at a local and regional level, many jurisdictions are at the same point or level that Sacramento County is. They're frustrated with the volume of illegal fireworks that are coming in from Nevada. Clearly, the Esparto incident has pointed to another possible source of illegal fireworks, and that which is escaping state and federal scrutiny that they clearly have the power and the regulations and statutes to do, but for some reason didn't. And they're trying to find as many innovative and cost-effective ways to address the problem. I think the best analogy you can find to the situation that we face, it's like a freeway. You have people that will obey the speed limit and people who historically not obey the speed limit and drive recklessly. You can take everybody that's law-abiding off the freeway, and if you don't have enough enforcement and technology to catch the people that are speeding and driving recklessly, you're not going to solve the problem. So that's really where we are, and we will continue to deal with the problem until the state of California steps up and stops the introduction of illegal product into the state.
Well, if we're going to address speeding on our roadways, we've got to do it on the freeways as well as on the local roads, Dennis. That's the
Well, CHP has jurisdiction over our local roadways.
Yeah, they do. They need to be doing it other places too. Last thing is, I won't put you on the spot right now, but it sure would be great if TNT could maybe provide some seed money for a reward program with Crime Stoppers. But we can talk about that some other time, perhaps.
Well, I would be remiss in not emphasizing that TNT and the nonprofit groups that spoke this morning funded 2 professional drone units, one for the county, this was run by the Sac Sheriff's Office, and one for the city of Sacramento, which was run by the city fire department, and in fact was used in the seizures and citations that resulted in the $1.5 million of fines. Those were we totally recruited and contracted and paid for those at no expense to the county or the departments, and did it because we believed in the technology, wanted to prove its purpose and role in the enforcement process, and knew that the structural model in both jurisdictions wouldn't get it done in time.
Thank you, Dennis. All right, any further comments, questions by my colleagues? All right, seeing none. This was just a receive a presentation action by us, so we've now done that. We've heard from members of our public. I'll just conclude by saying that I think the benefit of having these after-action reports is what you saw happen over the past, whatever, hour and a half, whatever it's been. With our constant interruptions of presenters, you can tell that each of us to a person has a very vested interest in seeing that we enhance and do a better job of enforcement, working through all of our partner agencies, whether it's Sacramento County Sheriff's Department, Metro Fire, SAC Fire, Code Enforcement, and others. And again, I want to thank Dennis, our final speaker today, for being here. I think this is probably, I don't know, 11th or 12th time that I've seen Dennis in front of us over the years. And it's always been a great partnership that we've enjoyed, both with him representing legal fireworks and the industry that is behind it, as well as the multiple speakers that are associated with multiple nonprofits that I think we all agree we always want to support the great work that you're doing, and we understand that the sale of legal, safe, and sane fireworks is an important part of your ability to carry out that great work that you do in our communities. But I think, again, the spirit of what we heard today is how do we, collectively think and act more effectively around the unfortunate practice that we see in our county of the deployment of illegal fireworks, the danger that comes with that. And there have been some great suggestions here that my colleagues have given to staff, and so I look forward to the continuing discussion, and believe me, it will be a continuing discussion, always is, about how we implement some of those ideas. So this presentation, series of presentations, definitely did its job this morning and this afternoon. So I want to thank all of our staff and all of our speakers. That concludes our morning calendar, does it not, Madam Clerk?
You are correct, Chair Cerna.
All right, so we will recess to closed session. We'll be back in chambers at 2 o'clock. Okay, I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll and reestablish a quorum?
Good afternoon, Supervisors Kennedy.
Here.
Desmond.
Here.
Rodriguez.
Here.
Hume.
Here.
And Chair Cerna.
Here.
We do have a quorum.
All right, very good. Madam Clerk, if you could read our one and only public hearing item for the afternoon into the record, and then I have a few comments before we hear our staff presentation and then from the public.
I will read that into the, and I also need to do a swearing in for folks as well. So item number 48 is PLMP 2021-00191. This is the Coyote Creek Agrivoltaic Ranch, a use permit, special development permit and design review for multiple properties located along Scott Road, south of White Rock Road, north of Boys Ranch Road in the Casumnas community. The applicant is Sacramento Valley Energy Center, LLC, APN 072-0100-018 and 027-72-0110-031-067-069 through -076-7972, 3160-003-005 and -006-073-020, -018-029, -034 through -037 through 039 through -045, 049 through -054, 056 through 077. The environmental document is an environmental impact report. And
All right.
would you like me to do the swearing in?
Yes, please. So the clerk is about to give instructions. I'll just make it clear. Please stand and raise your right hand to be sworn. So, Madam Clerk.
Okay. If you wish to address the board about item number 48 on the agenda, please stand and raise your right hand. The appropriate response is I do. So do you swear that the testimony you are about to give this board is the truth, so help you God? If you do not swear, do you so affirm?
I do.
So now the instruction is that when you do go to the podium to give your public statement, please state your name for the record and the statement, I have been sworn.
Very good. Thank you, Madam Clerk. So few housekeeping items before we get started. And again, we're going to start with staff's presentation. We'll hear from the applicant. Then we will hear from the public. We are going to keep today's speaking limit at its normal. It's always, at least while I'm chair, it's at its normal 2 minutes per speaker. We have that time limit in place so that in occasions, especially like this one, where we have, Madam Clerk, how many speakers do we have so far?
We currently have 74 and growing.
Okay, 74 and growing. So we have the time limit in place so that everyone who has taken time out of their day to be here to offer testimony has that opportunity to address the board. Now, having said that, if you simply agree with a previous speaker or an opinion that's already been expressed, it's absolutely fine to say that you agree with the previous speaker. I know that, I believe, Madam Clerk, we have a group that has asked for a block of 15 minutes for a group of speakers to, one after the other, address the board. I'm going to permit that, so I think you need to just have them identify themselves. Is that correct?
That is correct. If you could make your way to our staff that's in the lobby to identify yourself as part of the coalition of the 8 conservation and off-road vehicle organizations.
So is that clear to folks? There was a request made for 15 minutes for a block of speakers. It's the chair's call. I'm okay with that. We just need you to go outside the chambers for a few minutes and coordinate with the clerk of the board's staff so that we can, so that I can call you up appropriately. I think that's all the reminders I have. Of course, please again complete a speaker slip and make sure that our clerk staff have that. The list that you will see when it's time to hear from the public will be shown on either screen. That, as the clerk has mentioned, is a growing list at 74 already. So we have a busy afternoon in front of us, and if there's nothing further from the clerk, I'm going to ask that staff begin their presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Cerna, members of the board. I am not Kimber Gutierrez. You'll hear from her shortly. I am Todd Smith, your planning director. Before the staff presentation, I just wanted to give a few opening remarks, noting for me personally, this has been a multi-year effort in this Cody Creek Agrivoltaic Ranch project, but I want to note that this has been about a year since this board, well, most of this board, Supervisor Rodriguez, you came after the fact, but about a year ago, the county adopted its first climate action plan. And then about 5 years ago, the board also adopted the climate emergency resolution, which identified a number of resolves, whereases, et cetera, really speaking to some aggressive and ambitious goals relative to achieving carbon neutrality by 2030. Which is 15 years ahead of the state's target. That resolution also called for significant steps. The phrasing was significant steps to sustain and accelerate community-wide carbon elimination and all efforts and actions necessary to eliminate emissions by 2030. The combination of those two things really is underlying staff's recommendation today. As you know, the development of the Climate Action Plan took several years. There was a substantial amount of staff effort, not just in planning and environmental review, but staff resources across multiple county departments. And that Climate Action Plan includes policy direction in Measure GHG3, which speaks to the county's support of SMUD's Zero Carbon Plan, which is SMUD's plan to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from electricity generation through development of renewable energy generation and storage projects. And this project, the Coyote Creek Agrivoltaic Ranch, is the first major project of its kind to come before the board since the CAP adoption a year ago. I can honestly state that I know that Kimber and Julie and Allison and others, I see Candace and our consultants, have done a tremendous amount of analysis, very robust and extensive analysis. Over the last 4 years on this project, they have weighed the multiple policy goals in the general plan and the climate action plan to develop the staff recommendation in support of the project, which includes defensible mitigation under CEQA as well as the recommended conditions of approval. With that introduction, I will turn it over to Kimber for the staff presentation.
Great, thank you, Todd.
All right, good afternoon, Chair Cerna and members of the board. Kimber Gutierrez, Principal Planner with Planning and Environmental Review. Today I will be presenting the Coyote Creek Agrivoltaic Ranch project. The project site spans approximately 2,700 acres in the Cosumnes community. It's located south of US Route 50 and White Rock Road, northwest of Rancho Murrieta, and southeast of Prairie City State Vehicle Recreation Area along Scott Road. The site is known as Barton Ranch and is currently used for cattle grazing. The terrain consists of rolling hills and open grasslands, interspersed with seasonal wetlands, vernal pools, oak forests, and woodlands, and ephemeral drainages. Key water features include Coyote Creek, Carson Creek, and Little Deer Creek. The site includes 3 zoning designations: agricultural 80 acres, heavy industrial, and Aerojet special planning area.
Kimber, before you leave that slide,
yes,
the map there, the polygon, the red line there, is, I assume there's some space in that very narrow stretch, or is that?
Yes, that's generally where the Gentile line.
So it's all contiguous area, correct?
Yes.
Okay, because I think someone who may not be familiar with the map may assume that they're two different areas.
Right. Yeah.
So.
No, the Gentile line is where that narrow area is.
Thank you.
Okay. To give a little bit of background, in March of 2021, the board approved amendments to several agricultural preserves to allow solar and battery storage as compatible uses with the agricultural preserves and Williamson Act contracts. So that was done in March of 2021. There has also been one code violation in the past 5 years, which was related to junk and rubbish that was dumped on the property. That code violation has been resolved, and there are no active cases. The project has evolved through 3 different iterations, the first being the initial project, which was submitted in July of 2021. The notice of preparation for the environmental impact report was prepared based on this initial project. The second iteration is what we call the draft environmental impact report project. This was a redesign of the initial project to avoid on-site sensitive resources, specifically related to water and tribal cultural. This version of the project maintained the same acreage of solar development area as the initial project and was analyzed in the draft DIR. And the proposed project, or the reduced footprint project, which is being presented for entitlement consideration, this version reduces the solar footprint by 55 acres and preserves 1,150 acres of on-site or adjacent to the area. Technological improvements and siting strategies were also utilized to reduce overall grading cut and fill quantities, and grading cut was reduced by over 1 million cubic yards, representing 44% grading reduction.
So number 3, Kimber, is the preferred alternative? Is that right?
Sorry, say that one more
Is
time.
number 3, is that the preferred alternative?
Number 3 is the version of the projects that's being considered today.
Okay, but again, I'm just trying to ask clarifying questions relative to the CEQA document. So does that should not be confused with the terminology, or not? Proposed?
Correct. Yeah, correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so the image on the left shows the proposed project and identifies the areas that were removed from the solar development area in red. The image on the right is a more detailed site plan. So the proposed project is to construct and operate a 200 megawatt solar photovoltaic facility with a 100 megawatt battery energy storage system spanning 1,357 acres of the site. Components of the facility would include an on-site substation, inverters, solar arrays, fencing, roads, supervisory control and data acquisition system, the generation tie line, and switchyard. The proposed facilities proposed would be to supply electrical energy into the overall SMUD grid via a long-term power purchase agreement. The planned operational life of the facility is 35 years, and the project would be decommissioned at the end of its operational life. On screen now are the basic project objectives. To summarize, the project supports the county's general plan and SMUD's 2030 zero carbon plan by delivering local utility scale solar energy, minimizing new infrastructure impacts, and providing local employment and training opportunities. In order to facilitate the development of this project, the supporting entitlements are a use permit for the solar and battery facilities within the Ag 80 and M2 zoning districts, a special development permit for interior property setbacks and dirt surfacing of roads, and a design review to comply with for compliance with this countywide design guidelines. An environmental impact report was prepared for the proposed project. While most impacts are mitigated, 3 remain significant and unavoidable: aesthetics, cumulative oak woodland loss, and tribal cultural resources. A mitigation monitoring and reporting program was prepared to address the impacts and mitigation measures identified in the EIR. For advisory recommendations, the Cosumnes CPAC met twice to hear the project, the first in February of 2022 for initial review and input, the second in March of 2025, where they recommended approval of the proposed project, 5 yes, 2 no. The Design Review Advisory Committee met in February of 2022 and recommended the board find the project in substantial compliance with the design guidelines. The Agricultural Advisory Committee met in March of 2022 and voted to support the proposed project. And then the Planning Commission met on October 6th of this year, where they recommended approval of the proposed project, 4 yes, 0 no, and 1 absent. As you can see, there has been a large community input component of the proposed project. Supporters cite renewable energy, compatibility with agriculture, and land preservation benefits, while those opposed raise concerns about habitat impacts, loss of rural land, and the effect on the Prairie City State Vehicle Recreation Area. The next 8 slides are going to walk through the project analysis with key general plan policies. Starting with energy, being a renewable energy development, the project aligns with General Plan Policy Energy 19, as well as the Climate Action Plan's Policy GHG 3, and SMUD's 2030 Zero Carbon Plan, which targets 1,100 to 1,500 megawatts of utility scale solar. While the project aligns with many general plan policies, it is only partially consistent with Public Facility Element Policy 78 and other policies that lay out siting criteria for renewable energy projects. The partial inconsistencies are due to visual and habitat impacts, and the project is not aligned with scenic and tribal cultural resource protections, given that impacts were mitigated to the greatest extent feasible, but would still result in significant and unavoidable impacts. The project is aligned with the siting criteria related to grid proximity and farmland quality. In terms of agricultural policies, the project is consistent with several ag policies. The project does avoid prime farmland. It maintains grazing, as it's going to be a concurrent use under the Williamson Act, and includes an agricultural management plan to ensure that continued agricultural use of the property. For biological resources, up to 3,493 native trees will be removed, resulting in a loss of 41.36 acres of oak canopy. Mitigation is included and includes 1-for-1 preservation and replanting, but the temporal loss of oak canopy remains a significant cumulative impact. Despite mitigation, visual impacts from Prairie City State Vehicle Recreation Area and Scott Road remain significant and unavoidable. Scott Road is considered a candidate scenic corridor, and the proposed landscape plan and direction from the zoning code is to maintain open views while providing a softening effect rather than strict screening. So on the screen on the left, you can see the views from Scott Road. And then on this slide, you can see views from Prairie City. The project is not consistent with General Plan Policy Circulation 58. Even with implementation of mitigation measures, the impact would be significant and unavoidable from the Prairie City State Vehicle Recreation Area. And then for Scott Road, even with replanting, the long-term impact from substantial degradation of visual character and quality of the viewshed from Scott Road through the project site would be significant and unavoidable. The site does lie within the Tosawin tribal cultural landscape. Despite extensive consultation and mitigation, impacts to tribal cultural resources remain significant and unavoidable, as it would substantially alter the historic setting and feeling of contributing elements of the Tosawin tribal cultural landscape. To summarize, the project is generally consistent with the Sacramento County General Plan in terms of renewable energy development, agricultural compatibility, air quality, and hazard mitigation. However, it is partially consistent or inconsistent with policies related to oak woodland preservation, scenic corridor protection, and tribal cultural resource avoidance. Although policy inconsistency has been identified, the County Planning Commission still recommended approval. And the board may still approve the project where the county has jurisdiction of development projects for energy facilities that are contrary to any of the policies within public facilities element. And that is when justification is provided through findings. That is policy PF 66. The findings of fact and statement of overriding considerations that is included in the packet were prepared for the proposed project and conclude that the significant effects of the project have been eliminated or substantially lessened when feasible, and the remaining significant environmental effects are acceptable because of the economic, social, environmental, and other benefits the project provides, including implementation of the general plan and climate action plan, policies, and SMUD zero carbon plan. The project is also consistent with the Williamson Act and the zoning code and is compatible with surrounding zoning and land uses, and all advisory bodies have been in support. I also wanted to know that the Barton Mosier families, as well as owners of surrounding properties, have entered into agreements to facilitate future development of a public recreation trail system that is identified in Figure 18 of the Sacramento County Active Transportation Plan and is also shown on the screen to the left. Similarly, the applicant has agreed to facilitate future development of a public recreational trail system if they obtain an easement for the area adjacent to the aforementioned properties where trail agreements are already in place. Timeline and funding for trail design or construction is not known at this time, and CEQA review will be completed when the trail design moves forward. And with that, Planning and Environmental Review staff recommends that the board adopt a resolution certifying the final environmental impact report as adequate and complete, adopt the CEQA findings of fact and statement of overriding considerations, and adopt the mitigation monitoring and reporting program. And the second action would be to adopt a resolution issuing a use permit and a special development permit and determine substantial compliance with the Sacramento County countywide design guidelines, subject to findings and conditions. And with that, I will conclude my presentation. We also have a number of members of staff to help answer questions.
Very good. Thank you, Kimber. Any questions for Kimber? No? Yes, Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of quick questions because they were mentioned in the staff report, and I just want to have an understanding of them as I listen to the other presentations. The first one is the oak canopy mitigation. You mentioned the temporal loss, but it was being accounted for on a 1-to-1 ratio. Is that saying that it will plant enough trees that someday there will be the same canopy that is being lost? What does 1-to-1 mitigation look like when we're talking about canopy?
I'll turn it over to Julie Newton, our environmental coordinator.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Julie Newton, environmental coordinator with County Planning. Our oak tree mitigation measure has several components to it. The 1-to-1 mitigation is for canopy loss. So what that means is for every square foot of canopy lost, the project is required to preserve that amount of canopy in perpetuity. That is the county's policy standard. This project is going beyond the county's policy standard, and also we also have incorporated mitigation to do additional plantings that would be one tree planted one acorn planted for each tree removed. And that that is supported by a 7-year monitoring plan in addition to that. The reason we've concluded a significant cumulative loss is because these trees are old, they are slow growing, so that it is not expected that by replanting one for each one lost, that would fully recover the tree removal on the project.
So just so I make sure I understand this, you're saying that it's the canopy, it's the amount of acreage of land or square feet of land under canopy, that amount of land will be preserved for future canopy?
Correct.
Okay. And then second question, with regard to Scott Road, you said it was a scenic corridor candidate.
Correct.
Candidate with whom?
Within the general plan.
Within our general plan.
Within our general plan.
How many scenic corridors do we have in the general plan? Do you have any idea?
Great question.
Okay, let me move on to the next one. What takes something from being a candidate in the general plan to being declared in the general plan?
Sorry.
I'll try to answer that one. Supervisor Hume, Todd Smith, I think any of the candidate scenic corridors that were identified during the general plan update, we have been treating as more or less officially designated, even though not all of them have received that. Scott Road being one of those. I think an action by the board simply acknowledging or officially designating each one of those candidate roadways would be sufficient.
Okay, so right now it was a planning exercise within the general plan.
Correct.
But there's been no formal action designating any particular corridor.
Correct.
Okay. And then my last question relative to the cultural sites. As I understand it, they're through the consultation, whether it was with the AB 52 or 54, whatever the number was that you put up there, there was considerable consultation, some identification of particularly sensitive sites and removal of those sites. Is that correct? Do I understand that to be true?
Yeah.
I can answer that one. Yeah, so through consultation, there was some additional field work that was done for identification of known sites on the project site. The project has been designed to fully avoid everything that we know and has been documented as being present on the site.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have now, Chair. Thank you.
All right. I have a question. So in the planning director's opening comments, he rightfully referenced how staff was expected to and did complete consistency analysis both with the general plan and with our CAP, our climate action plan. This project, if approved, would, I'm guessing, substantially contribute to the amount of renewable solar energy that is stated throughout our CAP as being the pursuit of this county in terms of reducing our carbon footprint. So I guess my question is, can someone give me an idea of order of magnitude about what this project represents in terms of the amount of solar it would contribute based on what we think the inventory of solar opportunities are countywide? I don't even know if that's something that has been quantified in the CAP or that we completely understand, but it seems to me it's one of the important questions here is just how significant, I guess is what I'm asking, is the footprint of this particular solar opportunity relative to the county as a whole, given our objectives that are clearly identified in the CAP?
I will try to answer that one, Supervisor Cerna. Based on what we know today, I believe this project is roughly 15%. I believe the applicant may have calculations supporting that as well.
Okay, so one project, 15%. Relative to other caps that we know about for other counties, is that kind of a standard? I mean, in terms of like, you know, again, I'm trying to just try to understand what, if the project wasn't approved, what have we forfeited, I guess is a different way to ask the question. And how difficult would it be to go out and find 15% of our objective somewhere else in the county?
I think there's a couple of ways to answer that. The first part of it is there's a lot of different ways to solve the equation, right, as it relates to the 200 megawatts and 400 of storage. This particular project is essentially all in one location, right? So you can look at it from a distributed energy perspective. If we or willing property owners would try to entertain something of that magnitude across multiple sites, and that's one way of achieving it, which would obviously be much more complex with multiple property owners, multiple interties to the grid, multiple power purchase agreements with SMUD.
So there's a certain economy of scale to the proposal.
That is true.
Okay.
And the second part of your question escapes me already.
No, I just wanted to see if there's any understanding of what other counties who have caps have in terms of, are they now kind of, also considering similar sized opportunities to fulfill the objectives of their climate action plans?
I will say I can speak for those counties that I know generally what they're doing. I think most of them are looking for similar types of projects, whether or not they're the exact order of magnitude or power generation or storage. A lot of counties and cities are looking at large-scale solar arrays as well as battery energy storage facilities as well.
Do you know, Todd, whether or not they're looking at similar landscapes on which to put those arrays?
I can't speak on that with certainty, no.
Okay. Well, I know the applicant is taking inventory of my queries and will probably weave that into their presentation in terms of answering some of these questions, but I appreciate the responses. Any further questions for our staff before we hear from the applicant, I believe, next? All right. Thank you, Kimber. All right. Applicant is up.
Good afternoon, Chair Cerna, Supervisors. My name is William Marisi. I'm Director of Development with Desert Renewables, the applicant for the project. On behalf of the whole team, thank you for the opportunity to present today. And thank you to Kimber, Todd, Julie, all of county staff for their work over the last 5+ years. Desert is an American-based leading renewable energy developer. We have projects operating in 22 states, enough to power approximately 2 million homes. We own and operate 56 solar sites, 14 wind sites, 2 battery storage sites, with 7 more batteries under construction. Here in Sacramento, we have 4 solar projects operating and contracted with SMUD, totaling 320 megawatts. Coyote Creek is contracted with SMUD to provide an additional 200 megawatts of solar and 400 megawatt hours of battery storage. We evaluated the property taxes from our entire contracted SMUD portfolio over the next 20 years. Coyote Creek alone is projected to contribute $67 million of the $90 million generated by our projects. These dollars can contribute to improve schools, roads, and services for local residents while asking for few services in return. Our long-term presence and investment in the community has allowed us to develop key partnerships locally. I'll use these partnerships to briefly illustrate our project proposal. In short, we've contracted with SMUD to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and contribute to the success of Sacramento County's climate action plan. We've worked with staff since 2021 to reduce environmental, tree resource, and cultural resource impacts across the site. Our lease with Barton Ranch enables the family to maintain ownership and stewardship of the ranch that has been passed from generation to generation for over 100 years. We've further partnered with the ranch, California Rangeland Trust, and Van Vleck Ranch to forward on-site and adjacent conservation easement preserves. The Sacramento Tree Foundation will be using portions of these preserves for their replanting efforts, and they'll collect additional acorns on site to use throughout the county. We'll provide over $2.5 million to California State Parks, and we'll take on construction and improvements of the go-kart track at that facility and dedicate funds for other park improvements. All construction activities, including the go-kart track and the solar project will be completed by highly trained union labor, the best in the business. We look forward to continued investment in Sacramento County partnerships for many years to come. With that summary, I'll turn the presentation to Jim Gillum to provide a little more project information. Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Thank you, William.
Thanks.
Chair Cerna, members of the board, Jim Gillum with Gillum Consulting representing Desiree. I too want to thank staff for all the hard work on this project. It has been quite a few years of work, starting with that Williamson Act contract amendment. I'm going to focus in on just a few key facts about the project to start, and then we'll get into some of the more details. So, as has been mentioned, the Williamson Act contracts date back to 1969 and 1970, and that's critical to the family to maintain those. So we appreciated the board's willingness to entertain an amendment to allow a project proposal to come forward, because it allows this project, which is a project with a 30-year lifespan, to exist on the property while maintaining the Williamson Act, so that at the end of life, the project can be removed and the family can go back to agricultural uses. To that end, the project is going to revegetate the property after construction, not after removal, but after construction, so that we can utilize it for the agrivoltaic purposes that we're going to talk about in a minute or two. Further, projects are designed so that all the components can be removed and decommissioned. There are financial assurities that are provided to the county in form of bond or letter of credit, other opportunities to ensure that this project can be removed irrespective of anything that might happen with the developer. Further, we're utilizing advanced tracking technology with this project, and I know Todd or Kimber mentioned the reduction in grading that we were able to achieve. This is through terrain following tracking technology. This slide shows that used at Slough House Solar, a project we constructed and is now online delivering power to SMUD. And as you can see, it goes up and over the hill with tremendous slope tolerance that wasn't able to be achieved in the past. Agrivoltaics, what are they? Well, simple marriage between power generation and agriculture. We will be utilizing the property both within the project area and outside the project area for agricultural uses. The revegetation plan calls for pollinator-friendly and grazing forage for the area underneath the panels. So we'll be grazing sheep within there, and then outside the ranch will still control the grazing contract. Today that's being grazed with cattle. Further, it preserves the land underneath the panels with this forage, so that when it does go back into agricultural productive, the soil has been maintained. Project objectives: to provide grid stability and reliability, provide a local supply of solar energy for Sacramento County, which is important because when you do far-flung projects, you have line loss and inefficiency, additional cost of wheeling, et cetera. Project supports the county's Climate Action Plan, Integrated Resource Plan, and SMUD's Carbon Action Plan. SMUD's Zero Carbon Plan. Further, it provides the local employment opportunities that William mentioned earlier. Now I'm going to get into a little bit of material that we were talking about earlier in the project need and site selection. How do we look at things? Well, one of the key things that you'll see in the exhibit to the right is these pink or purple lines. Those are the larger SMUD facilities, 160 kilovolts or higher. You'll see that the larger solar arrays do tend to follow those lines, and I'll get back into that in a minute. Distributed generation is highly problematic for a lot of reasons. One, it's incredibly inefficient. A Forbes article that we were reviewing the other day had it about twice as expensive with a 50% higher carbon footprint than utility scale solar. But today, the 28,000 SMUD customers that employ rooftop solar only generate about 210 megawatts to the grid. This project alone contributes 200 megawatts to the grid, about 15% of what SMUD has identified the need for in the Zero Carbon Plan. Currently, SMUD's
generation of solar that they are producing is about 300 to 400 megawatts. I already mentioned 15%. As it relates to the general plan policies that need to be balanced when considering this project, we look at 3 bullet points out of PF 78 specifically. This property, you might be looking for disturbed sites. This one has some history of mining, significant history of mining in brownfield related to the aerojet plume. It's farmland of the lowest quality, either other lands or grazing lands, and it's close to the existing facilities in the map on the right. So a little bit of information in the map on the right, which isn't really clear if you're not it's not pointed out to you, but all those little yellow, orange, and red dots represent distributed generation or utility scale solar. This comes off the state's map. So the Barton Ranch itself, feasibility here. We found a willing landowner with 3,000 plus acres under common ownership, which is very rare. Somebody that was willing to talk with us about a solar lease, somebody that had an interest in seeing agrivoltaic project move forward on their property. It is the lowest quality type that the state recognizes, which is grazing land. And it's proximate to a 230 kilovolt SMUD power line with a gen-tie line, which is how we connect to the grid under one common ownership. A rare opportunity, something that is hard to find. To Chairman Cerna's point earlier, it is very difficult to find willing landowners that have sufficient land to achieve a project of this magnitude. This is a big swing of the bat, and it's one that's important. So the interconnect's all under one common ownership, and the project site itself has a significant history of mining. The purple is mixed mining from the 18th and 19th century. The yellow hatch is placer mining from the 19th century, and the orange is 20th century dredger minings. All right, so we've talked about the project site, and now let's talk about how we've improved the project to reduce impacts and increase mitigation. The small reduction in acreage that staff highlighted, the 54 acres, was very targeted. It had a huge impact on the reduction in oaks that need to be impacted with the project, 30%. And to the question earlier, to Supervisor Hume's question earlier, the canopy mitigation is not the land that will be required to grow that canopy. It's the amount of land conserved with area around it that has existing canopy to that. The enhancement will be in other areas of it's not underneath the existing oak canopy. So I think that's an important clarification. And I heard staff say it, but I'm not sure it resonated the way it might have. Within these light green areas that you see on this map, those are the areas on-site and adjacent. The L-shaped in the lower left corner is the Van Vleck Ranch. The balance of that occurs on the Barton Ranch property. It represents 13,000 oaks that will be preserved. That's a 4-to-1 ratio versus what's being impacted. Now, the mitigation measure says 1-to-1, but we're going 4-to-1 with what we're proposing. This is just a photo example of area on the Van Vleck Ranch, the 480 acres on the Van Vleck Ranch that we're going to be preserving. This view shed will be unchanged. And this is an oak woodland example within the Barton Ranch. Just want to give you some visual images of areas that will not be impacted. Partnered with the Tree Foundation in order to achieve the 1-to-1 tree-for-tree planting plan that's over and above the 4-to-1 conservation. They've already been out on site to harvest acorns for the planting and are working on germination of those. So the acorns are going to be germinated and then planted in the ground, monitored for 7 years, reported, and ensure that at the end of the 7 years that they're continuing on. Let's pivot to the Prairie City Off-Road Vehicle Park. We've worked very hard to ensure that the host for our Gentai and substation will be a good neighbor. And one of the things that we've committed to is ensuring that as the large events that they host there, the Hangtown Classic, all those great races, that we will coordinate our construction schedule such that we won't impact those. There will be some short-term closures on some of the southerly trails, and we'll be implementing signage to let people know to avoid those during those short 30 to 60-day closure. But the big closure, the cart track will be closed to up to 6 months for a 1.5 in excess of $1.5 million renovation, including an upgraded pro shop and improvements to the track itself, associated facilities. Beyond that, we are going to be making $1 million dedication to the parks in order to achieve some of the improvements in their road and trail master plan. There is an existing mining easement that crosses the southern portion of the park, an exclusive easement that the Barton Ranch negotiated previously in a land transaction. That will be abandoned so that we can facilitate the Gentai line easement and substation easement. So that's an actual give back of what would have been an exclusive use and would have required the complete relocation of the go-kart track to this less impactful, non-exclusive easement that just runs overhead in the case of the Gentai line. There's also a pole at the entrance to Prairie City Off-Road Vehicle Park, the main entrance, that is problematic for people towing trailers or recreational vehicles. That kind of came into conflict when White Rock Road was realigned and widened, and we're working with SMUD to get that pole relocated out of that conflict. Not related to the project, just something that the park wanted us to engage with SMUD on, and we've happily done that. I think it really is a key point to note that the Gentai line is something that we've been working on this for a long time, so long that during the public process of the update to the road and trail master plan, that they incorporated the T-main, I'm getting my water and my electricity confused. The transmission line infrastructure is actually shown in that trail master plan. So, it's not been a behind closed doors discussion in large respect. Pivoting to another recreational opportunity, staff mentioned this, but I want to highlight it a little bit more. We have the active transportation plan that the county adopted, which shows this green line paralleling Scott Road with a trail, and that does clip one of the eastern corners of the site shown in the red box on the exhibit to the right. And you can see that we've got a conservation easement shown in that area. So what we've done is we worked with the property owner to ensure that we aren't foreclosing the opportunity for that trail to move forward in the future. You can see in this blow up of that exhibit, the Stone Ridge Quarry Trail Corridor at the north, and then to the south is the Sac Valley Conservancy Preservation Area, where they've preserved the opportunity for that same easement. So we're connecting the dots, or at least providing that opportunity. So I think it's something to note in more detail. I know staff talked about it, but I wanted to highlight it. Finally, this isn't all about the dollars, but I think it is important to note the economic development associated with this project. We had economic planning systems provide us with an analysis that shows that during construction, the project will contribute $365 million to the Sacramento economy. That's in excess of $365 million. Further, that on-site activities, purchases, local goods, et cetera, during the operation will annually contribute over $5 million. That's exclusive of the taxes that were mentioned earlier. So solar and BESS, constructed by union labor. I think there's a lot going on here. 67 million, over 67 million. We have more recent updates to that, but that's a good number. over 20 years. So with that, we've brought a very large team that did all, I've been sworn. We have and William was sworn as well. I saw him do it. We have brought our technical team. Should you have questions that I can't answer, happy to answer questions now, and I welcome the opportunity to come up at the end of public testimony.
Thank you, Jim. I have a question. What does decommissioning look like? Does that mean returning the land to its character before any of this would presumably be installed and operating? We've already heard from staff and yourself about tree mitigation and what that looks like, but paint us a picture of what decommissioning looks like.
Happy to. So, as I mentioned in the presentation, two really critical points. One, this tracker technology significantly reduces the need to terraform the site. In previous iterations of solar, you would have seen terracing or flattening of the site to a very low slope tolerance. Really, the only thing that prevents us from putting things really, really steep is the ability to construct it. So we work at very high slope tolerances. We're not going to flatten the site. If you've been out to Slough House Solar, you can still see the rolling hills, right? So we're not going to go back out, take the pre-project grading plan and grade it back to that. That's not what decommissioning is. What decommissioning is removing all the improvements and decompacting the soil. It's all in our ag management plan, decommissioning plan, but it completely removes the facility. These solar panels are on racking that's just driven into the ground as opposed to concrete bases and things like that. So they just get pulled out, everything gets hauled away and recycled.
And I assume there's subterranean lines that run from the arrays, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so some of them are subterranean, others go within the racking.
Gotcha. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Jim. I want to pick up a little bit on the decommissioning. So what is the process for that? Would it just be, would the use permit sunset unless there was an application to renew it? I'm looking at Kimber, she's nodding. Okay,
Well,
so that's
there's one trigger, which is the power purchase agreement, right? So with the power purchase agreement, we have a contract with SMUD. And then, yes, the life of the CUP, I believe, is 35 years.
Okay.
And it could be extended.
It could be extended,
but we don't know what
the default would be that it would
correct.
expire.
And we don't know what the future of electric technology is. If you can tell me what it's going to be in 35 years, I'd like to go place some wagers or investments.
Well, Supervisor Hume will probably still be here, but a couple other questions. And, you know, I'm also really appreciate the chair's questions at the beginning about our cap and just the implications with our cap. But with respect to SMUD's 2030 goal, and I think you mentioned this would accomplish about 15% of that goal. Is SMUD, I assume, I don't know if SMUD is here, but I'd be curious what they'd have to say about what alternatives that they would have to meet their goal if for instance, this project did not move forward. Do you know? Is anybody?
I can't speak for SMUD.
I don't know if anyone is from SMUD.
I can't speak for SMUD. I know that there are people that might tell you today that they can do it without it. I can't say that, but what I can tell you is we've been working on this for 5 years, and I look at their pipeline, and I know that this power can be delivered soon. And if you reset and start over, there's 15% of the need that isn't coming.
Can I
yeah, please, yes.
dovetail off? So the one stat I think I saw on a slide somewhere, I'm not sure if it was staff's or yours, Jim, but the one that was, I thought, fairly impressive was, if I have this, if I noted this correctly, is that SMUD's current solar portfolio is around 300 to 400 megawatts, and this project alone is about half of that, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think that's important to kind of understand at least where SMUD is at currently versus what the project would bring to bear in terms of the totality of available solar to the grid.
All right, thank you you, Mr. Sheriff. Now, it'd be helpful if SMUD was in the room to answer some of the questions.
Agreed.
Okay, a couple other questions I had related. I'm glad you talked a little bit about some of the changes that were made from the first iteration of the application to where we are today. Appreciate that. With respect to the tree mitigation, can you tell me why you selected the Tree Foundation and give me a little bit of information about their track record with the replantings?
Sure. One of the key reasons why we selected the Tree Foundation is their relationship and their track record with the county doing the mitigation for projects for you. Beyond that, they have a fantastic program that gives back to the community, and so these acorns that are being harvested from Barton Ranch will not only be utilized on Barton Ranch for our replanting, but they'll utilize them for other projects as well. So that's...
And then one final question at this point. I may have some more later. We've had discussions, and I had discussions with some of the other folks I met with about this, or I guess the habitat corridors that go through the project, which I think you have depicted on a map of the light. Those were the light.
Right here. The light green. Yeah.
The light green. And that were those incorporated into the first version of this, or how have they changed over
They were not. One of the comments that we got during the process of going through the environmental review was that the project site had some really important habitat within it, predominantly along these corridors. And so we didn't originally have the rights to offer this mitigation under our lease. And we were able to, through the process, negotiate the right to option these easements with the project. And so that came out of the environmental review. And these corridors are significant in a couple of respects. One, they're an area where most of the habitat that's of highest value exists. And two, they're along creek corridors. You've got Carson Creek and Coyote Creek and the confluence that occurs on the Van Vleck Ranch, which is in that L-shaped space. So there's a tremendous amount of value in what's being proposed here.
And when those habitat corridors are developed in a project like this, what standards guide you in terms of how do you ensure that this is a corridor that's going to be meaningful for the habitat most affected? I mean, is it a state standard? What do you refer? Tell me a little bit about what goes into that determination.
So not a lot happens in there, right? I mean, they're being preserved. I
mean, in the determination of where they are and the size of the.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
That they're going to be meaningful. How do you make that determination?
We have discussions with the state and federal agencies. We have our own biologists, and we look at making sure that there's adequate space around the resource. There's buffers and things that we have to maintain. So it's a holistic look.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Jim and William, for the presentation. Obviously, we're going to have significant public comment, so I might have more questions later, but I want to just really drill down on some things that you covered, some questions that were raised here, and just make sure that I fully understand what we're talking about. So the first is, in the decommissioning plan, not only does it talk about restoration of the soils and of vegetation and the hydrology and trying to get the land back to as generally pre-project condition. I mean, obviously, the trees are going to be planted elsewhere. But in addition, there's a section that there has to be a financial security put into place that will guarantee the money to perform that work.
Yes, sir.
And that is managed by the county, or that's held by the county, or how do we make sure that Desiree doesn't fold up shop and go away and nothing gets restored?
Yeah, so as we went through on the Slough House Solar project, we worked with staff to come up with a cost estimate for that decommissioning plan, and we post security as appropriate to ensure that it occurs.
Okay, and so essentially that would...
Sorry to interrupt. And it's a condition of our CUP, so if we're ever in a situation where we're in default of that, then the normal remedies of a CUP take a course.
Okay. And then to kind of continue along Supervisor Desmond's questions, the areas shown in green there, the preservation areas, those ride in perpetuity beyond the life of the project and any decommissioning. Is that correct?
Yeah. So whatever the next life of this property is after the project, those exist. They don't go away.
And then speaking of life after this project, there's nothing about the approval of this project that splits parcels or rezones anything or provides a different designation in the general plan?
Correct.
That is, sorry, you were looking at me?
Sure.
Supervisor Hume, that is correct. The project does not include a rezone, any further subdivision of the property. It's simply the use permit and the special development permit.
Okay. Yeah. And then before I get to my last line of questioning, I do just want to say that I was at a fundraiser at Camp Pollock and got asked to pursue the trail alignment question. And I went to staff and asked them about it, and they did some research relative to what was permitted in the other easement areas. And when I came to the applicant team, and the initial response was it's probably unlikely. I approached the landowner and had a similar response, and then I don't know what transpired in a meeting of all of you, but it did come forward as being an acceptable condition. So I want to thank you for that before anything else goes on. But now I want to get into kind of what I've read in the emails that have been sent to me so that you can help enlighten me relative, because I think it is significant that this project by itself accounts for almost half or somewhere in the neighborhood of half of all of the solar generation within the SMUD service area currently. That includes 28,000 rooftops. And so, okay,
yeah,
please
I think,
correct me as we go.
So the private generation is not part of the 300 to 400. The private generation is SMUD operated or SMUD PPA generation. Those private individuals that are behind the meter are different.
But
right?
nonetheless, they only account for about 210 megawatts.
Correct.
28,000 rooftops.
In aggregate, we are seeing from SMUD the aggregate of 500 to 600 aggregate megawatts total. So a third, this project would compose about a third or more of that.
Okay. And those rooftops are both residential and commercial applications, like that's the entirety of rooftop solar?
Did we get an answer on that? It's unclear. Yeah, it's from the SMUD website. That it's SMUD customers. It doesn't articulate resident or commercial.
Okay. So let me get off the rooftops here for a second and go to the other question which has been posed, which is why couldn't these be like covers over parking lots with solar on top of them? I heard, I think it was Todd, might have been Kimber, mentioned something about power distribution. And then you said distributed generation. Okay. And then you said something about the carbon footprint being greater or something to that effect. Can you just walk through what makes something to this scale in that kind of application difficult or infeasible?
Sure, I'd be happy to. Now, I was referring to a Forbes article that talked about small scale solar, private solar. It articulated that the cost, and this is pre-tax credits going away, was twice that of utility scale solar. Okay. And it articulated that there was a 50% greater carbon footprint associated with delivering that solar versus the utility scale solar. That's what the Forbes article articulated. What we know is that for every single small installation, you have to have inverters and switchgear to connect that back into the grid. You have to install it on a roof that's many times being retrofitted, right? So it's just more difficult than building where you've got a big project. Everybody's mobilized, the project comes together, it connects into the grid one time. Further, SMUD can control when that power gets injected to the grid, especially when you have a situation here where we have batteries, right? So you've got 200 megawatts that they can control coming online, staying offline, et cetera, versus the 210 megawatts that are existing in the network that they have no way to feather. So that creates grid stability concerns. At one of our, I don't know if it was our Slough House Planning Commission meeting, somebody actually spoke on that point. So I'm taking a little bit of note from there. But Yeah, so I mean, it's distributed generation is inefficient and highly problematic.
And
as an
so then
overall
I
solution.
guess just, and this will be my final point before we go to other questions, comments, and public comment. To the chair's point, there's an economy of scale that when you're talking about 1,000 acres of solar generation with battery storage on site, adjacent to a transmission line to handle transmitting that power, the complexities were you to try to replicate that on an individual project level at parking lots, for example. I mean, if you think about what would have to be entailed in every construction document and every power purchase agreement and all of the stuff. I mean, when you mentioned that this has been almost 5 years in the making. I mean, to get this kind of onesie-twosie, that's a huge task.
Seems like a false economy.
Okay. All right, that's all I have for now. Thank you, Chair.
Vice Chair Rodriguez.
Thank you, Jim and William, for the presentation. And I also want to thank all of the organizations, whether you were in support or opposition of that I've met with the past year and a half. It was right after that I got elected that I started meeting with people and realized this is a really big project that was coming before the board. But for the sake of the public, I'm going to ask a question that I asked during one of those many meetings because is it a win-win situation? In the event that this project gets denied, does the applicant have the ability to come back and request that the land extend the urban service boundary for development? Because we have a project here that is solar that will keep the land and preserve it for grazing, but in the event that it is denied, what rights do the landowners have afterwards?
I'll answer that one, Supervisor Rodriguez. The general plan, as we know it today, has the construct of the urban services boundary, which has not moved, at least by action of this board, since 1993. The current general plan construct relative to amending the USB speaks to a number of policy criteria that have to be met. It would obviously require an application by the property owner. That would have to be initiated by this board formally to start a specific plan or master plan process. It would require consistency with our general plan growth management criteria, as well as the policy LU 127, which is specific to amendments of the urban services boundary. And there are 6 criteria that the project would have to meet. They're all inclusive, and there's an or provision of that LU 127 that speaks to a project providing extraordinary economic, environmental, et cetera, benefits to the county. So it's a really high bar. It doesn't mean that it can't be done. I mean, obviously, a property owner has a right to file an application, and we have a responsibility to respond to an application.
Thank you.
All right, any further questions from my colleagues? Not seeing any. Thank you again, Jim.
Thank you, and I appreciate the opportunity to come back at the end to provide additional comments. Thanks.
Thank you. So where I know we were at least 20 minutes ago was 137 speakers.
We're at 150.
150?
150.
150, sorry, my bad. So again, I don't want to drop everyone's individual time below 2 minutes, but I will strongly encourage you and respectfully request that if you can keep your comments briefer than 2 minutes, that would be very much appreciated. I know they're, if not for the sake necessarily of us, but for the sake of yourselves, in terms of having to be here longer than perhaps many of you would wish to be. But obviously, it's very, very important that we hear from you. That's why I'm reluctant to go below the 2-minute limit. So again, you can choose to simply acknowledge a previous speaker or a group that you might be affiliated with and just lend your your support that way, and we can try to make this as efficient and effective for everyone as possible. So with that, Madam Clerk, our first speaker.
We'll start with our first speaker, but I do want to remind members of the public that will be providing comment this morning to come to the podium, state that I have been sworn. I will call 5 names at a time. We have people spread out over several locations. So to the staff that is staffing those areas, please make sure that they make their way when I call your name to board chambers. We'll start with Melissa, James Perham, Devin Pizzo, Maya Burr, and Barb Ram. Please forgive me in advance if I mispronounce your names.
And if the speakers can come up and line up in our stepwell, that would be much appreciated by the chair. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Sorry. Good afternoon, Chair and board members. My name is Melissa Tayaba. I am the Vice Chair of the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians. And first, I'd like to welcome you all to my homelands, the unceded ancestral homelands of the Nisenan people, and more specifically, the Nisenan Pewanan people. My grandmother was born just across the river at the village of Pashune, which you all know is Discovery Park. We have been caregivers and original stewards of these lands and waterways since the beginning of time. And as such, we have an eternal obligation to protect and continue to care for our ancestral homelands and waterways. My ancestors were forcefully removed from these rivers and cultural landscapes during colonization. Today, our rancheria is about 40 miles east of here, located in Shingle Springs Rancheria. However, our ancestral homelands span over 7 counties: Sac, Yolo, El Dorado, Placer, Yuba, Amador, and Sutter counties. I'm here today to voice my opposition to the Coyote Creek solar project. Should it move forward, it would result in irreparable harm and desecration of cultural resources, including village sites, burials, habitat for our plant, bird, and animal relatives, as well as the destruction of hundreds of oak trees, so critical to this unique ecocultural landscape. And oak trees to us are so important. They were one of our food sources, but also oak trees are seen as the elders of the land because how long that they have been there. And they house a lot of our animal relatives. The siting of this project is an example of the continuing unwillingness to listen to tribal voices and respect tribal history. My tribe started consultation
Can you
with
conclude,
the county.
please?
What's that?
Can you conclude, please? You're at your limit here.
I'm at limit?
Yeah.
Okay. My tribe, along with other tribes in the region with ancestral connections to this location, voiced our concerns a multitude of times. To no avail, we have not seen any action that takes our concerns into consideration in terms of culturally sensitive location or design of this project.
Thank you.
The harms this project will inflict on our historical cultural resources and resting places of our ancestors alone cannot be quantified. I respectfully urge you to
Can you please
reject
conclude?
the
You're
project.
taking up other
Thank
people's
you.
time. Thank you. Every time a speaker goes over like that, I'm going to remind everyone, and I don't want to have to get forceful about it, but please respect each other, respect the time.
Thank you for giving me the time to be here today. Members of the board, my name is Devin Pizzo, and I've been sworn. I work as an electrical design engineer here in California and own a renewable design business in Loomis. I've been in the industry for 6 years and have seen the total life cycle of many projects within the multi-megawatt and BLM parcel land, so I understand what it takes to get these projects developed and designed. In my many years of being in the solar industry, this particular project stood out in the terms of its disregard for environmental responsibility. I understand why this project is proposed as its proximity to existing SMUD infrastructure. And I understand that SMUD probably wants to offset its power generation with renewables, but I think it's approaching it with the wrong site. I'm sure that these developers haven't yet exhausted their resources, and I'm sure they could find more reliable sites that can meet renewable energy efforts. and I might suggest cheaper in terms of site development and infrastructure upgrades. I want to conclude this thought. Are we really okay with cutting the 3,000 oak trees that have been here for centuries in order to develop a solar farm that is projected to last only 25 years? Based on what I know about the rough costs to develop a system at this scale, we are looking at a number of $400 million it'll cost to develop the solar and O&M, with $120 million accounted for electrical infrastructure upgrades. I know the developer is probably in the mind that they're helping the community and this thought, and I value their mission as I live and breathe it also, but we just need a different site. We have an ethical and moral responsibility to protect our natural habitats for the thumb that is renewables masquerading as greenwashing initiatives, both as solar developers and community members. Being in the industry myself, I stress that we need to think outside the box here and provide solutions that both help the local communities and the environment. My attitude has always been about collaboration and compromise, and I'm sure we can accomplish the same here.
Great, thank you.
Good afternoon. James Parham, Slough House resident, fairly short-term. I've only been there for 50 years, but I've been...
you've been sworn, right?
I have been sworn.
Okay.
I'm a fifth-generation California rancher with the sixth and seventh generation on the ground in my children and grandchildren. And we are legacy ranchers, legacy farmers here in Sacramento and in the Bay Area. I'm also a 21-year member of the Cosumnes CPAC, and my father was one of the founding board members of the CPAC in the Cosumnes area CPAC. The ability for ranchers, and especially legacy ranchers, to survive in this economy and this environment, social environment now, we have been forced into situations where we have to go outside of the envelope or outside the box. We have to explore solar energy. We have to explore wind energy in order to survive, in order to pass our legacy down to our subsequent generations. I support this. Is it in the best place? No. But when you consider the alternative and the economics of it and the social pressures that are upon us today, I think this is the best possible way to utilize that ground and preserve these legacies. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Fred Hagee. I've been sworn. I've lived on Scott Road for 48 years. I know the family very well. Our biggest fear is that Folsom will annex us and it'll be houses. The solar is much better than housing. So to me, that's a good form of agriculture, as good as we can do in today's age. I've raised all kinds of animals on my property. I'd like to comment a little bit about the oak trees. The oak trees are dying. People should get to know that, because we don't have fog anymore. They covered up all the ground in Ranch Cordova and Elk Grove with stucco, concrete, tile roofs. There's no generation of the moisture. So in my time out there, the first 20 years, I lost very few oak trees. Now I'm losing 5 or 6 every year. And it just comes from no moisture. So anyway, I think this is a good project.
Thank you.
Prior to Ms. Ram, we'll call the next few names. Somaya Burr, Bear Ewing, Catherine Lunke, and Zachary Rogers. If you could please make your way down. I want to add a reminder to members of the public that there's a timer on the screen. It's green while you still have time. When it turns to yellow, like it just did, you're running out of time. When it turns red, you've gone over time. Just add that as a reminder, and to please state that you've been sworn in your name.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Hi, I'm Barb Ram, and I've been sworn in. So I ride my mountain bike and my gravel bike at the Prairie City, and I do appreciate the shade. I always appreciate the shade, and Deer Creek as well. So I wasn't completely, I'm in support of solar. I support SMUD. I don't know why they picked this site, because somebody handed me this piece of paper, and there's a substitute or an alternate site, and you only lose 200 acres of land or whatever. It's the same, basically. So I just wanted to ask, why are we not supporting culturally significant sites with a zero tolerance for any impact to them? Like when we say the Pledge of Allegiance and we acknowledge, tribal lands, why don't we just do that now? And if it's going to impact them at all, just not do it. And per Kimber's presentation, only 2 of 8 significant impacts were green. All the others were yellow or red. So again, why are we doing it? And is SMUD still at their zero impact after 30 years? I love this consultants. They're like, yeah, we'll do this project, and it's only going to last 30 years, and then we'll do another one. And then they'll just keep their wealth going and going. I don't know. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Bear Ewing, and I've been sworn. I'm speaking on behalf of younger generations when I say that ruining the little that remains of our native ecosystem is not setting up our future generations for success. We've already ruined so much of this planet, and it's our job to protect it and the wildlife we still have. There are many places that we can add solar panels to instead, such as parking lots and on top of the millions of buildings we already have, which provide shade from the sun in a city that already gets so hot in the spring and summer, along with protection from the rain. It already gets so hot here, so it'd be an added bonus for many to have more sun protection. The Delta Shores Shopping Mall could be a great lot for this. If distributed solar is an absolute no and it must be in one plot, there are several vacant lots and mass amounts of land here that is just dirt, since so much of our ecosystem has already been ruined, and either would leave Coyote Creek to continue to thrive in this polluted planet that we as humans made.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good
My name
afternoon.
is Catherine Lonk. I've been sworn. Earlier today, we were so blessed by the presence of a beautiful brown working dog. I think his name was Colonel. From the moment Colonel walked into these chambers, you could feel the uplift, right? We celebrated and honored him for his years of noble, enthusiastic service to the county. The love that many of us feel for dogs is also the love that many of us feel for trees, wild birds, grandmother oaks, 200 years old, majestic, irreplaceable. As it would pain the heart to imagine thousands of dogs being killed in impacts significant and unavoidable, it pains the heart to consider harming these trees, especially if they're already suffering from a lack of fog or sudden oak death. I wish we could hold this meeting and every meeting concerning their fate in the shade of the canopy of a grandmother blue oak. I invite you to imagine gently running your hands along her beautiful textured rough bark, how you would feel the breeze around her, see her wild mane of rustling leaves, enjoy breathing deep her fresh perfume of rainwater and oxygen. In my humble opinion, it is possible that these grandmother oaks would agree to voluntarily sacrifice themselves for the greater good of the wider community. Relatives and creatures of the more than human world, like Colonel the dog, often have a way of offering their priceless gifts to us.
Can you conclude, please?
But let us honor this generosity. Let us only accept it when we are 100% certain we have exhausted every other possible option. Let us only accept their
thank you.
sacrifice when we are sure
Thank
it
you.
is willingly given.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Zachary Rogers, Patricia S., Kaylee Olgerson, Harnawaz Boparai, and Ryan Lewis. If you could please make your way down and stand in the center. Zachary Rogers, Patricia S., Kaylee Olgerson, Harnawaz.
Zachary prepared to speak? Who's Zachary? Is Zachary here?
Okay, we'll move to Patricia S. Kaylee?
Good afternoon, Chair Cerna and members of the board. My name is Kaylee Olgerson, and I'm here on behalf of the Sacramento Metropolitan Chamber of Commerce and our member businesses throughout the Sacramento County to express our strong support for the Coyote Creek Agrivoltaic Ranch project. This project is a forward-looking investment that delivers clean energy, preserves open space, and enhances the long-term value of this county asset. It will produce sustainable, renewable power for local residents and bring meaningful investment to the county. Additionally, this project will also create significant construction phase employment and ongoing operational work, supporting our regional workforce and contributing to sustained economic activity. This project reflects the kind of balanced, future-ready development that positions Sacramento County for long-term environmental and economic resilience. We encourage your support to move this important project forward. Thank you for your time and consideration today.
Thank you.
Before I swear, can everybody hear me well?
Yes.
Okay, good. Oh.
We love our county clerk.
It's automated. Hi, I'm Harnawaz, and I swear in. So far, great opinions and all that stuff from everybody. Before I give my thing, I'm just going to say this. No matter where you are on the stance, we all care about Sacramento County. That's why we're here in the first place, whether it's the people here in the desk or people behind me. I'm an urban wildlife ecologist. I've worked with wildlife and with nature-friendly practices all over California, both in the urban and the natural areas. So when I come forth with things, I'm thinking about it both from an ecological side of things, but also from a cultural side of things. So I do oppose the project, and I will give only just 2 points so I can get this across quickly. One of the things, it's very easy for all of us to think about things, whether it's putting a price tag on nature or putting a price tag on economics and such, what we need for profits and such. Things like renewable energy. But the other thing too that is just as important, it's hard to quantify, but think about access to nature. I come from an immigrant family that was lucky enough to have access to nature in the Bay Area back when it was affordable. And what would we want for people in the future of Sacramento County to have access to nature years from now? Do you want your kids and your grandkids to see the nature that is in places like Coyote Creek, whether it's the oaks or the mesocarnivores like bobcats? That's just as important as the profits you get from the solar energy. That's the first thing. So everybody should have equitable access to nature, and that's something that is important to take away from this if we choose to say no to it. But number two is also the urban-wildlife interface. As an urban ecologist, people always talk about this idea of the urban-to-rural gradient. When we lose that rural area, it's actually important because as somebody who actually lived in LA during the fires when they happened, that happened because we didn't have that rural gradient. We didn't have fire-prone vegetation to keep things from being damaged to a minimum. That's why we should preserve it, not just for the sake of nature, but also for the sake of ourselves, too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Rain. I've been sworn. I am here in opposition because Coyote Creek has been misrepresented by site surveyors as the lowest quality land, which is simply untrue. It is actually one of the last intact biodiverse regions left in the area, full of blue oak trees, native wildflowers, vernal pools, and all of the wildlife that depends on them. All of which I have already seen myself, being a local to the White Rock area, be pushed to the edge by extensive development. To be very clear, I am not against solar. I support clean energy, but we all know there are better places to source it, even if it is slightly more challenging. If we actually care about the very avoidable environmental impact, that's where solar belongs first. The rules laid out in the county's own general plan states that these energy facilities should minimize impact, which this project very much will not. Even the surrounding Prairie City area, which is covered in almost nothing but dead grass most of the year, would make more sense than destroying the ecologically valuable habitat when a less sensitive area is right next door. The premise is that this project will create clean energy. That clean energy benefit does not outweigh the environmental impact required, and planting a few saplings after the fact and calling it rehabilitation cannot replace the mature oak woodlands. The pollinators, the birds, the mammals, the wildflowers. Once this ecosystem is gone, it's permanently gone. The energy the solar panels produce will not come even close to replacing that of the ecosystem which is planning to be erased. Clean energy is important, but not at the cost of plowing down acres of the very ecosystem that we're trying to save. Kindly, we're asking to choose a smarter, less sensitive, less valuable site. Don't sacrifice irreplaceable habitat when so many better alternatives exist. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay. Patricia S., Ryan Lewis, Megan Shumway, Mike Savino, Nate Hatterley, and Erica Taylor. Ryan Lewis, Megan Shumway, Mike Savino, Nate Hatterley, Eric Taylor.
Madam Clerk, can the members of the public in our meeting rooms, can they see the list?
We have staff members that are in each of the hearing rooms in our overflow that are listening and sending them down. Some of the folks that signed up they signed up early this morning, so they may have left.
All right. So we are going to ask one more time, is Ryan Lewis here? Okay, we are moving on.
Megan Shumway.
Hi, I'm Megan Shumway. I support rooftop solar, and solar projects have been well thought out. I don't think this is one of them. As you may know, I'm involved in a lot of climate organizations, and I belong to the Climate Coalition of Sacramento that brought you the Climate Emergency Declaration. I don't think you can do justice to that declaration if you take out one of the biggest carbon sinks we have in the county, which is those 3,500 odd oak trees. Saplings are never going to replace that, not even in the lifetime of the photovoltaic project. They will not, if they were all growing well, they would still not be what those trees are now. And I don't see how you can meet your climate emergency goals by taking out a major carbon sink. And that's my main thing. But then the other thing is the agrivoltaics was meant to be on agricultural land that was in use, not land that gets made into something. And I don't think there's going to be much pasture growing underneath those solar panels for anybody to graze on, especially since they need to compact the soil. It's very difficult to germinate a pasture under that. And it just doesn't make sense to me. It should be, if you're going to do it on grazing land, do it on grazing land that's already there, not on something you think you're making. I think that this project needs to be rethought.
Great, thank you. And you have been sworn, right?
I have been sworn.
Oh, hi. My name is Mike Savino. I have been sworn. With the indulgence of the board, I'd like to ask all those who are present here that have any reason to oppose this project to please either stand or raise your hand. I think we all know that each of these individuals represents 100 or more individuals at home who couldn't be here. I think we should take that into consideration. I attended your Planning Commission meeting that discussed this project, and I'll tell you there were times when I had a feeling of unreality. I felt like the child in the old story about the emperor and his new clothes. If you remember, the emperor walked down the road, and the adults were all saying, "What beautiful clothing he wears," while the children were looking at each other saying, "What the Are these people blind? Don't they see the sky is stark naked? What am I talking about? The emperor here is this project. The clothing is the mitigation. To say, the adults in the room would say, well, this mitigation's fine. You cut down one tree, you plant one tree. Isn't that great? But any clear-eyed child could see, wait a minute, something wrong here. You're cutting down a tree that's 40 feet tall. It took half a century to grow, and you're going to replace it with one little 1-inch sprout? I mean, that's a joke. I'm being kind to say it's a joke. It's actually an obscenity. So a vote yes for this project is not a vote for photovoltaics. It's a vote for a shady real estate deal.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Nate Hatterley. I have been sworn in, and I live in Elk Grove, which is near this project. In 2022, the California Energy Commission adopted an opt-in program where solar projects could elect to go through the state CEQA review, essentially circumvent local land use law. The developer could have easily withdrawn their application, and I commend them for actually maintaining their application with the Sacramento County. I do think that it is important to interact with the community during their development, so I appreciate this opportunity. And I think that we need to show that the developer is making the right choice by going through this proper channel, proper way of doing this. And I would encourage you to approve the project and show that the state and local government still functions. I also want to highlight the fact that it took 5 years to build the Hoover Dam, and it took 4 years to build the Golden Gate Bridge, and I don't understand why this is taking longer to get to this moment on this project, just to get to the hearing today. So thank you, and I encourage a yes vote on this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Eric Taylor. I have been sworn in. I'm here to ask for your support for this project. This project shows renewable energy and conservation can work hand in hand. With the conservation easements and partnerships built into this plan, large areas of land will permanently be preserved for open space and grazing. That's a much better outcome than the environment and community than housing subdivisions in industrial development. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Joe Thompson. I live and work in Sacramento. I've occasionally visited the Prairie City State Recreation Area over the years. I have to say, I think the benefits that this is extending in this area will help a lot. I would love to live in a world where I just plug things in and the power doesn't come from anywhere, but unfortunately it's got to come from somewhere. And this happens to be an area where there's a family that is fighting to keep their land in their family and have been fighting for years, trying to find a way to get through it. They found a plan to do it at the least invasive as possible. As mentioned, they would be more than welcome to sell it to developers and work through a whole other thing of building thousands and thousands of properties or houses on those lots. So at least there's a partial end game at 35 years. If it's houses built on there, there's no end game. It's completely gone. They do have some improvements going into the project and going into Prairie City, which I think will help the people that use that property for any of their recreational uses. So I really appreciate and hope you would vote to approve this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Marcus Gomez, and I've been sworn in. Chair Cerna, this reminds me of the cardboard hearings with EVs versus combustible engines. The state mandates us for more electricity, more electrical homes, more electrical vehicles, you need this grid. You need this project in order to fulfill those mandates. For the people that oppose this, you can't have it both ways, okay? Either you want to do all electric and you want to clean the air, or you want to keep things the way they are. So with that, I want to say thank you for hearing me, and I approve this project. Thank you.
Thanks, Marcus.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair and Board. Thank you very much for being here. My name is Alan Carter. I have been sworn. I live in Sacramento. I'm a SMUD ratepayer. Coyote Creek represents responsible progress. It's primarily what I want to speak on. It balances clean power generation with open space protection. It supports local labor with good paying jobs, very important for our community, and provides a regional climate benefit by reducing emissions. Approving this project is an investment in a cleaner, more sustainable future for Sacramento County. Please approve this project tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Tom Bernardo. I've been sworn. I'm a retired state park ranger and park superintendent, and I live in Sacramento County. I'm also a past director and executive committee member for California State Park Rangers Association, a 500-member professional association established in 1964. In September, at our annual membership meeting in Columbia, CSPRA membership, after careful consideration, voted unanimously to oppose this project on this site. A letter of opposition detailing several concerns has been submitted to the board. We have reviewed the final EIR, and CSPRA's original concerns have not been remedied. Under Chapter 9, the name Aerojet is mentioned 257 times in the EIR. Why wasn't Aerojet property adjacent to White Rock Road even mentioned as an alternative? Already cleared of most trees, it has a substantial ground disturbance from previous use. There is already a 6-megawatt solar farm on the property with gen tie-in. Then under Chapter 16, as described in Chapters 3 through 15 of this EIR, the proposed project would result in significant and unavoidable impacts to aesthetics and tribal cultural resources. That's unacceptable. And finally, I reviewed the 114-page comment letter signed by at least 9 conservation groups. Their final recommendation is that the proposed project site not be approved and that either another less damaging site be selected or the no action alternative be identified as the most appropriate choice in complying with numerous laws and regulations governing the species and their habitats that occur on the proposed site. Supervisors, this project contains far too many negative outcomes and no alternatives for you to make an informed decision. Please vote no on this project.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Janice Martin. I have been sworn. I'm a member of the Seminole Tribe of Florida. Coincidentally, today I learned the word for oak tree and acorn in my native language. So I took it as a sign from my relations, the Oaks, to come speak today. I only exist today because my ancestors survived 500 years of genocide at the hands of the Spanish, the British, and the US government. And because my 5 times great-grandmother escaped the Trail of Tears, and my grandfather's generation stood under a live oak in Florida to resist the termination of our national sovereignty. The oaks remain an important symbol in my tribe to our relations that were removed to Oklahoma and to the many indigenous communities that are still here. I mentioned this to show what it took for me and some of those oaks to stand here today still. Some of these oaks predate the gold rush, the state-sponsored genocide of Indian communities, and statehood itself. These oaks are just as much my relations as the ones my tribe gather under to this day. I'm not here to ask you to allow these oaks to remain. I'm here to tell you that they aren't yours to destroy. Their destruction would more than impact tribal cultural resources. It would be a continued genocide of these lands and the people who hold these trees as sacred. Do you and the owners of this parcel intend to be a party to this genocide or to be responsible stewards for the next 7 generations? Thank you, Shinabish. Land back.
Hello, Supervisors. My name is Mark Rodriguez. I have been sworn, and I live in Sacramento.
I'm speaking today in support of the project. It takes projects such as this one, a project that is also essential to combat climate change, to drive preservation efforts in Sacramento County, including at the ranch. Mitigation is a huge reason why we have many of our preserved lands in the region. This project ensures that a large portion of the ranch, including most of the oak trees, is avoided and preserved. Without this project, a lot more oaks would remain susceptible to future development. We are all trying to make a living, and this project provides a good solution to ensure the ranch remains viable resources and that they are preserved. I look forward to seeing this project developed, and I encourage you to support it. Thank you.
Hello, Supervisors. My name is Troy Vickers. I have been sworn. I live in Sacramento. This thing's raising. Uh-oh.
Just your imagination.
Okay. Oh, it's adjusting to me. All right. All right. But I think the benefits of a carbon-free future far outweigh the tree impacts from this project. Looking at the big picture, the site is 1,400 acres of solar, enough to power 44,000. They are impacting 3,500 trees. That's only about 2.5 oak trees per acre of solar developed. That's a reasonable trade-off to make to get our clean energy goals. Meanwhile, they are replanting every tree lost and also preserving many thousand more trees in conservation easements. The carbon emissions saved from this project will probably eclipse the carbon stored in those trees in a couple of hours of solar generation. This project is a no-brainer for approval, and they have gone above and beyond to reduce impacts to trees. And we need clean energy. Please approve this project. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I have been sworn in. My name is David Workman. I'm a retired Sacramento County Deputy Sheriff, and I live in Fair Oaks. I think the proposed mitigation is a huge win for Sacramento County. A lot of folks at the last minute have been saying that they want preservation at Barton Ranch. This proposal preserves a huge portion of the ranch from any future development. We need solar energy, but there aren't many locations in Sacramento to build it. A lot of thought and investment went into sitting on this parcel, and it's obvious they are preserving the areas that matter the most. And they even reduced impacts further in the EIR. This will preserve most of the oak woodlands on the ranch forever. The replanting effort is just icing on the cake. Please approve this project. It's a win to help us meet both our reduction and preservation goals. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Chris Wilson, and I've been sworn in. Renewable projects like Coyote Creek are critical for meeting SMUD's 2030 zero carbon plan. This project not only helps achieve that target, but it does so while respecting the land, protecting oak trees, and continuing to allow grazing. It's a model for how we should build clean energy in Sacramento County. Please support this important project. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Michaela Weber, and I live in Rancho Marietta. I have been sworn. The hundreds of construction jobs this project will generate will have a real positive impact on our community. These workers will spend money locally during construction, staying in hotels, eating at restaurants, spending money at local businesses. I am glad to hear they will utilize well-paid and experienced union workers. We have a great community here, and I wouldn't be surprised to hear some of the workers stay for good after construction. There are also operational jobs for the project, and I was excited to see the announcement on Desree's website that they have opened an office in Rancho Marietta. This shows that they intend to have a lasting presence in the community. Coyote Creek will increase full-time jobs in the region and contribute to California's modern and increasingly green economy. Please support this project.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Logan Reed, and I've been sworn in. I live in Rancho Marietta, and it sounds like Desiree also owns and operates the Slough House Solar Project. I drive past that project often and watch the construction process. I have to say, I was impressed at what I saw. The project constructed quickly, and the site was orderly. The roads were clean, and now that the construction is completed, the site looks well managed. The project isn't really visible until you are very close to it, and I was curious to see online that Desiree also owns other projects in Sacramento as well. Seeing the construction process that Desiree carried out in Slough House gives me comfort that they will responsibly develop Coyote Creek. We need renewable projects such as this to meet our carbon reduction goals. Slough House being right next door shows that Coyote Creek isn't going to be some sort of industrial wasteland. Coyote Creek will be constructed and managed by a group with a track record of success in Sacramento. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Bill Romanelli. I have been sworn. No matter how many times I do this, I still get a little nervous coming up here, so I appreciate your time. I'm here to support the Coyote Creek project for a couple of reasons. First of all, it does provide a vital and necessary new source of renewable energy. I know I don't have to tell anybody on this board about how important that is as you get ready to implement CARB's Advanced Clean Fleets rule coming up next year and the demands that's going to have on electrification and energy. Couple that with the reality of AI and the data centers. I know SMUD is already getting several inquiries on those, some of which they say they can do, some of which they say they can't. We're going to have huge demands on our energy. We need a new source of renewable energy to meet those demands. And in the short term, honestly, if SMUD doesn't need the energy right away, it can sell it. And as a publicly owned utility, when they have that kind of revenue, they have to reinvest that in our community, in new infrastructure, in new services and programs, or in just keeping our costs for electricity low. So for that reason, that's a good reason to support it. I also know there are concerns related to the land and conservation, but to emphasize what was said in the staff report, the EIR shows that we are going to preserve 1,150 acres of land with this project. It is temporary, and the land has to be restored to its original condition when the project is up. Furthermore, if somebody wants to develop the land after that fact, there has to be additional considerations for land conservation. So it really is a win for habitat protection in the area. So to sum up, I urge you to support the project. It provides a vital and necessary source of renewable energy that we need, and it has land protections in place. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi.
My name is Diane Osorio, and I've been sworn. I am the Motherload Chapter Director of Sierra Club. I'm here with all the people that are asking you to oppose this project. I will also want you to kind of imagine how terrible this project has to be in order for the Sierra Club to oppose a renewable project. We have our own bureaucratic process, and it took a lot, but it's so bad that I'm here today. I'm going to talk a little bit about why it's so terrible. This project proposes to destroy over 4,000 native trees, including more than 3,500 mature oaks. Some of these trees are over 100 years old, and nearly 1,700 of them are legacy trees, meaning that they are over 16 inches in diameter. Sacramento is not a 1-to-1, it's a 1-to-1 per inch. So that means the mitigations weren't met as they've been stated. The loss of the largest trees among the trees slated for removal are some of the largest in the region. We've calculated that if this project goes through, it would destroy a third of Sacramento County oak trees. The impacts to endangered species is the destruction of this land will wipe out habitat for dozens of listed species, including those that rely on oak woodlands and vernal pool ecosystems. The proposed project will not only remove habitat, but also fragment the landscape, making it harder for wildlife to survive. This project threatens over 1,400 acres of native grassland blue oak, woodland oak, savanna, and vernal pools. Habitats that are already rare and declining in California. These habitats are critical for supporting biodiversity, and once destroyed, they are gone forever. We cannot mitigate for that.
Can you please wrap your comments?
I know that more people will talk about it. We've been working on this for 5 years, and we're prepared to go all the way. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Charlotte Bemis, and I've been sworn.
You can bring the mics down to you. Sure. There you go.
Thank you. I'm not a pro. Okay, so I live in Folsom. I've been in the Sacramento area since 1991, so I've seen the growth in the housing. And a few years ago, I decided that I was going to put all my energy into one cause, and the cause is land conservation. To have the open space available for clean air and clean water for animals and plants to thrive, and also for recreational uses. So I just wanted to point to the Sacramento Bee editorial that suggested declining this and coming back maybe with a smaller scale project, and then working with land conservation groups for the additional land. And I thought that that was a pretty good solution. I see the need for the solar development, absolutely, but the devastation to the environment and the environmental impacts, I just don't think that they're addressed in the right manner for this project. So thank you, and please vote no.
Thank you.
Gail Merchant, and I have been sworn. I'm a Folsom resident, and I see the mountains and hills of houses that have been built up and apartments, and I do not want more of that. I moved to Folsom to have this nice, cute little white picket fence area, and the trees are all gone. I get that. But this project, I'm voting yes for because it's not taking out as many trees as there are houses that will be planted in every corner. Traffic, my dad is 83 years old. Oak trees are falling. He can't afford to have them trimmed. It's just, we need to have some control, and I think putting that coyote plant there will have some control in that area because of the solar plant. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Carol Witham, and I've been sworn. I'm a retired environmental consultant, and I've done a lot of work in this area of Sacramento County. And I have to say that while I support solar energy entirely, this is the wrong site. In the mitigation plan, Mike Savino called it the emperor with no clothes. I think it's closer to lipstick on a pig. The plan will not compensate for the losses that will be made of this incredible habitat. I urge you to vote no.
Thank you.
I'm John Armstrong, and I've been sworn. I'm from Rockland, not too far away. I'm with the Sierra Club. Sacramento County shouldn't be directly participating in the fifth mass extinction that humans are doing to the planet. You really need to stop deleting natural ecosystems. You need to put solar farms and urban development on fallowed farmland that doesn't have oak woodlands on it, like, for instance, the rice fields. Because, like almonds, 80% of the output is going to enemy countries. So that land should be considered as expendable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, supervisors. My name is Lene Davis, and I am a TK through 8th grade librarian and garden coordinator at LOS, the Language Academy of Sacramento. As lives and technology become more complex, it becomes easier to think of ourselves as urban people and forget about our natural environment and appreciate how rare it is. After starting and managing 2 school gardens over the last 25 years, I realized that school gardens are one way to educate students about growing food. It's a whole different and complex endeavor to teach them about natural and wild ecosystems. From the billions of bacteria in the soil to observing wild native honeybees living in the mature oak on our campus, I realized that it is impossible to humanly engineer the ecosystem seen in the Coyote Creek oak woodland. Once it's gone forever. For the future of our young people, humans have to think of themselves as the stewards of the land. The human capacity to modify our environment necessitates responsibility to understand environmental change and its ramifications. 15 years ago, nature deficit syndrome was recognized, and it is a very real problem for the screen-addicted children today. It should be with our knowledge and heart that we mitigate that by preserving the dwindling percentage of natural land left. There are alternatives available for SMUD. They may not be the easiest, but they are the correct choice. Think big. You will not regret saving these oak woodlands that are teeming with life and have the potential to help children with nature deficit disorder. Kids need your support, and doing the right thing by preventing this project from going forward will help all of our communities. We have already lost 80% of our forests that once were on this planet. Newly planted trees cannot make up for all the wildlife lost by killing older trees. We actually plant little acorns, the kids do, for the Sacramento Tree Foundation, which, by the way, is totally supported by SMUD.
Can you conclude, please?
Yes, okay. Conclusion is I totally oppose this project.
Ms. Davis, for the record.
My name is Cole Spake, and I've been sworn. I'm here today in support of the project, and just listening to the past today, I've been surprised to hear all the environmental opposition, considering that it's a project that's going to be preserving over 1,000 acres of land, which is pretty impressive to me. It seems rather straightforward here. Either the project is approved and a considerable amount of land is saved and we get a carbon-free source of energy, or it's not approved, nothing is preserved, and we'll lose 200 megawatts of renewable energy that's just ready to go. That seems like a tremendous amount. If it's not approved, I'm not quite sure what's going to happen to this property, something that seems not great to have up in the air. After listening to the past couple SMUD board meetings, it seems pretty obvious that without some action soon, there's going to be not a great chance of meeting the zero carbon plan by 2030. After about 5 years of permitting with this Coyote Creek project, it seems like just too long of a time to just let it go. Logically, if there's another batch of projects that comes around to replace this, who knows if that will even happen, then that it'll take just as long as this. And it seems like we'll have to keep more gas plants going until running longer than expected, adding more carbon to the atmosphere. I think as a city, we need to collectively get our hands all behind clean energy, which is great, but why would we further delay our clean energy goals by delaying the project? I think action is needed now. I'm confused to hear many people disgruntlingly say that they're pro-solar, but not pro this project, because if it's not going to be this project, which one is it going to be? I think a vote for Coyote Creek is a vote for long-term preservation of Barton Ranch and progress toward a zero-carbon future, and I respectfully ask that you approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Gianni, and I have been sworn. I am here in support of the Coyote Creek project because it delivers the clean energy our region urgently needs while also preserving more than 1,000 acres of open space supporting continued ranching on the property. With SMUD already behind its zero carbon goal, with SMUD already behind its zero carbon goals, delaying a shovel-ready 200 megawatt project would only push us further off track and increase future costs for ratepayers. Coyote Creek strikes the right balance. It uses responsible construction practices, conserves oak woodlands, provides major tax revenues, and good local jobs, including battery storage to support grid reliability, and maintains partnership that protects the land for future generations. This is exactly the kind of thoughtful, community-minded, renewable project Sacramento County should be approving, and I respectfully ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jaime Torres. I have been sworn. Chair Cerna and fellow supervisors, thank you for taking the time and visiting this event today. So I'm here as an advocate for this project. As a proud City of Sacramento resident, it is an honor to have be one of the clients for SMUD. Actually, to see the carbon footprint that they want to leave behind and the efficiency compared to the competition outside of Sacramento County, where people rely on sources in Northern California for PG&E coming in through lines 400 and 401, which are a 36-inch and a 42-inch pipeline that come in through Tule Lake, California, into Milpitas, and the lines that come in through Topac, Arizona, to dual 24-inch lines that come in for natural gas to power all these houses. This is a responsible energy source that we're looking at. It is a wonderful source that could actually power houses, be part of our energy grid, be a resource for the state of California, keep us at the forefront of being environmentally friendly in the state of California. And the fact that the ranchers want to go protect our environment, they want to keep this legacy for future generations, they want to uphold. Believe me, the competition is going to be aggressive. There's going to be planned housing. There's other alternatives that go on, which would in turn actually require a different alternative energy source that so many efforts have been worked on to actually progress and have this reality present today. Thank you very much, and I yield the rest of my time for the rest of the public. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is John Franzen, and I have been sworn in. I'm a passionate self-taught botanist and a project developer in the renewable energy industry. I'm here today to request that you reject this project. As a state, we are pushing back on our reliance on fossil fuels. We've seen the turbulent effects of climate change threaten billions of people, animals, ecosystems worldwide. But another massive threat that looms, and many would argue is equally as dangerous as climate change, is habitat loss. According to data scientist Hannah Ritchie, in the past 10,000 years, we have lost 1/3 of the forests on this planet. 50% of that occurred in the last century. However, despite the massive habitat loss, we continue to see deforestation due to human activity. Now, I'm not saying we don't need these types of projects. California is quickly filling up with best projects, but we are severely lacking in new generation. So much so that the governor's office is approving extensions to permits for some fossil fuel power plants in order to meet growing demand for energy generation. We need new renewable generation badly, but this project requires a great sacrifice of crucial riparian and vernal pool habitat. We've already lost so much so that it can be difficult to see the beauty of Sacramento County because so little can be seen in all its ancestral glory. We cannot let our goal of fighting climate change persuade us to decimate thousands of acres of old-growth oak woodland and vernal pool habitat. This habitat is currently a massive carbon sink, sequestering and storing carbon and nitrogen. This land is already fighting climate change. This project goes against the philosophy of fighting climate change in the first place. We cannot make the world a better place while simultaneously making it worse. I urge the board to reject the Coyote Creek project. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Cerna and members of the board. My name is Andrew Grunman, and I have been sworn. As an attorney whose family has proudly farmed many crops, including rice, in Sacramento County for several generations, I stand before you today in strong support of the Coyote Creek project. Our family roots run a number of generations, and I've seen firsthand how thoughtful stewardship can sustain both our environment and our economy. I attended the Planning Commission hearing to advocate for this initiative, and I'm pleased to reiterate my endorsement here, especially as we face growing demands for sustainable energy projects in the community. This project represents a forward-thinking approach to sustainable development, delivering clean, renewable energy while preserving the land's agricultural productivity. By allowing grazing to continue below the solar panels, it ensures the property, spanning over 1,200 acres, remains an active part of our agricultural heritage. This isn't just about erecting panels, it's about balancing innovation with tradition in a way that benefits our community. I particularly appreciate this project's commitment to maintaining ranching operations with grazing planned both inside and outside the solar farm's fenced areas. Agrivoltaics like this have been proven to create symbiotic benefits. The panels benefit shade for the livestock, which in turn helps manage vegetation and supports biodiversity on the ranch. Ultimately, this is a win-win. We save 13,000 trees. It bolsters our electric grid with reliable green power while supporting local farmers and ranchers. I urge you to approve and advance the Coyote Creek project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Brianna, and I've been sworn in. I'm a proud resident of Sacramento who grew up on a farm, particularly on the Stone Lake National Wildlife Refuge. Today, I stand in strong opposition to replace our old-growth forest with solar panels. The removal of these trees would result in irreversible loss, jeopardizing our local biodiversity and natural resources. As someone who values the preservation of Sacramento, I urge you to consider a less destructive alternative. If we cannot harness solar energy without sacrificing our old-growth ecosystem and the most influential state in our country, what does that say about the future of green energy and our commitment to upcoming generations? I urge you to seek sustainable solutions that prioritize the preservation of our forests. We must advocate for a future where renewable energy and natural resources can coexist. We cannot promise the protection of these ecosystems beyond our lifetime. Restoring such diverse habitats could take centuries. This unique environment must be preserved in both current and future generations. I have witnessed the devastating effects of deforestation throughout my short lifetime in Sacramento. I've seen animals struggling, often returning only to face starvation due to habitat loss and destructions. Acorns are not going to bring back all of the natural resources we need to survive. Growing up on a farm in Sacramento, I have survived off of well water, foraged from the land, fished, and enjoyed natural resources. Now, resources and clean water are limited. I know what it's like to sell our farm because we cannot afford it anymore, and this is not the way. You need clean water for farms. I know personally what it's like to be affected by these developments. I know what it's like to leave my house every day for clean water. I know what it's like to need to rely on a grocery store instead of our local forest. Because of this, in my very short lifetime, I spend every free moment advocating for our remaining oak forest, and I shouldn't have to fight so hard for something that is so essential to our community. This project is already affecting our community, so please take the opposition into consideration. Healthy ecosystems bring healthy communities. Let's work together to protect our ecosystems.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Luis Ramirez. I've been sworn. I've been in this country for 4 years to teach Spanish to high school students. I decided to come to California because I think this state is an example for the whole world in the matter of wildlife and preservation. I was very, very happy to being selected to work in Sacramento, and I later realized that this city is called the City of the Trees, which is really cool, I think. And that's why we are here. We are here to try to continue supporting this label and being an example for not just future generation in this country, but in the whole world. I think California is an example for everybody around the globe, and not just in environmental issues, but in other ones. But today we are here to try to preserve this beautiful landscape. So I say no to this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Rick Codina, and I've been sworn. I'm 30 years retired from SMUD. I'm also head of the SMUD Watch team for 350 Sacramento. We've supported SMUD's Zero Carbon Plan, and we've supported all of its local solar and storage projects, those from Desiree and others, except for this one. First, I'd like to point out the elephant that is not in the room. SMUD's not here asking for approval or disapproval of the project. Frankly, it's not their project. They didn't initiate it, and it's not their fight. Some history here. In 2021, the SMUD board approved the Coyote Creek power contract based solely on the attractive financial terms. SMUD never performed due diligence by reviewing the actual site for compliance with its environmental siting criteria. This was an ill-informed decision, which some board members later have regretted. And SMUD is, though, obligated to buy any future power from the project. However, this should not be taken to mean that SMUD would have endorsed Coyote Creek had it known of the clear cutting of the original 4,000 trees and the other desecrations on the site. Nor should we believe that SMUD depends on Coyote Creek to meet its zero carbon goals. SMUD now says the project is not needed for local reliability or gas plant closure. In its latest update, SMUD dropped Coyote Creek from its primary list of expected renewable additions. We don't need to worry about SMUD's ability to make up the difference. I know Desiree and others here have said that SMUD only has 300 megawatts of local solar right now, but that's true, but they are building. They have now 625 megawatts of new solar generation that is being built. They have 560 megawatts of other outside contracts and projects that are already there, and they have 1,575 megawatts of identified projects
Can you please
in
wrap
the
your
development
comments?
pipeline. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Tyler Kircher. I'm with the IBEW. I've been with the IBEW for about 7 years, and I have been sworn in. Coyote Creek means real jobs for local workers. These are good-paying, skilled union jobs that support families right here in Sacramento. These are the kinds of careers that keep people in the middle class. We want work that's safe, reliable, and local, and this project delivers that while creating reliable, clean energy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Greetings. My name is Alan Kilgore, and I have been sworn in. While the project has a lot of very attractive benefits, it also, in the words of your own staff, creates unavoidable significant environmental effects on aesthetics, biological resources, and tribal cultural resources. The FEIR documents inconsistencies with the general plan. For example, the blue oaks and tribal resources. And it also suggests that siting of solar projects, utility-sized solar projects, should be on industrial, manufacturing, or degraded farmlands. This obviously is not a degraded farmland. Also, within the FEIR, alternatives have not been adequately analyzed. The SMUD IRP identifies 6,000 acres that are suitable and easily permitted by the county. These other sites would also produce beneficial jobs and benefits to the economy. I did a very quick and probably wrong estimation that if the project were to buy power at 3 cents, or were to be paid for their power at 3 cents per kilowatt, they would make $24,000 in 4 hours. I wonder if that has something to do with this project being cited here.
PJ Andrews, I've been sworn in. I've lived here my entire life. The destruction of 3,500 mature and old-growth oaks. A 100-year-old oak tree can sequester up to 3 tons of carbon. So 3,500 is the removal of 10,500 tons of carbon sequestration. Mature oak trees sequester around 48 pounds per year, a removal of sequestration of 83 tons of carbon annually by destroying them. One of the last large intact blue oak woodlands left in the lower Sierra foothills, and one of California's most biodiverse ecosystems. And also the fact that the head of Sac Tree is also on the board for the solar project is sketchy and reeks of greenwashing. Per attachment 16, the project does not fully meet the policy's intent to minimize impacts to scenic and cultural resources. I would argue that it also impacts the ability of the area to sequester carbon by intentionally tearing down thousands of oak trees. Those are also cultural, even though we may view them as unimportant or replaceable. Vernal pools, which help refill our aquifers, which have been drastically depleted, will also be destroyed. The fact that the project aligns with grid efficiency goals and avoids high-quality farmland is gross terming. The point beyond our immediate needs should also be the long-term feasibility of those areas to function the way they need to in order to continue sustaining life in this area and this state. It's kind of like when a developer asks to cut down a few trees to make it easier to build new housing. You agree, it's just a few trees after all, and sure, it might make that area less shaded, less comfortable, more expensive to cool, and it may heat the overall area of downtown, but it's just a few trees and we need housing after all. And this is green energy. Folks asking to cut down a few trees to save the environment. After all, sometimes you have to destroy a little bit of the environment in order to save the environment. And rather than thinking smarter about where solar installations happen on already disturbed and developed ground, you want to develop brand new plots where we have to disturb the ground all over again. After all, it's just a few trees, right? And each development like this is just a few trees, and each housing development is just a few trees. And when you plant an acorn that's equivalent to a several hundred-year-old oak, that is significantly contributing to carbon sequestration, right? No, it won't, for 100 years. Sequestration we desperately need.
Can you please
There was
wrap
a
your
finding
comments?
that cultural and biome destruction was unavoidable.
Thank you.
Yes, it is. Don't approve the project and do better going forward.
Thank you.
If we could please have Sophia Benefiel, if you are in one of the hearing rooms or overflow rooms, if you could please come to board chambers.
My name is Will McKee. I've been sworn in. I've been a resident of Sacramento for 32 years, and I'm here with IBW Local 340, talking about the jobs that this will produce. The project is not only an economic driver for the future of sustainability, it is a learning environment where our apprentices get the opportunity to learn on state-of-the-art projects that will help define their careers as electricians. When there's not enough local work, our apprentices sometimes must travel long distances to get their hours. The project keeps that talent and income right here in our local. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Gabrielle Katanik, and I have been sworn. I'm a resident of Sacramento County with a background in natural resources management. I work in agriculture, and on the weekends, I lead guided hikes through Blue Oak woodlands and valley grasslands in the Sutter Buttes. The exact same type of landscape that will be destroyed if the Coyote Creek project moves forward. I want to be clear that I support renewable energy, but the Sacramento County General Plan states that projects should minimize impacts to county resources and be sited on lands with the lowest habitat and open space values in areas with lowest scenic values. Coyote Creek does not meet those criteria. This is one of the most intact Blue Oak and vernal pool landscapes left in the region. And the life expectancy of this project is only 30 years. So we are going to cut down century-old oaks and destroy habitat that will not be able to be restored adequately within our lifetime for just a few decades of energy. Tell the solar developers that they can do better. This just feels like laziness by targeting pristine habitat because it's easier and it's cheaper, but the trade-offs are not worth it to the people of Sacramento. As someone who works and spends so much time on the land, we need to be better stewards than that. Please vote no on Coyote Creek.
Thank you.
My name is Jeff Caesar, and I have been sworn in. Thank you for the opportunity to come up here. I've lived in the area for over 29 years, worked in the area for 20 years, been up and down Scott Road thousands of times, and I'd much rather see this go in than cookie cutter homes. Then you got blacktop roads everywhere, new buildings going up everywhere. This is a much better plan for, what do we all need here? Green energy. That's what everybody keeps talking about. But now that we want to put it in, everybody says you can't find a perfect place for it. There's never going to be a perfect place for it. The oak trees. Everybody's talking about the oak trees. 50 years, a century, 700 years. These oak trees do not last that long. I have property just up the road on Jackson, and probably 20% of the oak trees that are 40, 50 years old, they're dead. They're laying on the ground. They rot from the inside out. So if they're going to go in and rip some old ones out to put new ones that will now grow another 50 years, I'd much rather see that than a bunch of laying timber everywhere going up and down Jackson Highway. And we should be thanking Desiree for coming in and giving us opportunity to do this in our area. No one likes the brownouts. Nobody likes their stuff shut off, and when they do, they're first ones to call SMUD. So I support this 100%. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Nicole Redler. I've been sworn. I am a resident of District 1 in Sacramento County. I see that Governor Newsom recently released an executive order calling for renewable energy products and incentivizing them if they can break ground before July 4th. This project fits that directive exactly. It also aligns with the county's climate action plan and SMUD zero carbon goals. It's the kind of clean energy investment we say we want, so let's move it forward. I'm also thinking about this as a SMUD ratepayer. If construction starts before July 4th, the project keeps access to financial incentives that lower overall costs. If we miss that window, the price of building clean energy only goes up, and the costs eventually hit all of us on our bills. For the sake of our climate goals and our wallets, I urge you to approve this project without delay. Thank you.
Thank you. I was just going to remind you to bring the mics down.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Sophia Benefil. I have been sworn. Thank you for giving the people an opportunity to speak on this today. You have a whole lot of people in this room who are here because they care about Sacramento County, California, and the health of the earth as a whole. I'm a recent graduate with a degree in evolution, ecology, and biodiversity. I also used to campaign for solar energy solutions, and I'm a Sacramento resident and SMUD customer. While greener alternative energy sources are more than necessary, this project would destroy some incredibly sensitive habitats under the false guise of progress. California's old-growth oaks are hosts for some of our most precious species, and we have already lost too many. The scenic corridors, the planting of new trees, these measures are barely a bandage for such a biodiverse landscape, and the damage will be severe. You may see pictures of the land proposed for this project and see areas that supposedly look empty or bare. I used to work in restoration, specifically collecting source-specific native seeds for post-fire restoration projects, and it was in this exact area that I collected some of these seeds. These grasslands and woodlands are host to so many sensitive plant populations. Anybody with a background in biology can tell you that these environments are some of our valley's most fragile ecosystems, and the biodiversity they host is vital. Unfortunately, even with the solar component of this project, this solution isn't green or clean, as you might be made to believe. Alternative energy solutions are not going to be simple, but we cannot sacrifice some of California's most precious and irreplaceable natural resources for a project like this one. There must be another way, and at least another site. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Cerna and members of the board, I'm Susan Batar, and I've been sworn in. I live in Sacramento, and I'm in SMUD service territory. I'm here today to show my support for Coyote Creek. This project is about more than just energy. It's about protecting our air, our land, and our way of life. The partnership with the California Rangeland Trust and the Sacramento Tree Foundation shows a real commitment to stewardship. I served on the board of the Sacramento Tree Foundation for 7 years, and I know the priority they put on using alternative sources of power, especially solar, when we live in the sunny state of California. This project, as it has been mentioned, will save 13,000 trees. This region needs clean, reliable power at a time when the state is pushing hard to meet ambitious carbon reduction goals. This project is not short-term thinking. It's the opposite. It's a plan for future generations. A vote for Coyote Creek is a vote for responsible development that provides an economic benefit for all. I urge the County Board of Supervisors to vote for this important project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Derek Cressman. I live in Land Park, Sacramento, and I have been sworn in. I have had multiple conversations with current and former SMUD staff and current SMUD board members about this project, and I can tell you, if the staff and board had done their job 5 years ago, none of us would be here today. They're good people, but they rushed it, they were sloppy, and they made a mistake in approving this project. Now, the staff have since greatly improved their vetting process for large-scale solar projects like this. They have several others in the pipeline that have approval or no opposition from environmental groups. They will not take 5 years to pass because they're not stupid. And if SMUD needed this project to meet their 2030 goals, you can bet they'd be here today, but they're not. Think about why not. So it falls to you, the county, and I commend you for asking all the right questions. You're doing a great job for a subject that's not in your wheelhouse. Yes, it is pathetic that we have only 2,800 or 28,000 rooftop solar programs or systems in Sacramento County. 20 years ago, SMUD was a national leader on promoting distributed energy, but they reversed course 10 years ago, despite what they tell you in their multi-million-dollar Super Bowl ads. We now have much less distributed energy than PG&E, which is a terrible utility, and other for-profit utilities in California. We have way less community solar than regressive locations like Texas and Florida. So we need to dramatically ramp up our distributed energy. Yes, Mr. Cerner, or Supervisor Cerner, it is slightly more expensive, but still cheaper than fossil fuels. Yes, it is slightly more complicated, and there's great value in that complexity because distributed energy reduces grid congestion. And that is going to be our problem going forward, not supply. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board. I urge the Board of Supervisors to oppose the FEIS solar project. The project should be relocated at some industrial site instead of the proposed site. The FEIS should have included more alternatives. The FEIS only offered slightly scaled-down versions of Alternative 1. The proposed project calls for flattening 2,700 acres and destroying 4,700 150-year-old plus trees, including rare blue oak trees, destroying thousands of acres of native woodlands, destroying critical habitat that will forever change the area, forever. I'm not against solar projects or union jobs. I'm against the location of this project. I have always been against this location. If you want to see what destruction looks like, take a trip down to the Mojave, Tehachapi area and see the miles and miles and miles of solar panels. There's no grazing sheep, there's no birds, there's no grazing anything. It's like a wasteland. Do you want Sacramento to be a wasteland? I urge you to reject this solar project. Vote no. Thank you.
Are you, excuse me, ma'am. We need your name,
I thought
too.
I did that. This is Sherry Stortron, and I've been sworn in.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
This is Ole Stortron, and I have been sworn. I'm against the environmental impact report. I hope you don't approve it. Chapter 13, Transportation and Circulation, does not mention the White Rock Road construction entrance to the project. White Rock Road construction entrance was not added to the FEIR, even after a substantive comment from the California Department of Parks and Recreation referred to that construction area as being hazardous. White Rock Road construction entrance was also missing from the mitigation measure TC3. White Rock Road is a 4-lane expressway with a 55-mile-an-hour speed limit. Vehicles impacting at 55 miles per hour could cause serious injury or death. The only effect on this project that could cause serious injury or death to the general public is out there on White Rock Road if there's an accident. The Environmental Impact Road ignores this. The report. The Environmental Impact Report cares more about the loss of viewshed while driving on Scott Road than it cares for the potential loss of life while driving on White Rock Road. I care about the the potential of the accidents. It might be me. It might be one of my friends. It could be a young mother with a carload of kids going to soccer practice that gets involved in an accident on White Rock Road. Do the Board of Supervisors care that they will be approving a environmental impact report that is so severely flawed and grossly inadequate? Got it in two. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
If we could have Melanie Mosher, Nolan Kirby, Greta Lacine, Haley Huang, and Wyatt Sicer.
Great. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name's Melanie Mosher, and I'm part of the Barton family, and I've been sworn in. I'd like to share a little bit about our family history with you, something that I also shared with the Planning Commission. I come from a long line of pioneers, and I'm a proud descendant of the Donner Party. In 1846, my relatives, Samuel and Rebecca Kybers, set out with the Donner Party, but made a pivotal decision to part from the group in the Sierra Nevadas and take the old trail while the rest of the group met a tragic fate. Nearly 5 months later, by wagon, Samuel and Rebecca arrived safely in Sacramento and were some of the first settlers to Sutter's Fort. Years later, their granddaughter, Weta Kybers, married William Barton, tying us to the Barton Ranch, where our roots have remained for over a century. This has been a place where my family has lived, worked, and celebrated. Upon graduating from Cal Poly, my father, William Mosher, dedicated his entire adult life to working cattle on the Barton Ranch. I grew up just right down the road and spent nearly every weekend of my childhood at the ranch, helping my mom bring lunch to the cowboys. While there, I also had the privilege of talking to my great-aunt Alva Barton and hearing all of her fascinating stories about the olden days, how when her and my great-grandmother were young, they delivered milk by horse and buggy. My family has always worked hard, cared for the land and livestock with pride and determination. Both of my parents have passed away, and as an only child, preserving that legacy means even more to me. My father did everything he could to ensure that the ranch stays together and remains in our family, and I want to do the same for my children. Diversification of solar will financially allow our family to preserve our heritage, continuing our ranching traditions, and expand our commitment to sustainability by farming green energy. That is why myself and my family respectfully ask you to approve the project. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to also call for Nolan Kirby and Greta Lacine.
Layson.
Haley, go ahead. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Haley Huang. I've lived here in Sacramento my whole life, and I have been sworn in. I fully support this project. Coyote Creek is important for Sacramento County's future. We all know we need to move away from fossil fuels. And this project helps us meet the state climate goals while also improving the air quality here at home. At the same time, it provides revenue and for the landowners so the ranch can stay in the family's hands instead of being sold off for development. Please support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to attempt another listing of names so that we get people here in chambers who might be outside in the meeting rooms that are lined up in the stairwell here.
Greta Lacin, the Lorax, Suzanne Collard, Donnie Bursesson, Tom Backner, Lena Motini.
Well, all right. I think the Lorax is up.
I am the Lorax, and I have been sworn. And also, I am the Lorax. I speak for the trees. I speak for the trees because they have no tongue. So I ask you, with my full lungs, do not chop down those blue oaks. They are good for folks. They sink carbon into the land. So find another place for your solar project to stand. Thank you.
Well, that's tough to follow.
Hello, my name is Suzanne Calderd. I'm a member of the Sierra Treasure Hunters Four-Wheel Drive Club. I participate in activities at Prairie City. My co-member, Roger Salazar, the OHV commissioner, OHVMR commissioner, sent a letter opposing this in September. I think you all have received that. It's interesting to me, and I look around the room, that there are two factions that generally you would think would oppose each other, the environmental group and OHV users, and yet we're on the same side on this project. We support renewable energy, we support solar, but not at this location. And I'm interested that SMUD is not here to answer questions or to speak about it, and supposedly this is their project. I don't understand the idea of planting acorns to replace trees. I think that's woefully inadequate, and in my lifetime, I'll never see them become trees. You know, maybe grandchildren would. The before and after renderings showed some bit of what it's going to look like, but it didn't show you what it looks like having panels, like 400,000 solar panels on that project. And I think that's important to see. And I would hope that all of you, each of you, have been to the site physically and walked the land to really see what it looks like. Again, not opposed to renewable energy. I just think that another site is better suited. Please disapprove this project as it is currently planned. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Wyatt. I've been sworn in. Conservation seems to be a problem with this project. Ranchers and farmers are the biggest conservationists of all. We live on the grasses and the land, and we know how it is. I approve this message. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Donnie Burleson, and I have been sworn in. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak and to participate in this process. I live in Wilton. I've served in the Sacramento area as a pastor for the last 39 years. I've known the landowners' families for many years, and I can tell you both from personal relationship as well as pastoral experience that these are people of integrity, stewardship, and they have deep, deep roots in this community. They've cared for this land for generations, long before any of us were worried about clean energy or state mandates. Because of where I live in Wilton, I travel Scott Road a lot and have been able to watch and observe the way the land has been managed over the years. And I've seen firsthand how seriously this family has taken the responsibility to protect it, which has been so proven today by everybody's comments of how wonderful the land is. And that's why when they shared the vision for Coyote Creek Solar Project, it really resonated with me. This project doesn't replace ranch land, it strengthens it. Grazing continues, thousands of oaks are protected, and significant conservation easements will preserve the landscape for the future. What also really has impressed me is how much listening has went into this project. Every concern has been taken seriously. Over the last 5 years, they've worked so hard. Shifting panels, habitat protections have been strengthened, and the team has partnered endlessly with local organizations to make sure that they get this right. That's exactly the kind of thoughtful, respectful approach we expect in rural Sacramento County. So as a pastor, I speak to a lot of people, rub shoulders with a lot of people, hear a lot of different viewpoints, which I've even appreciated today. But I'm here today because I genuinely believe this is the right project for the right land at the right time, and I proudly support CCAR, and I hope you will approve it. It's good for the land, good for our local economy, and good for the long-time future of our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Tom Backer, and I've been sworn. I'm a third generation in the southern Sacramento County. I'm going to echo everything that Donnie said. He said it beautifully. I've seen different projects. There's 3 projects down where I live, and all those projects, they graze sheep in the wintertime under the panels, and it's worked out extremely well. So I do support this project. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Cerna and members of the board. My name is Lena, and I've been sworn in. I am a local wildlife biologist, and I'm strongly opposed to the Coyote Creek Agrivoltaic Ranch project. Per Chapter 6 of the Environmental Impact Report, this project will result in the permanent loss of hundreds of acres of oak woodlands and the removal of over 4,700 trees, 450 of which are protected oak species, and also result in the permanent loss of nesting, foraging, and aquatic habitat for numerous special status species. If you advance this project, you are advancing completely unnecessary habitat destruction. Why is this unnecessary? Because Sacramento is the 8th sunniest city in this entire country. So there's no reason that solar panels cannot generate energy somewhere else here that's not precious, irreplaceable habitat. The modifications made between the draft EIR and the final EIR in response to comments on this project's severe biological impacts are not sufficient, and our native species will suffer. Burrowing owls are a California Endangered Species Act state candidate documented on site during project surveys, and they will permanently lose 1,064 acres of nesting and foraging habitat. Swainson's hawks are a state threatened species documented on site during project surveys, and they will permanently lose 1,202 acres of nesting and foraging habitat. Other protected species, including tricolored blackbirds, western spadefoot toads, vernal pool invertebrates, the northwestern pond turtle, golden eagles, and bald eagles will lose habitat if you choose to advance this project against the wishes of Sacramento residents and the local scientific community. Sacramento County, please do the right thing and do not advance this project.
Thank you.
Dan Piskowski, I've been sworn in, and I promise not to swear. I'm a degreed arborist who has lived and worked in Sacramento for the past 35 years. I was a Sacramento City arborist for almost 30 years. And what's been going on for the last almost decade is we're cutting down more trees now than ever before. We're in a climate crisis, and we know it's here, and we're cutting down more trees. And this is just another example of what's going on. I have a question. The question we should be asking is, how much oxygen do these solar panels give us? Zero. Zero. American Lung Association State of the Air Report 2024, the worst polluted cities in the United States. Sacramento, number 7 for ozone. Sacramento, number 7 for round particle pollution. Sacramento, number 9 for small particle pollution. Our air quality is poor, and we should not be cutting down any trees. Another thing about the report, if you look at it, when arborists look at trees, the report says almost 50% of these trees are in poor condition. Well, what they're doing is they're looking at it as a cultivated tree. These are natural trees. They've never been professionally pruned. They do anything, and so they're rating them poor. Oh, they have limb split outs. They have this and that. Well, because they're naturalized trees, and you should not be misled by the arborist report saying that 50% of the trees are in poor condition. Now, granted, there's 532, I think, that are dead, so just pull those off the table. We don't have to count those. But on the mitigation, too, it's about leaf surface area, and the analysis is flawed. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Paula Sugarman, Dr. Glenn Holstein, Lauren Brand, Noah Painter, Bill Brighton. So Marnie, you can go ahead. Marnie, come on down.
Hi, my name is Marnie Filling. I've been sworn. I'm a biologist and author who was born and raised here in Sacramento. Thank you for letting me speak. The scientific evidence for global warming is unequivocal, and human activity is the principal cause. Much of the greenhouse gas emissions driving climate change come from burning gas, oil, and coal for heat and energy. It's a vicious cycle because as we mine, drill, and log to get those fossil fuels, we disrupt the very environment that acts as a carbon sink, absorbs water from weather events, cools the planet, and keeps our air and water clean, all services that our environment provides for free. Climate mitigation is achieved by 1, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, 2, expanding the use of renewable energy, and 3, increasing carbon sequestration capacity by restoring degraded land and conserving protected lands. In the face of climate change, California has been leading the way by setting ambitious goals to reduce emissions and developing clean energy sources and technology, but the Coyote Creek project violates Part 3, conserving land. By excavating over 1,300 acres of natural habitat, removing thousands of oak trees, and fragmenting and disturbing vernal pools and grassland habitats, we're not only releasing all the carbon stored in the trees, plants, and soil, but we're losing one of our remaining intact and truly unique environments. The site was chosen out of convenience, but at what cost? If the goal is to achieve a reduction in greenhouse gases, destroying this piece of land is not the way. Roofs, old shopping malls, parking lots, or industrial areas would be more appropriate and would give us a net gain instead of a net loss. Our threatened remaining environments in California are part of what make us special. Achieve a reduction in greenhouse gases, destroying this piece of land is, let's see, our threatened and remaining environments in California are part of what make us special and what help us maintain healthy people, communities, and a healthy planet. Let's be leaders and models for others instead of ruining part of the healthy planet to build green energy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Glenn Holstein, environmental planner, professional, a member of the boards of 2 environmental groups, and a doctorate from UC Davis. As we are, I think, are aware, the demand for electricity is growing fast with electrifying the transportation system, new data centers for the AI economy, and there's also an increased demand for solar. But the problem with solar is, of all these sources of energy, it takes up the most land for the amount of energy it produces. And that's really important here where we are in the Sacramento County, because Sacramento County is one of the most urbanized of all counties in California. And of all of the 58, it's the county with the almost entirely only in the Central Valley. And the World Wildlife Foundation has emphasized that of all ecoregions in the United States, the Central Valley is the one that is most impacted by change. And as a result, any habitat that is left in the Sacramento Valley is particularly precious. You're not going to get any more of it. For example, these trees that are talked about as being cut, like they can be moved anywhere. Well, they can't be moved anywhere because they're associated with a particular geological formation, Jurassic metavolcanic rocks that are only in a limited area, and that's where our blue oak forests are. You try to move those trees somewhere else, they may survive for a little bit, but they'll never flourish like they do in their natural habitat. You know, there's a real emphasis on solar, but the problem is solar produces more destruction of farmland and habitat than it produces in the way of energy. It's not the solution to climate mitigation. In fact, it's one of the reasons that climate mitigation on a worldwide basis is failing. There need to be better solutions. This is a poor one. It's out of date.
Can you please wrap your comments?
And
Thank
I
you,
guess my
Doctor.
time is up, but I think I made the point. This is a bad idea.
Thank you.
Put it down. Thanks.
And Madam Clerk, will you ask the good doctor that he tell us he's been sworn, please?
Oh,
You've been sworn, correct? You've been sworn.
State for the record you've been sworn. State for the record that you've been sworn. State for the record.
Oh, yes, I've been sworn, yes.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thanks. Any questions, by the way?
No, you're good. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm
Good evening.
Lauren Brandon. I have been sworn. We share the urgent goal of a zero carbon future, but the Coyote Creek project is a tragic misstep. It is greenwashing, trading permanent destruction for temporary gain. Indigenous communities have stewarded this land for millennia, and we have an ethical duty to honor that legacy. This is not vacant land. It is one of the last intact blue oak woodlands in the lower foothills. The destruction proposed is permanent. When old-growth trees are removed, the science confirms that soil quality rapidly dies, regardless of really well-intentioned new planting efforts. This is an industrial conversion, leaving a permanent scar well beyond the 30-year time span that's been talked about. This ecosystem provides free, vital services. The wetlands and oaks filter our water, recharge our groundwater, and mitigate the heat island effect. And if you destroy this natural infrastructure, taxpayers are going to end up paying millions to build engineered systems to replace what nature can currently do for free. Beyond this, there's the human cost. In a time of rising anxiety and depression, access to high-quality nature is critical for public health. Studies prove that access to high biodiversity areas like these oak woodlands significantly reduces depression and stress. The choice is not solar or no solar. It is environmentally destructive solar or responsible solar. A more equitable solution is to mandate distributed generation on the land that we have already irreversibly disturbed. I urge you to choose true long-term sustainability because this irreversible destruction is not necessary to meet SMUD's goals. And we all want a green future, but I also feel curious as to why SMUD is not here today. Reject this project and please protect the integrity of our nature and our community's mental health. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Noah Painter on behalf of NECA, National Electrical Contractors Association, IBW Local 340. We're here in strong support and ask your support for this project. Just to follow up on the woman that spoke before me, we could place solar and renewables on every rooftop in this county and still not meet our goals. We need to have large-scale commercial solar. And what is great about this project is the developer spent a considerable amount of time listening to the community, hearing feedback, and taking that into consideration by iteratively changing the development. What we've seen from them is a commitment on labor standards and making sure that they're going to take a high road approach, ensuring that there are going to be people that work on this project that are paid health care, retirement security in their pensions, and also paid union scale. So again, we ask for your strong support for this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, and I've been sworn.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Bill Bratton, and I have been sworn. I am a California registered civil engineer and have been a resident of Sacramento County since 1994. As others have asked here today, I also urge you to reject or pause approval of the Coyote Creek project as currently proposed, primarily due to the plan to remove up to 3,500 mature blue oaks and the last major stand of these oaks remaining in our county. These trees are a living carbon sequestration infrastructure and critical wildlife habitat. Their loss would be irreversible. SMUD reportedly entered into its power purchase agreement after being told the site was bare rocky ground and was not informed of the thousands of blue oaks present. The board should not approve a project that resulted from that misinformation. Removing large numbers of mature oaks to construct a clean energy project effectively moves us backwards on climate change as these projects are meant to advance. No one here is opposing renewable energy. What we are asking is that the county follow its own renewable siting policies. The general plan already tells us in PF 78 where large renewable projects should go. And the highest level habitat, such as mature oak woodlands, is not on that list. In fact, oak woodlands are specifically included in PF 69's list of where these projects should not go. Even a modest fraction of the disturbed areas in PF 78, such as Browns fields, industrial parcels, parking lots, and rooftops, are enough for thousands of megawatts of solar energy without destroying sensitive habitat. So the question before you is not whether we should build renewable energy. Of course we should. The question is whether we should build it in mature oak woodlands your own general plan directs you to avoid. Approving a project in this location that should be avoided. Please protect our very few remaining blue oaks and
Mr. Bratton, can you please
on a
wrap your
project
comments?
aligning with the with the county's renewable energy siting policies.
Thank you, Mr. Bratton. We'll call next to speak Stephanie Padu, Adrian Hadagi, Mac, Lupe Sakaloa, and John Reardon. If you could please line up in the middle stairs.
Good evening. My name is Frances Macias Salazar, and I am a resident of Sacramento County and a member of 350 Sacramento. I have been sworn in. I am urging the board to please reconsider the construction of the Coyote Creek Solar Project. As a historian of California, I find it incredibly disgraceful that Sacramento County is still continuing to desecrate the natural and tribal cultural resources of the indigenous people of this land. As one of your speakers stated earlier today, to remove the oak woodlands, vernal pools, and native fauna of Coyote Creek would be to continue the genocide of Native peoples, and I agree with their statement. Renewable solar energy should not come at the expense of irreplaceable flora and fauna or indigenous cultural resources. I urge you to fight for the remaining old-growth woodlands and native biodiversity that remains in Sacramento County. I urge you to vote no on the Coyote Creek project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Stephanie Padu. I'm a Sacramento resident, and I have been sworn. The outcome of this vote will tell us who is for personal gain and who is for public good. How do I know this? Because the only way that Coyote Creek project makes sense is to enrich a small, greedy few. I am a mom, a science enthusiast, and I think about things in life cycles. I'm a big fan of clean, renewable energy where it makes sense. This project makes no sense at all, unless you're a greedy stakeholder. From a life cycle perspective, solar makes sense on rooftops, parking lot canopies, shielding us from intense Sacramento summers. There it helps and not harms. The only group that sees the downsides are the investors who would have a share of would have to share profits with people. Meanwhile, we have no downside. This and similar projects harm all of us. Not in 100 years, it will harm us immediately. When we lose 3,493 old oak trees that aren't holding the soil together, aren't absorbing rainwater from our now constant atmospheric rivers that we have every season, when there are fewer birds to eat the mosquitoes that already plague us, and this desecrates sacred land. This will harm us in 5 years as insurance companies continue to take away flood and fire insurance from county residents due to high risk. It will hurt us in 10 years, contributing to the extinction of vital species that's currently 70% extinct, leading to the loss of fish and birds and bugs that are out of control. This will hurt us in under 35 years when our land may no longer support the agriculture that keeps us the farm to fork region. We will lose our future if the leaders listen to wolves in sheep's clothing. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Adrian Howdigi. I'm here to urge vote no. I've also been sworn in. This project proposes 1,200 acres of vital woodland habitat to be destroyed. That's habitat for endemic species, species that are threatened, that'll soon be endangered if this project came to fruition. That's vernal pools and over at least 3,500 native California oaks. I've seen estimates as high as 4,700. Old growth habitat can't simply be replaced. Once it's gone, it's hard to come back. Once a species becomes extinct, there's no coming back. It is the heritage of centuries of survival that we're talking about, and destroying it would be a debt too deep for us to repay. I urge you, please vote no. Thank you.
Hello, I have sworn in. My name is Lupe Socolo. Yeah, that was misspelled. I am a seasonal that has grown up in the Sacramento region. My experience includes like logging, forestry, wildfire, rangeland management, all the fun stuff that a seasonal does. And I'm here to talk about the forestry side of this project. I noticed that when we talked about it, like we bring up the blue oaks, but in terms of like replanting, it's going to be really difficult because essentially blue oaks are like notoriously slow growing. So like you see, you know, like when I logged, I can like replant some conifers and I have a good timeline. Like what we replant will not be seen in my lifetime. And I find that really sad because this is some of the last blue oak intact woodlands in the state. And I just find that really sad. And then in terms of replanting, I noticed that the consultants kind of like emphasize that like Sac Trees is going to take acorns from like the other oaks in the area and replant that, and they kind of like made a big deal, which is like, that's great and all, but that's just typical forestry practice. So what I'm just simply asking for is to keep these blue oaks intact, because I mean, a loss of like 3,500, that is going to be very severe. As we know, land managers in California are struggling with oak woodlands, just trying to keep their oak woodlands healthy, because unfortunately, in the last several years, we have the golden beetle, which is invasive from the Mediterranean, and once it gets in your tree is gone. We also have sudden oak disease, which has been on the radar for a while, but unfortunately, besides removing bay laurel, we don't have any cures. So I urge the county to please just preserve the oak woodlands. Please don't cut 3,500 trees. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think I want to begin with a shout out to folks like Sac Food Forest and others for mobilizing this community and keeping them informed. And power to the people who came into this space today, especially if it's your first time. Never stop speaking truth to power. Good afternoon, board. As you all know, my name is Mac, and you know me from my work as a community organizer and co-founder of orgs like Decarcerate Sacramento, the Sacramento Valley Tenants Union, and more. These days, I still do that, but I'm also a consultant and an artist. I'm happy to be standing in this room today full of your constituents, and we haven't sat together like this since we started fighting jail expansions years ago. I want to say that I know that we are all hoping to meet our climate action plan together, and we're all here surviving capitalism together. But that if this project had really done robust outreach on this issue, this many voices and experts opposing this item wouldn't even be here today. I want to go to the project analysis and project alignments. 7 criteria were listed. 2 of 7 aligned, 3 of 7 partially aligned, 2 of 7 did not at all. So that means 5/7 of your project are not in alignment with our community general plan, and destruction of scenic resources and tribal land, including native burial sites, should not be in our values. We already can't afford to cut 40 acres of trees, knowing that they actually like clean the air in Sacramento with some of the worst air qualities in the country. I think I would much rather bring the experts in this room together to come up with a plan that includes rooftops and parking lots and battery storage facilities and therefore good union jobs. A plan that includes saving a family's farm and combats housing and industrial development and brings back the fog to save all those oak trees and allow them to live longer than the 50 years. I believe that everyone together in this room could do that together with their expertise and their power. Finally, as always, I believe that we can do better, and it just requires you to do better. It requires you to be more intentional and go slower, and making sure that you include all the experts, I will be done, that you have at your disposal living in this community.
Ma'am, can you
You
please
should be
wrap
so
your
impressed by
comments?
the organic expertise that entered this room and gave you their leadership today.
Thank you, Mac. Thank you.
I will end with, here's to going back to being the city of trees.
Thank you.
I have
Thank
been
you.
sworn.
Thank you.
So if we could have Jose Preciado, Chris Bennett, Amanda Bartel, Amy Killig, Jolene Arnold to please stand and make your way down to give public comment.
Hi, my name's John Reardon. I'm with IBW Local 340. I've been sworn. I'm here in support of the Coyote Creek Solar Project. This is a long-term investment in Sacramento's future. It creates jobs now and clean power for decades. It's going to create jobs local for local apprentices and journeymen so they don't have to drive down to the Bay Area or further down up to Reno, areas like that. It's the kind of project that helps our community grow in a responsible, forward-thinking way. The project creates clean energy while maintaining farmland and combining it with solar. It protects open space while allowing it to be productive. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, I am Jose Preciado. This entire night I've been hearing about people's past and their heritage and how everything's been going. I absolutely love the proposal from the representative right here with the bow tie. Absolutely rocking it. But I do not agree with the placement of what it's going to be doing. As so many people have said that the trees are not going to be coming back in my lifetime. 180 years possibly until everything comes back and it's back to where it is supposed to be. And I know that, you know, the pioneers came here and the lady gave her testimonium how amazing her family is going to be growing. Myself, you know, I have two sides. I was born and raised by Native American women, and my grandfather was a Nazi, Jewish on my mom's side, and I think it is absolutely terrible what they're going to be doing to this land right here. I know on the interstate, when you're going to be taking an exit or when you're going to be going into the highway, you can most definitely set up solar panels right there. It's already concreted land. You can most definitely set up a very stable post where you can go ahead and do this throughout the entire highway, I-5, 99. And I'm sure from SMUD or even some of these representatives, their companies would be very glad to be going ahead and putting their stamp in a place that's not going to be taking away trees from the California native system. So I think even on like their side, it would be great to go ahead and promote if they just set up somewhere else along the highways, you know, maybe on the side guard to where they would be able to put these places to where people would be able to see their company logo and they would be like, hey, you know, we did this instead of ruining the ecosystem. And I just feel like that would be both a win for, you know, the natives of California, which you up on the board now are, and for the company, which does want to make money. You know, you can have sweet and sour. That's why sweet and sour pork or chicken is on the menu. That is my time. Thank you.
Thank you. And I assume our previous speaker was sworn. Yes. Okay.
Hi there. My name is Chris Bennett. Can you hear me okay? I'm running for Congress in the 3rd District, and I have been sworn. I'd just like to reiterate some of the points that people made today. One is that it takes at least 40 years to grow to maturity for an oak tree that is planted as an acorn. Now, the lifeline of this project is only 35 years before it gets decommissioned, which means that the 7 years that they're going to be observing these acorns that are planted is completely insufficient. The people that are going to be living here are not going to see the results of this regrowth, and 50% of trees that are planted don't even make it to maturity in the first place. So a one-for-one planting of acorns to mature trees is just not sufficient. First off, next, we have 22 different data centers in the area, with more being built every day in order to fuel AI slop, and we're on the brink of an AI bubble popping. Now, a lot of people have heard reduce, reuse, recycle, but they don't realize that's supposed to be in order. You're supposed to reduce, then reuse, then recycle. So maybe if we stop promoting AI slop and burning up a lot of energy, then we have less of an impact and we don't need to build as much. Another thing, it's easy to make promises, but we have no guarantees that these things are actually going to go through. For example, I say, all right, I'm going to destroy your vehicle recreation area, and I promise we'll build one eventually. But we don't know what that's going to look like or how long it will take. We also don't know that these trees will ever reach fruition. Another big thing about the canopies is that they reduce the local ambient temperature, and they also have large ecosystems that they support. So you're actually going to be making greenhouse gas emissions worse, and you're going to be increasing the heat of the environment. I think some other things to point out is that I noticed on the website and on some of these documents, it said we've consulted with many of the local tribes in the area. And one of the people, the very first person who spoke, basically said that they were ignored. So if I come to your house and say, I'm going to burn down your house, and then I put on my website that I consulted with you and use that as justification to burn it down anyway. I don't think that's really sufficient. So, long story short, I think that you should find a new place to build this solar plant because it doesn't make sense as presented.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Amanda Bartel, and I have been sworn. I'm an environmental scientist for the state of California and a member of CAPS UAW 1115. There are significant concerns over the manner in which this project was approved by SMUD. Obviously, they're not here, and that's concerning for many of us. Approving this project as it stands will continue to erode public trust in our government's ability to lead us through the climate crisis. And having been in other rooms that look like this recently, I know that it would mean that you all would assume some of the resentment that is reserved for them. We all know that there is scientific consensus that we are racing towards complete climate collapse. But did we all know that the best available climate data shows that we will begin suffering some of the most severe consequences of our failure in the coming few decades? Within the lifetime of this project, within my lifetime, within many of the lifetimes of many people in this room, I hope that timeline holds weight. Revegetating sounds great, but we simply don't have the time available to revegetate fully grown oak trees that are providing this habitat. Should development be proposed here at a future date, many of us are prepared to fight that too. As a union member and a professional scientific labor organization, I fully support the need to meet our climate goals and reach carbon neutrality by way of green energy projects, particularly those utilizing high-paying union labor. However, we cannot do that by destroying the ecosystems that we're claiming to protect. I also deeply empathize with the ranchers who seem to sincerely care about conservation. But what I'm hearing is that it sounds like they would otherwise love to conserve all of this land if money were not the problem. And I think that proves the entire point that a lot of us are trying to make here. This is about money. I hope they consider also what the indigenous people who steward that land before them would prefer for them to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Amy, and I have been sworn in. Floods, fires, droughts, hurricanes, coral reefs dying, biodiversity collapse, all because we put too much carbon into the atmosphere. Everyone focuses on emissions from fossil fuel, but that is only part of the equation. You could plaster solar panels in every corner of the state, but unless you sequester carbon, the horrible consequences of our emissions will only get worse. Carbon is stored in the soil by native trees, shrubs, and grasses that evolved with the microbes in the soil. This is part of the reason for the 30 by 30 project that the state of California has been implementing to protect 30% of California's wildlands by the year 2030. As we speak, the state has been spending millions of dollars on satellite imagery to measure tree and vegetation to get an idea of how much carbon is currently being stored. A 200-year-old blue oak tree sequesters 4.6 metric tons of carbon a year, just one. A designation of grazing land by the state in relation to farming is not a measure of biodiversity and carbon capture capability. This project is not about climate change if you destroy the carbon sequestration capability of this land. Not to mention that tree species are a keystone species. Keystone because they host over 300 moth and butterfly species, meaning their caterpillars evolved to feed on the oak trees. So you'll be killing generations of wild birds and insects contributing to biodiversity collapse, not to mention the vernal pools. Personally, I would love to park under a solar panel in the middle of summer in a parking lot, put solar panels in every commercial building. There's plenty of options. Restore native wildlands, sequester carbon. That creates moisture. And if you're not thinking that way, you're just part of the problem. Be problem solvers.
Thank you.
My name is Joellen Arnold, and I have been sworn.
I'm a proud supporter and recipient of SMUD's Greenergy Power, pay extra for green power every month. However, I'm here to speak for protection of the blue oak woodlands, creeks, and grasslands which will be lost to this project if it's approved. I'm here to speak for the native creatures and plants of this area, particularly the bats. I work with NorCal Bats, caring for injured and orphaned bats and educating the public about bats. Bats are what I know. Many of Northern California's 17 bat species live and forage in the area proposed for development. California's state bat, the amazing pallid bat, forages in the grasslands for large invertebrates and roosts in tree hollows in old blue oaks. Hoary bats and red bats roost in the tree canopies and hunt moths and beetles in flight amongst the trees. The tiny canyon bat and several myota species forage for insects and roost in tree cavities and under the bark of mature blue oaks, as does the larger big brown bat. For the bats who depend on mature oaks and even on the dead and dying oaks, and for every other native inhabitant of the habitat to be disturbed, please do not approve this project.
Thank you.
I believe we have a 15-minute block for our group, the coalition.
How many speakers are you representing?
We retired 7 or 8.
Okay. You don't have to use the full 15 minutes.
Certainly, we don't have to. I know you've listened to a lot already, so thank you for your attention to our comments as well.
So just please do make sure to state your name and that you've been sworn.
Yes, we have all been sworn in collectively. My name is Rose Wynn. Good to see you all again. I'm the Natural Resources Consultant for California Four-Wheel Drive Association, and I'm also speaking tonight in representation of not only Cal Four-Wheel, but the American Motorcycle Association District 36, the Motorcycle Industry Council, the American Sand Association, and Blue Ribbon Coalition. Collectively, our organizations represent hundreds of thousands of off-highway vehicle recreationists, including tens of thousands that utilize Prairie City SVRA on a regular, ongoing basis. You might have noticed that the first PowerPoint submitted by Desiree for their presentation today included the California State Parks logo on the title slide as a project sponsor, and that was later removed in their updated presentation because California State Parks is not a sponsor of this project, nor is Prairie City SVRA, nor is the OHV community of users of Prairie City SVRA. You've received comment letters from our organizations, which I hope that you've taken time to review comprehensively, and we call your attention to the fact that the final EIR for this project is fatally flawed, legally, procedurally, and substantively. Despite thousands of pages of documentation, the FEIR still fails to meet the minimum standards of CEQA, Public Resource Code, the California Endangered Species Act, and your own Sacramento County Planning and Zoning Code. These failures are not minor clerical issues. They strike at the core of environmental review and make this FEIR impossible for you to certify responsibly. First, the FEIR consistently misrepresents and understates impacts to Prairie City, which is one of the most heavily used and economically productive OHV parks in California. Prairie City draws over 100,000 visitors each year and generates $59 million annually in economic output. That far exceeds the revenue claimed by the solar project. Prairie City provides Sacramento County with $9 million revenue in annual tax revenue alone. Desiree claimed that this project will generate $67 million in tax revenue over a 20-year period, while Prairie City contributes 3 times that amount, $180 million in that same 20-year period. Assuming the giant if that Prairie City does not plummet in use as anticipated as a result of an industrial-scale solar development being put in exactly next door. Prairie City employs 385 permanent jobs. While this project will bring in a temporary surge of brief construction-oriented jobs, their permanent jobs will be fewer than 10, the majority of which are for cleaning and maintenance of the panels. So you have a handful of jobs that are permanent for ongoing use of this solar project. Again, if Prairie City does not plummet in use, the comparison of valuable jobs versus what already exists contributing to Sacramento County economy are not comparable. Second, the FEIR still fails to address encroachment into Prairie City SVRA and the requirements of the Off-Highway Vehicle Motor Vehicle Recreation Act Adjacent development that impairs recreation quality, public safety, wildlife management, or even event operations is expressly prohibited under Public Resource Code 5090.24. Yet the county never consulted with the OHMVR Commission, never held a legally required public hearing, and never evaluated the consistency of the project with the Prairie City Wildlife Habitat Protection Plan or the final adopted version of the Roads and Trails Management Plan. These omissions constitute direct statutory violations. They are not merely discretionary oversights. Third, the FEIR does not disclose or mitigate severe traffic and public safety hazards created by the use of White Rock Road and the Prairie City entrance as construction access routes. This is a 55-mile-per-hour divided expressway that's used daily by families hauling trailers, children attending riding classes, and thousands of event spectators. The FEIR acknowledges none of this. It ignores documented turning radius problems, sight distance hazards, queuing conflicts, and the cumulative risk of thousands of haul truck trips that are mixing with SVR ingress and egress. This violates CEQA's basic requirements to analyze foreseeable public safety risks. The mitigation measure offered is unenforceable, it's deferred, and it doesn't even include White Rock Road as the access point, which is the primary road that will bear the heaviest load of construction traffic and represents the highest ongoing conflict with recreationists at Prairie City SVRA. Fourth, the project's so-called agreements with Prairie City are entirely unenforceable. Statements in the FEIR and reiterated today that the developer will contribute over $2 million to the park are merely promises in good faith. They are not conditions of approval, they are not written into the use permit, and they are not bound by project successors if Desiree were to sell the project, which is common for renewable energy projects. The FEIR repeatedly states that the county understands and the applicant intends to make contributions, but intent is not mitigation. CEQA requires enforceable performance standards, binding conditions, and a clear mechanism to ensure successor liability. This project has none of that. Fifth, the FEIR contains significant new information that was never recirculated, including new dust analysis, new glare assessments, new coordination claims with state parks, new access route information, and a myriad of other new mitigation measures. CEQA is unequivocal. When new information is added that deprives the public of meaningful review, the EIR must be recirculated. Here, whole sections of the FEIR were rewritten that the DEIR comment period closed, and yet the public never had an opportunity to comment. This is one of the clear CEQA violations in the entire record. Finally, the FEIR fails to provide a stable, accurate, and complete environmental baseline. It ignores whole wildlife corridor disruptions. It omits the final road and trails plan. It mischaracterizes Prairie City operations, contradicts state parks' own comments that were submitted on the project, and bases its mitigation on future plans rather than enforceable requirements. The legal precedent is clear. Courts have thrown out EIRs like this for far, far less in violation. So for all of these reasons, legal, procedural, scientific, and practical, the county cannot in good conscience nor in good legal standing certify this FEIR. Doing so will expose the county to litigation, threaten the long-term viability of Prairie City SVRA, compromise public safety, and undermine the very credibility of Sacramento County's environmental review process. So we asked the board to deny certification of the FEIR and deny approval of this project until it is legally compliant, recirculated, and prepared that fully addresses all of the deficiencies that we've noted and protects public lands and communities whom you have been elected to represent and protect. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Brendan Wills. I'm the Conservation Program Coordinator for the California Native Plant Society State Office. I have been sworn. The narrow ribbons of undeveloped acres on the project site will be so fragmented by the solar development that they will have little habitat value. They are narrower than the minimum width that CDFW recommends for habitat connectivity, let alone usable habitat. The heat islands from the panels may doom the preserved trees. These preserved lands will not contribute to the conservation goals of the South Sacramento Habitat Conservation Plan. Despite proposed mitigation, there will be net loss of oak canopy. Blue oaks are one of California's slowest growing oak species. This tree is 3 years old. Any trees surviving to the end of the 7-year term of mitigation wouldn't be much more than a foot tall. The trees on the project site very well may be some of the largest documented blue oaks in the state. Please see the overhead if you're able to. The Gathering Growth Foundation has identified some of the largest oak trees of several species across the nation. Their champion blue oak is 46.5 inches in diameter. We estimate this could be as much as 600 years old. There are 38 trees proposed for the removal in the arborist's report that are larger than the tree in this picture. The largest tree proposed for removal is 67 inches in diameter. This could be close to 900 years old. There are nearly 1,800 heritage oaks 16 inches in diameter or larger, approximately 200 years old. There are 200 blue oaks over 3 feet in diameter, approximately 500-year ballpark. Outside of blue oaks, there's a 75-inch diameter valley oak, an 81-inch cottonwood tree, all proposed for removal.
Good evening. My name's Kim Delfino, and I have been sworn. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I urge you to reject the Coyote project, not because I oppose renewable energy. In fact, I've worked for many years in favor and trying to move renewable energy forward, but because we can and should do better than the projects that is currently before you. Chairman Cerna, you asked the question at the beginning of this. You said, if the project is rejected, what will be forfeit? But the question should really be asked, what will be lost if this project is approved? As you've heard, the Barton Ranch has the last best intact rare oak woodland in the county, with some of the biggest and oldest oaks in the valley, if not the state. Instead of destroying and fragmenting what the family has stewarded for so long, a viable economic alternative would be to secure a conservation easement over the entirety of the project site that could be worth at least $20 million. Not only does this project destroy old growth, but its mitigation is flawed. A sapling cannot replace old growth. And even if every planted sapling survives, and they won't, it would take generations for them to provide the ecological values that would be lost. This kind of mitigation isn't just uncertain, unenforceable, and ecologically ineffective. It is, quite frankly, wishful thinking. This project also violates the county's longstanding policies to protect its remaining oak woodlands and to prioritize renewable energy on disturbed and degraded lands, not some of the most ecologically intact lands left. Approving Coyote Solar would signal that the county's policies are merely optional and not guiding principles. Rejecting Coyote Solar sends a clear message that Sacramento County will pursue renewable energy responsibly and not recklessly.
Good evening. My name is Sophia Markowska, and I'm here on behalf of Defenders of Wildlife, and I've been sworn in. The developer's presentation highlighted the Slough House Solar project as an example of how solar panels can follow the terrain. This comparison is misleading. Slough House is a fundamentally different site, relatively flat with minimal topography and far fewer biological constraints. In fact, Defenders of Wildlife supported the Slough House project as it demonstrated what responsible renewable energy siting looks like. Coyote Creek is opposite, an inappropriate site with high-level habitat and rolling hills. Additionally, this project greatly threatens access for those of us with disability to access to nature. As a Sacramento resident and as someone with disabilities, I rely on local, accessible outdoor spaces. Prairie City is one of the few places locally where people with disabilities can experience true nature and outdoor recreation, not an experience next to industrial use. The recently approved road and trail management plan that adds dedicated accessible camping areas and provides a rare opportunity for disabled people to enjoy nature together with their families. Coyote Creek's scale and incompatibility jeopardizes both existing and planned ADA facilities and therefore threatens the ability for those of us who are disabled to recreate in nature. For many of us with disabilities, losing this space is simply unacceptable. For those reasons, I respectfully urge you to deny the certification of the FEIR and to deny approval of the Coyote Creek project. I've also provided copies of comments from 100 local defenders, members, and supporters who oppose this project. Thank you.
Sean Worth, Sierra Club, sworn. I wanted to first note that it's a false flag to say that residential communities will spring up like weeds if this project doesn't come through. That'll be decades down the line. We were very interested to see what true mitigation looked like in the description provided by the Sacramento Tree Foundation. So in that effort, I did a bit of research, found out they did a tree planting out at the Deer Creek Hills. They had an open hike day 2 weekends ago. I went out there to take a look myself. I asked the docent, could you please direct me to the location for where these plantings are? I went there. I was hoping to see beautiful trees, many beautiful trees, because we're relying upon these plantings to make up for the temporal loss of these oak woodlands. What I found was basically big empty grids, lots of dead trees, turned over tree sleeves, 80% mortality rate after 3 years. I want to work with the county going forward because that's a big concern, if that's your acceptable tree mitigation levels. I want to leave you with an image that's really stuck with me and haunted me. And it's an image of these folks that are volunteers to the Tree Foundation walking out there with their buckets to collect these acorns for these new trees. Were these guys told that their president of the board is also the high-paid consultant for this project? Were they informed that the greenwashing could help this project get approved? Were they told that some of those acorns in that bucket came from trees that are as old as Shakespeare, if not older? Were they given any Shakespeare quotes? I don't think so, but had I been there, I would have suggested, and this our life, exempt from public haunts, finds tongues in trees, books in the running brooks, sermons in stones, and good in everything. So with all the information they were given, edified by this quote, did they feel the tragedy of their unknowing participation in the silencing of these ancient remnants of a bygone era of bards who spoke the truth to the generations that would follow, or the profound sadness and the realization that science, climate change, drought, wildfire, and all the vicissitudes of an unbound world unveiling to them that a new generation will not grow to replace the ancient ones lost because of this project? Silence will be the only harvest when the tongues are ripped from these trees, and in that silence, everything will not be good.
Thank you.
And that will be our legacy.
Thank you.
My name is Barbara Washburn, and I've been sworn. I am a member of Third Act Sacramento. I was also a board member of the Slough House Resource Conservation District for 6 years, so worked closely with one member of the family that owns the Barton Ranch. Having worked with farmers on the Slough House board and lived in Wilton for over 25 years, I know that they are an independent bunch. They make a multitude of decisions on a regular basis that affect the success of their business, including what is the best use of their land. But the interests of ranchers must be balanced with the interest of the public. There is no denying that a massive project like Coyote Creek does not belong in one of the few remaining blue oak woodlands in the county. The proposed project would destroy thousands of blue oaks, as others have spoken to eloquently, and the habitat they provide, as well as cultural resources, recreational opportunities, and, in my view, the most scenic road in the county. We think the supervisors should reject this project. We believe there is a less environmentally damaging alternative that will meet the goals of the ranchers and the energy needs of SMUD. The next several speakers will address the elements of such an approach that downsizes and reconfigures the project so it complies with the resource conservation area in the general plan, takes advantage of available state funding for ranch land preservation, and meets SMUD's energy goals. It's presented an overview in this handout, which I think all of you should have. We hope you will recognize the reasonableness of this approach and refuse to move forward with the destruction of precious county resources. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chair and Supervisors. I'm Steve Schweigert, and I've been sworn. I work with local landowners who are interested in conserving their lands. The project supporters continue to use a boogeyman in this case of residential development sprouting on this property. You should be aware that the state purchased an easement over the northern 1,000 acres of the property in 2005 that specifically prohibits residential development. It does not prohibit a solar farm or any other use of the property, but there won't be any houses while Prairie City exists. The other thing is that this property is outside the urban service boundary, and Planning Director Smith already went through the challenges that would be involved, since that is a permanent boundary, at least in theory. There is a great conservation option for this property, and the property owners say that they need some help to make their ranch viable. As I mentioned, they were purchased a easement by Prairie City in 2005 that was worth $3.4 million, so they did receive that funding. And conservation easements in this area are currently appraising at $10,000 per acre. We just there was a press release today for property, just 2 properties south of this, which appraised for that amount, and we were awarded a sustainable ag land conservation easement from the State Department of Conservation. The purpose of that program is to protect lands that are threatened by development, and this is a perfect candidate for that grant funding source. If you were to protect 2,000 acres of this property, that would amount to $20 million that would help the family to keep their land in sustainable ranching. Local projects have been very competitive in that grant funding source. In fact, just last month, there were $15 million in awards made to projects in the SACOG region.
Can you please wrap your comments, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Applications are due January 15th. We hope you'll apply.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Pat Ferris, co-founder of Third Act, and I've been sworn. The Coyote Creek project as designed should be rejected. The Coyote Creek solar project footprint could be reduced to about 1/4 of its proposed size without jeopardizing SMUD's 2030 goal of generating 3,400 megawatts of new clean energy. In April of this year, SMUD staff presented an update on its clean energy plan showing that the district was 90% of the way to meeting the goal through a combination of solar, wind, geothermal, carbon capture projects. The Coyote Creek project was included in that count. Since then, SMUD has secured additional commitments for 3 more new solar power and battery storage projects that would increase the total plan output to 3,600 megawatt, as opposed to the 3,400 that in April SMUD said was required for its 2030 goals. So this has made it possible to reduce the output of the Coyote Creek project to just 100 megawatts while still achieving SMUD's overall clean energy goal. We estimate that the scaled down project, including battery storage, could be located on 300 acres of Barton Ranch, west of Scott Road, and outside of the county's Oak Woodland Resource Conservation Area. This would bring the project into compliance with the general plan and avoid the significant habitat, aesthetic, and compliance and cultural resource impacts identified in the final EIR. You can see that analysis on the handout that we gave to you. We highly encourage you to consider this alternative and to make that kind of alternative possible by rejecting this terrible proposal.
Hey, Ray. Good to see you.
Good evening. Thank you, Chair Cerner and supervisors. I'm Ray Trethaway. I'm retired from the Sacramento Tree Foundation just under 40 years, and I was a city council member for the city of Sacramento for 10 years. As a longtime supporter of clean energy, I built my own solar passive home in 1979. I now live in a structural insulated panel home that needs no cooling in the summertime. It's still very comfortable. We use the Delta breeze at night to come in and cool the house off and then close it up in the day. I think in many ways you've been dealt what I would call a trilogy of tragedies. Number one, we've already heard about it. SMUD staff failed to do their due diligence early on the site evaluation. Number two, the county has ignored some of the principles within the general plan, which we've had up here on the thing. And number three, the Sacramento Tree Foundation failed to voice their objection to the complete destruction of an ecological valuable blue oak woodland. I urge you to consider to not compound these mistakes tonight. With your vote this afternoon, you can actually extend the longevity of these trees, which have lifespans to 150 to 300 years, to 600 years. And I was amazed to see the pictures that we already had. I brought a sample. I don't know if that can show up or not, but
Madam Clerk.
Too large perhaps. But the inner diameter is a blue oak at 100 years old on average from UC Davis. That means that the majority of those oaks are heritage oak trees. You know, we expect a heritage oak tree to be this large, but for the mighty blue oak, it's just this large. I was very puzzled to hear that the Planning Commission's testimony, after Planning Commission testimony, that the Sacramento Tree Foundation was in support of this project. I just wondered how that could happen. A few days later, I talked to the executive director, and she assured me that they weren't in support. They were neutral, neither supportive or against. So it made a little more sense to me. But I was also a bit worried when I'm over, aren't I?
Ray, as a matter of courtesy, since you gave your time at 10 years at the City Council, I'm going to give you another minute, okay?
You're so kind. Thank you. But I guess what the puzzle I was trying to figure out why the Chieftain did it became clear today when they already were in contract to do the mitigation for the oak seedlings, and it was well publicized in logos and such on their brochures. And then I was even a little more puzzled or worried when I saw that the board president was in contract with the proponent, with the project proponent. So it just didn't add up to me. So I just wondered how far the mission has and purpose of the Tree Foundation has drifted. So I urge you a no vote today and ask that you request the project proponent to come back with a scaled down project at a better site that's good for everybody in our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sally Callaghan, sworn in. Conclusion to these other four great speakers before me. We've been in touch with SMUD for the past several years over this project. SMUD presents that a trusted private energy developer, Desiree, whom they had partnered with in the past, originally characterized the Barton Ranch site as being low-value grazing land with no environmental significance. SMUD's contract team went ahead without adequate consultation from their environmental staff and accepted Desiree's representation without verification. Once SMUD entered into a power purchase agreement with Desiree, it constrained them from commenting on the Coyote Creek project. So you keep in mind why the heck SMUD isn't here right now. Okay. 5 years later, the project proponents have invested heavily in planning, engineering, and design. They have raised landowners' expectation, pit ranch preservation, union jobs, energy, clean energy goals, again, value of irreplaceable and unique conservation areas against each other. They threaten home development. I perceive Desiree's public project endorsements to be greenwashing at its worst, unethical and self-serving to be the point of untruthful. Others have mentioned this. Remember the man showing you how much an actual blue oak can grow in that limited time period? There are alternative options to achieve SMUD's energy goals and to support ranchers. that would avoid this project's significant environmental destruction. Please reject the currently proposed Coyote Creek project and direct the parties to pursue an alternative path. Please research with SMUD what alternative solar development they are considering as options. Thank you.
Opuntoish Ka'awetak Opu, Alyssa Simmons. Hi, my name is Alyssa Simmons. I've been sworn. I'm Coast Miwok, and I'm here today as both a California Indigenous person and Sacramento constituent to oppose the Coyote Creek Solar Project. I'm extremely concerned with the tribal and cultural impacts associated with this current design, as well as the fact that the destruction of sacred sites is not considered a deal breaker, but rather an annoying obstacle to navigate around. That is modern-day colonialism, though it is not new. For centuries, we have been hearing the message that the systematic decimation of our peoples, animal relatives, land, and cultural resources is significant but unavoidable. Our considerations are always the first to be dismissed and ignored. Oak trees are sacred resources to California Native people. These elders demand respect and care as they create a reciprocal and symbiotic relationship with their surrounding ecosystems like no other. When you use words like sustainable and clean to describe this project, how can those terms possibly apply to the desecration of this irreplaceable area of biodiversity and cultural significance? Old-growth trees sequester carbon and create microclimates that newer trees cannot. One-to-one planting is not proportional when you are talking about the removal of old-growth trees. California is full of places that have already been ecologically disturbed by development and agriculture. There's no reason to put a solar farm in what little undisturbed blue oak woodland there is left. Doing that would be a heinous and grievous act of violence. I urge you to seriously consider the implications of this project on the tribal communities here in Sacramento and all of Northern California, and vote no on this project. Kamalish, thank you.
Hi, I'm Robin Durston. I'm in District 2, and I'm opposed to the, I've been sworn. I'm opposed to this project because buildings, roads, and removal of trees is going to destroy all the wildlife, the birds and frogs and deer, the deer that migrate through there. I think they should follow the handout where the Barton Ranch can be preserved through a combination of conservation easements funded through the state's Sustainable Agriculture Land Conservation Program and lease revenue from a scaled-down solar project. And they could build on contaminated land if there's Aerojet and then McClellan is contaminated, and there's industrial sites in South Sacramento County. They're flat when they have no trees. Battery storage is dangerous. They have battery storage in Monterey County that burned, and the whole area is contaminated. So urge you to vote no on this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Sky Cole, and I've been sworn in. And I've been a voting, tax-paying Sacramento resident and SMUD customer for 19 years. I support green energy. My uncle founded a major solar company in San Diego County called Solarponics. I've worked in the field myself. But I oppose a solar project at Coyote Creek. It violates the county's stated conservation and long-term ecology plans, and I feel its approval without a site inspection is negligent. It destroys 1,400 acres of grassland, vernal pools that are home to about 300 species, and about 4,800 old-growth oaks that can live up to 600 years. And the site's habitat for around 40 threatened, endangered, and protected species. So amphibians, plants, crustaceans, insects, reptiles, mammals, and birds, including the bald eagle. So it threatens to destroy much of our region's biodiversity and drive those species closer to extinction. It also, as I mentioned, violates the county's conservation and ecology plans. The environmental impact report ignores over 80 documented CEQA violations, including a lack of wildlife corridors, which are essential for survival. Permanently damaging an essential habitat for a project that's eventually going to be decommissioned isn't a move towards sustainability. Decommissioning the project won't restore ancient heritage oaks, and vernal pools are unique ecosystems that can't be remade. They take thousands of years to develop. It makes no sense, especially when the planners have disregarded other viable sites in the area that would cause less impact. The impact report describes much of the area as bare mineral earth, which is at odds with the facts and the picture painted by the official project description, which ignores the majority of the issues that have been being raised today.
Sir, could you please wrap your comments?
I stand with the Sacramento Bee, Sierra Club, Audubon Society, and California Wildlife Foundation and tribal peoples in opposing this project. We need green energy, but we don't need it at Coyote Creek. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, my name is Daniel Arola. I have been sworn in. I'm here on behalf of Sacramento Audubon and the Central Valley Bird Club. I'm a 40-year Sacramento County resident and reside in Supervisor Desmond's district. I'm an independent research biologist and certified wildlife biologist, and on behalf of our two organizations, I want to stress that we support renewable energy development, but oppose this project and ask the board to deny it. I want to make just a few key points that I don't think have been made elsewhere. We've heard a lot about oak trees, and I'm very concerned about the losses, but the intact woodlands and grasslands on site are critically important to a number of wildlife species, including listed and special concern species such as burrowing owl, western pond turtle, loggerhead shrike, and Lewis's woodpecker. We are also very concerned about the impacts to nesting and foraging habitat for the state-threatened tricolored blackbird. I have studied this species intensively over the last decade in the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, including these lands. And here are just a few of my key findings. Tricolored blackbird is an open country species and has nested on the project site several times over the last decade. The largest colony in the foothill region occurs at near Prairie City OHV area, and the birds from that colony are foraging in the grasslands on this project site and can be expected to be affected by the loss of that habitat. The largest colony, the past development of grasslands nearby has eliminated 7 different colonies, nesting colonies, including the one where SMUD installed solar panels at Rancho Seco. I'm out of time. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Shirley Bramham. I'm a member of California Four-Wheel Drive Association. I'm in District 2. I am opposed to this project. I have been listening to everybody's comments. They're very passionate, and I absolutely agree with all the environmental issues that go along with that. I'm concerned that the county did not consult with the OHMVR regarding the Prairie City SVRA. We have that use has a lot of safety and education programs for the youth and for new off-roaders, and so it's important. This SVRA is, I think, one of the only ones that is this close to an urban area, so a lot of the urban youth are able to get out of of city environment and get out into a beautiful landscape and area, outdoors area. And I hate to see them go out and have to recreate under power lines and battery buildings. The other concern I had, I guess, is the use of carbon footprint. I hear that a lot, and I think it's kind of glossed over. People just accept a carbon footprint and, oh, that's a good thing. But I would like to remind people that that is a cradle to grave policy termination, which means the materials from this whole project, the whole solar panels, the materials of those are mined, and it has to be transported to the manufacturing. Then you have the manufacturing footprint. That has to be transported to wherever the site is.
Can you please wrap your comments?
Oops. Thank you.
But first, can you state that you've been sworn? Ma'am, can you just please state for the record that you've been sworn?
I've been sworn.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am Jamie Rogers, and I am a second-year apprentice with IBEW Local 340. Coyote Creek provides local power that helps SMUD meet its clean energy goals. This project isn't just about solar panels, it makes the grid more reliable. That means fewer outages and more stable power. Projects like this demand skilled and trained labor to meet the rigorous safety and performance standards. IBEW members are trained to deliver high-quality, code-compliant work that delivers quality work product and on-time project timelines. Please support the Coyote Creek project so we can continue to invest in clean energy jobs. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sarah Lizzo, and I've been sworn in. Thank you for your time. This is my first time coming to something like this, and it's certainly not going to be my last. I'm not an expert in biodiversity or sustainability, and I'm certainly no mathematician, but I can do simple math. Destroying centuries of growth for a project that will only last 35 years just simply makes no sense. You're going to uproot wildlife, desecrate native land, and further impact our low air quality for the sake of 35 years of solar that will then need to be uprooted yet again. Where will we go after that? What will be the next Coyote Creek? When will it end? Will you keep leaving a trail of pitiful acorns in your wake, or will you think of something better? I would direct that question to SMUD, but they're not here. Thank you.
I guess I'm the first to say good evening. I don't know if that's good or bad. My name is Paul Smith. I'm from Elk Grove, and I've been sworn. This project represents a balanced, forward-looking project that our county needs. It delivers clean, reliable power, and it meets goals and deadlines that we're looking at. It maintains open space, oak woodlands, and our ranching heritage, which I think is important. Grazing will continue on the property, and significant investments will support nearby recreation. Climate action and land stewardship need not be competing. They can and should move together, forward together. The project developer here is responsible, and we see that through the Slough House Solar Project. They will minimize impacts by replanting and conserving thousands of trees and ensure long-term habitat protection. It will create good local jobs, generate tens of millions in tax revenue, and selfishly, as a SMUD customer, help stabilize energy costs. The battery system can also serve our grid in the evening when demand is the highest. So please vote for the Coyote Creek project and for preservation, responsible development, economic benefit, and a cleaner, more resilient Sacramento County. Thank you.
My name is Kendall Nelson, and I've been sworn.
The permanent environmental and tribal cultural impacts made by building a solar farm far outweighs any benefits gained. This proposal is counterproductive. It's transparent that the framing of this development as a form of proactive preservation is just dishonest. Feel-good greenwashing, a little brainwashing too. Planting young saplings does not effectively replace what will be lost. Not only will we not see them grow in full size in our generation, but most never will. If new harmful developments are proposed on this land in the future, then they should be denied then. If we don't want new housing developments, then we should reject new housing developments. We don't need to pick the lesser evil. Solar needs to be built, but not on Coyote Creek. Please reject this project. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sydney Strange. I have been sworn. I oppose this project because we need to be planting more native plants and upholding more native voices into this world that we live in, whose lands we are lucky enough to live on. The oaks that we want to be taking down have been here before us, and they will be here after us if we maintain them well. Planting new ones does not make the world better because, as many people here before me have said, we are not going to see these plants benefit us in our lifetimes, in any of our lifetimes. If we want cleaner air and less carbon like this project proposes, we need to be planting more things, not solar, which does not affect our air quality at all. We are valuing electricity over better environmental cases, which we desperately need right now. So once again, please plant more trees in addition to the existing trees. Please listen to more native voices, not reject. So please find a different place for solar. It's benefiting us, but not here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Before we hear from Ms. Chacon, Madam Clerk, we're into our 4th hour, so I would like to just make sure that we have cut off the speaker sign up at this point, and that we're going to get through the next 55 as best we can here. Can we do that? We've done it in the past. So that's what we're doing. Thanks. Go ahead.
Let Steph know.
Good evening. Thank you for your long evening. I have been sworn. As a naval vet, I was trained in cybersecurity at the highest level. And I haven't heard this brought up yet tonight, but Mr. Todd and Mr. James both gave reason for not looking elsewhere. They didn't provide data or stats. They simply said it would be difficult. And I think we can all agree, all of us have difficult work, at our jobs. So that's not unusual. Picking one spot, though, will set precedents for this solar farm. And in the future, large tracts of land will be devoted to solar farms instead of insisting and normalizing interior builds, as mentioned over parking lots, commercial buildings. Walmart and SMUD both have parking lot solar. I'm a big fan of solar. I was featured in the SMUD calendar 1986 at 8 years of age out at Rancho Seco. That's when my fascination with progressive energy started. I went into the Navy to learn more at the highest levels and was trained in cybersecurity. What we're setting ourselves up for is putting 1/3 of our power grid in the control of this family. It's all going to go through one line. The Salt Typhoon attack that happened August 27th proves China is in our infrastructure. We do not need to be consolidating our power grid. We need to be diversifying it. Putting it all in one space is irresponsible. We need to break up our power grid into smaller, more manageable pieces with stop gaps in place. Please take this alternative viewpoint on this entire project for our cyber security. of our power infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chair and Supervisors. My name is Lou Slim, and I have been sworn. You may know me as policy staff for Ecos and Habitat 2020, so you probably know that I oppose this project. But instead, I will use my time to provide the perspective of someone who was not born in Sacramento, but who chose to live here. In my life, I have had the great fortune of living at least briefly in various places. This includes the concrete jungle of New York City, the suburban towns and rural farmlands of New England, the lush forests of Fairbanks, Alaska, and the high-altitude desert of Reno, Nevada. I have been fortunate to see great things around the country, and still I am stunned by the unique splendor of Sacramento's natural landscape. In fact, the proximity and access to natural landscapes that Sacramento provides is one of the main reasons I hear people use to explain why they visit or move here. It's the very character of the region, and we can see that gravitation in the Prairie City SVRA, where community formed and created an accessible space to enjoy these resources. These woodlands, vernal pools, and grasslands are something that Sacramento should be proud of. I know that there are economic opportunities associated with this project, but by now I'm sure you understand why the environmental benefits of this project are seriously eroded by the environmental destruction it would entail. Approval of this project would be permanently destroying this habitat for current and future residents of Sacramento and beyond. The temporal lifespan of the infrastructure and subsequent replantings would not return this habitat to the vibrant ecosystem it is, not even close. So please consider your decision today as one that has permanent impact. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Sacramento County. Hello, Board of Representatives, Board of Supervisors. I'm a little nervous. It's my first time doing a public speaking at the Sacramento County, but it's important. And so my name is Alexei Usachenko, and I, like others, have become incredibly concerned and disgusted, as well as opposed to the proposed Coyote Creek project, and find that it's not only a terrible decision for biodiversity, but for Sacramento County as well. I've been a local to the greater Sacramento area for my entire life, and the trees that you're trying to cut down, the vernal pools that you want to develop on in the name of green energy, belong to all of us and are an educational and earthly wonder that we have been privileged with in this life. We all deserve to be able to see the beauty and diversity of the nature that lives in the same place that we call home, and our land deserves to be respected. Old-growth trees and nature on the scale of which is at Coyote Creek would be a travesty to lose, and it would mean a loss to every single resident who would never get to see or experience such beauty, and an immense loss to the health and well-being of our land. Additionally, from Sacramento 2040 General Plan, it appears that 11% of public green spaces exist in Sacramento, while 14% of space in Sacramento is vacant lots, and around 20% of those are parking lots. Which begs the question that's been asked before: why are these not the spaces in which more solar projects are coming? And it's apparently a little too difficult for this company. Sacramento is supposed to be, among many other things, the city of trees. And it feels very painfully ironic that then Sacramento would choose to build a solar site on some of the last remaining old growths, blue oaks, and vernal pools in our county. Something that we don't have to venture too far to even see, which is amazing. If Sacramento County wishes to engage in a reduction of fossil fuels and investment into solar energy, it's pertinent that it happens with the public and the land in mind. And as a resident of Sacramento, I plead you to listen to these concerned residents and truly think and understand the implications and consequences of losing a site like Coyote Creek. Additionally, there's this fear-mongering about residential development. I think that the solar energy would just make that happen sooner, and we should really be moving to protecting all the native lands. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Can we have the next 6 speakers please line up in back of Mr. Dixon?
Can we have Jesse Dixon, Gabriel Garcia Ruiz, Olivia Miller, Amanda Escalante, Emily Jones, and Phoenix Kuzark, and Elizabeth Olshauser.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Jesse Dixon. I was sworn in. Don't discuss. Okay. Hello, I am a local scientist and native land activist that grew up here in Sacramento. I love this city and county, but any honest resident would say the same thing as me. Things have changed in this city and county fast. What was once called a cowtown by the Los Angeles Lakers is now quickly becoming a mega region, with people flocking here from the Bay Area and SoCal to take advantage of what I've heard them say, double the house for the same amount of price. Okay. I have standed here watching thousands of acres of intact grasslands and verniples get absolutely destroyed before my eyes, along with thousands of mature oak trees and oak woodland habitats they call home. The city I love and always knew the city of the tree is city I love and always knew as the city of trees is quickly becoming the city of suburban sprawl hellscapes, and I'm sick of it. Coyote Creek is a great example of what Sac County was gifted with by Mother Nature. Instead of suburban sprawl, you have thriving ecosystems of foothills, creeks, and riparian habitats that sustain life, surrounded by intact blue oak woodlands, the most ecologically valuable native plant habitats in all of North America, not just California. In my opinion, also the most beautiful habitats you could find in America, the vernipole ecosystems, of which 95% have been destroyed in Northern California. Turning Coyote Creek's beautiful habitat into a solar farm is not only unsustainable, but it's a crime against Mother Nature. Passing a project for a solar project that SMUD never visited the site one time before visiting it. That should be illegal. Sorry. And called it bare mineral soil. Does this look like bare mineral soil to you guys? Is this bare mineral soil? I see super looms and old growth. They're talking out of their booty. All right, as the Sierra Club has said, this project will destroy up to 1/3 of Sac County's native oaks. This project is such a flaming dumpster fire of a solar project that you have the Sierra Club speaking out against green energy. That's like having, I can't say it, I'm gonna get in trouble. All right, this Coyote Creek solar project is incompetent and illegal. As a citizen of Sacramento, I'm so tired of hearing the blatant greenwashing from companies based in New York and not even California. The representative from Coyote Creek, oh, love man, but you're lying out of your ass. The representative from Coyote Creek Solar said that there will be no flattened land.
Can you please conclude?
And you can get it back when they're going to use 8 tons of dynamite every day for 2 months straight.
Can you please conclude?
He's lying to your face. Save Coyote Creek.
Can you please conclude? Thank you.
So Gabriel Garcia Ruiz, Amanda Escalante, Emily Jones, Phoenix Kazark, Elizabeth Olshauser. I'm just going to keep calling names until you're here, and staff can
And we're going
please
to take
delete.
the names off if you're
Yes.
not coming to the podium.
Staff is deleting as I'm calling them. Alex Lume, Marcy Maxey, Sydney Young, Marcella Yeager, if you see your name on the
I
screen.
think we have a taker.
Here we go. Karen Pitts, Thomas Hubler, and Chris Lewis. If you see your name on the screen, if you could just come forward and stand in line.
And then before our next speaker, please, I'm asking respectfully, address the board. You don't need to turn around and address people and call them names or anything else. Just keep your comments directed at us, please.
No problem. Hello, my name is Marcy Maxey, and I've been sworn. For sake of time, I'm not going to tell you about my family's extensive history with Sacramento, but I'd like to share a formative memory that will always solidify Sacramento as my home. Sacramento was where I remember seeing my dad cry for the first time. It was 2002, and the Sacramento Kings had made it to the Western Conference Finals. We were in a fierce battle with the LA Lakers, but due to some obviously compromised refs, the title was stolen from us. I can't tell you what my father would have done to secure that win for the Sacramento Kings. What we all would do for a legacy of Sac Kings victory that would last more than a few lifetimes. Today, we have the chance to save thousands of similar legacies by opposing the Coyote Creek project. As an electrical engineer, I have collaborated with multiple organizations, businesses, and institutions on hundreds of solar, EV, battery, and data center initiatives. Cutting down trees on stolen land to make room for green energy is counterintuitive at best and devastating to our ecology at worst. Now, SMUD approving the permit without visiting the site first was a mistake. The person who presented an agrivoltaics not spell checking his slides was another mistake. But so should we reward these mistakes by making another mistake? No. The people have volunteered their expertise to tell you that this plan is not permissible. Unless you, the board, think you know better than the engineers, biologists, environmentalists, ecologists, the California indigenous population, computer scientists, the bat lady who has educated me on multiple occasions regarding our bat population, and all the other beautifully educated people who have gathered here today, you are politically and ethically obligated to represent what your constituents want. As a Sacramentian for almost 29 years, I don't believe we have ever stopped being the city of trees. It is our responsibility to protect our namesake. Don't be a ref who's willing to sell out Sacramento. Don't cost us another championship. Please vote no on this initiative. Thank you.
So if we can have Marcella Yeager, Karen Pitts, Chris Lewis, Atticus Sparks, Hazel Farrell, Tani Cook, Robert Cielski, Sterling Dakari. If your name is on the screen, please come forward. Alexis Smith, Jolene Landers, Rodrigo Arancibia. If I called your name, please come forward.
My name is Thomas Hubler, and I have been sworn. I'll keep it short, but open with a quote from John Sawhill. In the end, our society will not be defined by what we create, but by what we refuse to destroy. I am an early career ecologist, and I've worked for the last year in renewable energy ecology. I love renewable energy and solar, especially because it's booming and it gives us a chance to make sure we don't make the same mistakes we made with conventional energy. I support ecologically conscious solar. This is not that. There are better places for this project. Please vote no.
Thank you.
Hello. Hello, my name is Atticus Sparks. I've been sworn, and I'm not against solar energy, but I'm against this project because I don't like the idea of tearing down trees to install solar panels. It's killing animals, and it's not as eco-friendly as it could be. Why do you think it's a good idea? Because I don't think it's a good idea at all. I don't like that they're tearing down oak trees from 100 to 200 years old. It's going to take a while to see trees that old again if we cut them down. Please vote no on this project. Thank you for your time.
Hey, Atticus. No, go to the microphone then. Go back to the mic.
He's just going to talk to you.
That was
Wait.
You did a great job.
Thanks.
Yeah. Well, I want to know something. When are you running for office?
I don't know. 2038.
Wow, awesome. Hello, my name is Hazel Farrell, and I've been sworn. I'm a forester and a vernal pool restoration specialist here to talk about my on-the-ground experience in these habitats and what this mitigation would look like in reality and why I'm opposed to it. Down at the Cosumnes River Preserve, down in Mr. Hume's district down there is a place that we're proud to host out here. But that habitat was not all there naturally. It has been hard fought, restored back from agricultural lands. We planted oak woodlands in the riparian areas back in the 80s and 90s. And here, 4 decades down the line, those are still requiring active stewardship daily, doing invasive species management and trying to recruit native understories. And they are still not at that mature stage where they can support cavity nesting birds and other wildlife species that we want to. So we're talking about even more decades down the line. I'm investing in that land for my children's generation. But that is all to speak about habitat that can be restored. When it comes to vernal pool grasslands, these are areas with that are low quality grazing land, but it's that same soil profile that doesn't make it economically viable, that makes it able to support the biodiversity of wildflowers and pollinators and federally listed endangered species that you're at risk of litigation by ignoring out here. But from research at Sacramento State, they have compared restored vernal pool sites and shown that even with at a very high cost, restoring that hydrology and reseeding the natural vegetation, you will not be able to bring back the biodiversity to the native species to the level that are necessary. But finally, I want to speak to my experience as an educator, environmental educator, taking kids out from elementary school into these habitats. And I tell them every day that they have the power to with their advocacy, help save these areas. And don't make me a liar to those kids.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tawny Cook. I've been sworn. This is the first time I've ever come out to speak in front of the board, but I felt that this was really important. I'm here to voice my opposition to this project and just to deliver a gentle reminder that humans are not separate from nature. I don't have any statistics for you that you haven't already heard from the many others who spoke before me opposing this project, but I did just want to leave you with this Native American proverb. Only when the last tree has been cut down, the last fish been caught, and the last stream poisoned, will we realize we cannot eat money. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Sterling DeCary, and I've been sworn. Hello, it's nice to see you. Originally, I'm from Portland, Oregon, but I've been living in California for a decade now. So I've always loved trees. It's really important to me. This month, actually, I just learned about the vernal ponds and what they're about and how rare they are and how the ones here in California have more than 50 species just from Google. I'm sure more than that. But some of them are unique in all the world, including federally threatened fairy shrimp and endangered California tiger salamanders. Okay, so again, so many people have talked about just the various species that are threatened by this, and we just heard from a gentleman, a couple people before me, about how these are not habitats that can really be remade, right, by human hands. So if these unique habitats are disturbed, that won't be able to be replicated. Those species will be pretty much gone. So, and those ponds, I don't know if you guys are aware of what vernal ponds really are, because I wasn't until this month. Before I knew that they were threatened, and then I was like, oh no. But they seasonally will fill up and then not be water anymore. They'll become like rings of wildflowers where each species is like different in like this beautiful bullseye pattern. So not just, shrimp and salamanders, but also all of these flowers, like each individual one, super beautiful. So all that to say, the supposed restoration plan, after taking down the project, I noticed it claims to turn it back into usable agricultural land, which is not the same thing as restoring the land at all. So that's not what we're looking for here. And also these oaks are fire resistant, and we hear about all these solar places burning, so it's actually really much safer for us to maintain these oaks that are fire resistant than to put solar panels in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jolene Landers, and I've been sworn. I've never done this before also. The sacrifice of Coyote Creek is too great a price to pay for this so-called green energy project. I would like to emphasize that young trees and saplings are not fire resistant and do not have the capacity to provide a habitat to thousands of species the way that our old oaks do. Revegetation is a laughably insufficient plan for protecting this beautiful and sensitive ecosystem. Today, we're presented with a false binary: approve the project or oppose green energy. Energy that requires the destruction of heritage oaks is not green, and there are many alternatives to this site. I doubt a proposal to place solar panels over parking lots would face so much opposition. This project is immoral and unpopular. The original stewards of this land have spoken, as well as numerous environmental activists. I urge the board to listen. Thank you.
So I just want to call a few more names to make sure we're all down. So Kendall Harrod, Alexis Smith, Rodrigo Arancibia, Morgan Fisher, David Williams, Ethan Dietrich Reed, Kelly Hopkins, Tom Biglione, Esther Chad, Jude Herrera, Adela Palominos, Teresa Roblewski, and Sadie Hampshire. If I called your name, please make your way down. Otherwise, our staff is going to begin to delete your names from the list. So if you see your name on the screen, please make your way forward.
Hi, my name is Morgan Fisher. I've been sworn in. A trend I've noticed in the speeches from supporters of this bill is framing the conversation as though a mitigation of destruction is synonymous with its absence. Speaking as though opposition to this project is opposition to environmentalism, opposition to the construction of green energy. Environmentalism does not come at the expense of the natural world. This project will destroy a rare, vital, and irreplaceable ecosystem and the centuries-old trees that are a part of it. And what's proposed to replace this? A project that will last a few decades and kindling, waiting to catch fire. You asked the spokesperson why they don't build a solar, this solar in one of the numerous lifeless parking lots or rooftops baking in the sun, and all he had to say is that it would be difficult. I ask you, would you sacrifice this world for the sake of convenience? A vote in favor of this project is a vote in favor of a dead Earth. I urge you to oppose this project.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you for hearing me. My name is Ethan Dietrich Reed. I've been sworn. I don't have much to say, but I do have a question. Have any of you been to a vernal pool, like when it's in bloom? So you've seen the majesty and beauty and understand what it's like, and you have seen those rare species. And I think many people have pointed out that we are not separate from those species. When we destroy them, we are destroying a part of ourselves and a part of the natural world that allows us to thrive and that we've been exploiting and tearing down and burning and looting. And this is one little pristine pocket that has survived hundreds of years of genocide, of colonialism, of destroying of the natural habitat, and you have the chance to save it today. If you have ever uttered the words, people over profit, this is your chance to put your money where your mouth is and actually save something that's worth saving a part of us, a part of the people, a part of the world. That is all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, supervisors. My name is Kelly Hopkins, and I've been sworn in. I'm the executive director of the Sacramento Valley Conservancy. We're the local land trust nonprofit that holds 3 conservation easements adjacent to the project. We respectfully request that the special development permit maintain a minimum 50-foot buffer on areas that border the Barton, Mosier, and Millgate conservation easements to avoid potential impacts, encroachments, and violations of the conservation easement values. Secondarily, SVC has primary management responsibility over Deer Creek Hills Preserve, the 4,600 acres of oak woodland and working ranch south of this project. In October 2011, the Board of Supervisors adopted the Deer Creek Hills Master Plan. Phase 2 of the Deer Creek Hills Master Plan specifies that as managers, we investigate and connect the preserve trail system to proposed regional trail corridors. The master plan and SVC's ambition is to extend the American River Parkway into Deer Creek Hills Preserve along one of the county's most scenic routes, connecting 2 of our most significant open space wildlife areas. Ensuring an option for future trail connection would add approximately 15 miles to the existing American River Parkway. That is 32 miles. Future trail allowances have been incorporated in the existing easements. SVC maintains our organization's strong willingness to assist in ensuring consistency with the trail connection in the project design and support for the thousands of acres that will be permanently protected through conservation easements. Thank you.
Kelly, before you leave.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for being here. You made a very specific request.
Yes.
Have you made that request in advance of this hearing through staff?
We did provide that to staff in 2023.
Okay, so staff's well aware of it?
And there's sections of the plan in alternatives that there's no detail that shows what the buffer will be between those existing conservation easements.
I guess what I'm asking is, is there
yeah.
anything nuanced or new in what you just orally requested versus what staff knew about in 2023?
No,
Okay.
only that I saw the allowance to remove that 50-foot buffer, and I think it needs to be maintained along those existing conservation
Okay,
easements.
that's new.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Tom Bilioni. I've been sworn. I'm a SMUD customer.
Excuse me, trying to reconcile the names on the list that I
My
see.
name was right behind Kelly's, and it suddenly dropped off.
Disappear.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm a SMUD customer. I live in Midtown. I grew up on rangeland northeast of Fresno County. I'm pretty familiar with blue oaks. Used to ride and hunt in a lot of that country. For the last 25 years, I've been keeping my eye on a 20-acre parcel right on Little Dry Creek that has had cattle excluded from it or managed grazing on it, and I've been pleased to see the incredible recruitment of blue oak seedlings coming in and maturing on it. So I know the value, having an uncle who was a rancher, I know the value of responsible grazing, not only on oak woodlands, but also on vernal pools, some of which we had on our property. And I have a deep affection for them as well. As a background as a civil engineer, I worked for 8 years in the business of building power plants, coal-fired and nuclear. I'm a huge proponent of solar plants, but giving you my background, and I got to tell you, I can't put my heart into this project. I think it's a good idea in the wrong place. What I do believe in is protecting the remaining blue oak lands that we have, woodlands that we have in our state, because we've lost a third of them already. I'd hate to see that we put another 1,400 acres down the drain, if you will, for something that could have been done in another location. So please don't take away this this habitat, this larder, if you will, larder and lodging for our native birds and wildlife, particularly in a wildlife corridor like this site is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Board. My name is Adela, and I'm a biologist in the area. I just wanted to reiterate the importance of vernal pools. I saw some of you nod when someone had asked if you had been to a vernal pool, and I was very excited and happy to see that. 97% of them are lost in California already, and we only have about 700,000 acres left in all of California. If every project takes a percentage of an acre, or, you know, we lose one a year or something like that, we're not going to have very many left by the time I'm gone. If you puncture them, the damage is permanent. They're on a hard pan. They're little eggs that stay there all summer. They survive dry as bone, and they stay there all summer just to wait for the winter rains to come, and we're just going to destroy them like nothing. I would urge you to consider that.
Thank you.
Hi,
Before I start off by showing my support for the project, I would like to say that it's very amazing to see a lot of people of Sacramento and nearby Sacramento counties coming out to show their support for Sacramento and your concern. So I'll start by introducing myself. I'm Esther Chad, and I live and work in Sacramento. So I have heard the following statement.
And you've been sworn, right?
Yes, I have been sworn in. I'm sorry. I have heard the following statement from others tonight that SMUD entered into a purchase agreement for the Coyote Creek project based on representations by the developer that Barton Ranch was comprised of low-value land without any appreciable environmental values, and that no effort was made to verify this representation. I sat in this room, and we heard this no less than a dozen times tonight. Why? Because it was printed on a form letter flyer handed out in the lobby by a group called Third Act. Why would SMUD sign a multi-million-dollar contract without doing due diligence? They wouldn't. This is a special interest propaganda. I urge you to support this project. Lastly, this project saves 13,000 trees forever on private land that doesn't belong to us. Many have offered rooftops and roadside vacant lot alternatives, but before you today is 200 megawatt hours of generation and 400 megawatt hours of storage Sacramento desperately needs. Please support this project. And considering the job rates that it would bring to the county, I think this is a project that needs a good support from the people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Teresa Orleski. I have been sworn, and I actually think the propaganda is this project. In fact, we've heard so many times people express concern from professionals who know their thing. Why would we ignore that? The question of SMUD not being here is also concerning. And let's also talk about jobs. Because it's in one place or another, it doesn't mean there will be fewer jobs. Jobs will still exist because projects like this are still very needed. We're just asking for it to be in a different location. This is unwise, this is unethical, and it should have involved public comment and vote ahead of time. And I also hope that you guys vote no on this. I oppose this, and as you can see, so do many others. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Homakani, Hinsei Nape, Seri Apemni, Tenku Nishinane, Telmelti Washo Nani. Hello, my name is Hinsei Nape or Sadie. I am Tenku Nishinan and Telmelti Washo, and I am sworn in. I am a cultural burn practitioner, and I volunteer on a Native-led fire tribal crew. I am a representation of Indigenous Future Society, which specializes in tribal sovereignty. I'd like to start with that. Without even having one site visit, SMUD wrote Coyote Creek is bare mineral soil, which is not true, as we've heard. It houses threatened and endangered wildlife/plant species, such as poppies, and 5% of what's left of vernal pools. They want to poison the dirt with this project, and restoring dirt takes longer than restoring land. I would know. They even mentioned that it's difficult, not impossible. It's difficult living as an Indigenous person, not impossible. To me, it seems that no tribal leaders were consulted, because if they actually had been, they would have said no to this, such as Vice Chairwoman Melissa Tayaba saying they reached out and she was ignored. It is an honor to be in the presence of Vice Chairwoman Melissa Tayaba, and when she speaks, I listen. I'd also like to say, when is it enough? When will it be enough? We can't eat data. Most of our sacred and cultural lands have been disrespectfully decimated. The bones of my ancestors lie beneath that dirt. Is this something Sacramento County really wants their name associated with? The reason we need renewable energy is because of the native biodiverse lands that have been stolen and destroyed. To further destroy a sacred, culturally significant land for solar power is disrespectful and called greenwashing. When I hear some people try to argue that this is what preservation is, it shows to me they don't know what real preservation is. Why in this day and age are we still ignoring tribal leaders? The fact Coyote Creek is tribally sacred isn't a determining factor as to why this project shouldn't happen here. It's a huge step back and disrespectful to local tribes. You have all this native art displayed on the walls, and why are you forgetting us? Thank you. Vote no.
Hello, my name is Morgan Webster. I've been sworn and I am a resident of Sacramento County. At this stage in the climate crisis, we've already seen what happens when we let those with their own financial and political interests tell us that they have a plan to mitigate environmental impact. When I see people in suits telling me that they have a plan to replace 200-year-old mature oaks by replanting, I don't trust that it's good enough to make up for the loss and destruction caused to a rare and delicate ecosystem. I don't trust office workers to recommend how best to steward the land. I trust the Native people who have a relationship with this land and interests that supersede political clout and monetary gain. I stand with the Native people that have come up here today again and again in opposition to this dystopian, destructive, short-sighted plan. It seems foolish to say we are destroying the environment to save the environment. A lot of lip service has been paid today to the amount of time spent on this project. That does not mean it was time well spent on a project worth supporting.
Thank you.
Hello. Hello, my name is Justin Stowe. I've been sworn in. My problem with the destruction of this property is right now we're losing so much habitat for the owls. Like right now we're actually hunting owls in Marin County to try to save it, try to save the spotted owl because it's threatened right now. And I just think by taking any more of these trees down, because I grew up in live oak, and it's amazing how many owls will be in the oak trees. Like sometimes you'll hoot up at night, and next thing you know, there'll be like 20 or 30 hoots. And that's just in maybe a 10-acre area. So it's something that I think we need to actually be concerned about is the habitat for our owls and all our nature. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I'm opposed to this.
I'm tall. Good evening. My name is Emily Willauer. I have been sworn and I am a member of District 4. The presentation and subsequent comments dwindles down to economic advancement or environmental preservation. I urge you to reject this project because this proposal is flawed, dated, inconsistent, and exchanges today's gain for tomorrow's destruction. SMUD knows this. They're not here. The conversion of a California native oak woodland for a solar farm is counter to the California goal of preserving the beauty of California, as well as native landscapes, vegetation, and biodiversity. Why are we destroying natural, sustainable elements to build economical, technological elements? This discussion is not a human-centric economic issue and is not appropriately balanced to consider long-term ecological and environmental impacts. I really want to bring this analogy in here. If you take my home away for 30 years and promise to rebuild it in 50 years, I would still be homeless for 50 years. Yeah. I thank you for your time. This is a very important issue. Electricity is an important issue. The IBW here is stating that this would impact the renewability of our grid. We have organizations, we have systems in order. This is why we have the ISO to be able to build in and make sure that the grid is sustainable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Eduardo Gomez. I'm a local farmer and almost 40-year resident of the Sacramento County and Slough House area. These are tough times for agriculture. Inputs continue to climb and rise, and there is an ongoing unreliability for commodity prices. Harvesting sunlight for energy is what we do in agriculture. And instead of using the sunlight to produce a crop, we can use the sunlight to produce clean energy, while at the same time we keep agriculture viable by grazing under the solar panels. I urge you to support the Coyote Creek project. And also, by having a project like this, it's going to be a reliable source of energy. Energy, from my standpoint, and agriculture, we really need that to keep our pumps running, agriculture pumps that will provide and food for everybody. We are very, very scared in the summertime when the temperatures raise above 100 degrees and we got all the crops in our fields. It is very important to have a reliable source of energy. I do support this project. Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Ricardo Cepeda, and I support what he just said.
Very good. Thank you.
Good evening, members. My name is Stan Van Vleck. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. I'm a cattle rancher out from the Rancho Marietta area, and I've been sworn. First, I'm actually very pleased with this evening because all of us have one common view. We want to protect the environment. We have different ways that we want to do it, but we are all here to do that. I'm proud with our family business. We have preserved, I believe, more than anybody in this region privately. We're almost up to 9 square miles that we've protected for open space, endangered species. We're taking 1 million people's green waste, most of your green waste. We're creating compost. We're sequestering carbon. We're the first in the world to be able to try to do this on a commercial basis. We're doing our best. Our family was in a similar position as the Barton Ranch and the Barton and the Mosier family was 20 years ago. I only had 3% of the business. I bought people out, hoping to do it through conservation easements. I actually work with people here. Unfortunately, they weren't able to provide me over 10 years, and we provide ourselves 1 acre that went through conservation easements. We had to do it through mitigation. We worked through Councilmember Pat Hume at Elk Grove and others, and that started our ability to do that. It changed our business around and allowed me to buy out 7 family members who wanted to go to housing. Sometimes you have to make different moves like this to make it work. Now we are all in and we're doing the things that we've just described. And we'll be doing them also on the 400 acres that we provided there. And we're going to help manage the Barton Ranch as well as it continues to do that we've already been doing for 10 years. And we're going to bring that type of sustainability and that type of forward thinking. They want to do that. They have been doing it. To be sustainable, they've been running this operation for over 100 years. We want to bring that same thing. And also, I did speak to Paul Lau, the CEO of SMUD, because I asked, I want to know if we're part of this project, what's your view on this? His answer was clear. We need this energy in order to be able to meet our mandate. And this is one of the last projects that receives federal funds. And without it, we're in trouble.
Thank you. Thank you, Stan.
My name is Paul Smith. I've been sworn. Good evening, as the other Paul Smith pointed out. And thank you, supervisors, for allowing us all to speak today. It's a great honor to be part of this. I'm a lifelong advocate for sustainable farming. For the past 20 years, my life has been centered on innovation in farming, conserving our most natural resources, and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Like the Lorax, I have been responsible for planting over 16.5 million trees in the state of California. In recent years, my focus has shifted closer to home, supporting our family's ranching operations, the broader goal of keeping the Barton Ranch lands in agriculture. My wife and I have 2 young daughters, and it is our responsibility to preserve the land for their generation to farm. Like many in our community, I have seen firsthand how difficult it is to become sustainable in a ranching lifestyle on cattle alone. The agrivoltaic model represents a realistic and responsible path forward, one that allows the diversity of income, preserve the open space, and honor the agricultural roots while contributing to California's renewable energy goals. The Coyote Creek Solar Project is not a departure from agriculture, it's an evolution. The venture allows a property to be kept in the Williamson Act, does not impact groundwater, creates local jobs, supports our schools and tax districts without adding housing or traffic burdens to rural areas. This project allows working lands to stay productive, resilient, and relevant in a changing world. I respectfully ask you to support this project and protect our family's heritage, the agricultural operations we live and love, and adapt for future generations to manage and enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Supervisors. My name is Jackie Hanford, and I have been sworn in. I'm proud to come from the Barton family, a fifth-generation ranching and farming family here in Sacramento County. My great-great-grandparents started the Barton Ranch over 150 years ago, and today my children represent the sixth generation, working to preserve that legacy. Our family has cared for this land throughout droughts, market shifts, and rising challenges of making agriculture sustainable in California. I'm here today in strong support of the Coyote Creek Solar Project. This project represents exactly what the future agriculture should look like, a balance between tradition and innovation. Agrivoltaics gives ranchers and farmers like us a path forward, keeping land in the Williamson Act and continuing to graze livestock while also producing clean, renewable energy that benefits our community. This isn't about replacing agriculture, it's about preserving it. The reality is that ranching alone no longer supports our families, but projects like this create new income streams of local jobs and tax revenue for our schools without adding traffic or urban sprawl. Coyote Creek Solar will also protect groundwater, support habitat corridors, and preserve the scenic rural character of Slough House, ensuring it remains open land instead of the future subdivisions. Sacramento County has the opportunity to lead by example, showing that we can honor our agriculture roots while embracing responsible renewable energy. This project allows families like mine to remain stewards of the land in generations to come. I respectfully ask for your vote to approve the Coyote Creek Solar Project. Thank you for your time in considering what forward-thinking project like this means to people like us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Supervisors. I have been sworn in. My name is Caitlin Smith, and I'm a fifth-generation owner of the Barton Ranch. I grew up in Slough House. I graduated from Cal Poly San Luis Obispo with a degree in agribusiness, and I have dedicated my life to agriculture. I'm here today to advocate for the continuation of our family's agricultural legacy. Farming and ranching have always operated on a razor-thin margin. Rising costs of fuel, labor, equipment, insurance, and water are putting real pressure on ag families across Sacramento County. To survive, farmers have always relied on diversification. We carefully plan for our future generations and not just ourselves. Agrivoltaics is a modern form of diversification that allows us to continue cattle grazing, protect open space, and stabilize our agricultural operations while contributing to California's clean energy goals. This project is not replacing agriculture, it's preserving it. There are a lot of discussions about tree impacts. What is often missing from that conversation is the scale and permanence of the mitigation. The Barton Ranch is roughly 2,900 acres. The solar panels cover 1,200 acres. Grazing will continue on approximately 700, and then more than 1,000 acres are permanently preserved as mitigation, protected in perpetuity. That means 1,700 acres of this ranch will remain protected on the ranch, plus 480 acres that the Van Vleck Ranch is preserving off-site but nearby, substantially more than the land that is used for solar. When you look at the whole picture, the long-term environment and habitat benefits far outweigh the limited and fully mitigated impacts. This is one of the strongest mitigation packages the county has ever seen. My family has always been pioneers. Our lineage goes back to the Donner Party, and today we see agrivoltaics as the next pioneering step in agriculture. Change is hard, especially when it doesn't look like the agriculture people are used to driving past. But our neighbors have supported us, and I know I'm out of time, so I'm just going to ask that you support us as well and be pioneers with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Supervisors. I've been sworn. I want to first point out the last three speakers was my son-in-law and my two daughters, and my niece spoke earlier, Melanie. So I just want to see the next generation of the Barton family. My name is Herb Garms, one of the main owners of the Barton Ranch. I've spent my life in agriculture. I'm a Cal Poly graduate in agriculture too. Over the years, I've worked with many of these in this industry, running cattle and growing hay in California and in Nevada. I currently serve as president of the Slough House Resource Conservation District, and we are focused on protecting farm, ranch lands, water, and wildlife. For the past 25 years, I've been project manager for the Barton Ranch. Our goal has been to find a suitable project that aligns with our family goals like Coyote Creek Agrivoltaic Project. The goals have been to find a suitable way to preserve agriculture while adapting to changing realities of farming and ranching. This project keeps our property in the Williamson Act that we've embraced since 1969. So my wife's grandmother and aunt came to this same board and applied for the Williamson Act. That's how long we've committed. The Williamson Act allows us to be a working ranch while producing renewable energy that benefits the region. It's a way for agriculture and clean energy to work together, not against each other. Coyote Creek Solar was designed by Desiree, who understands what it takes to make agriculture a long-term goal for our family. It's a model of how innovation can support conservation, keeping open space and working lands productive for our future family generations. After 2+ decades of thoughtful planning, we believe this project represents a practical, forward-thinking path for Sacramento County and the Barton family that honors 150 years of agriculture heritage.
Mr. Garms, can you conclude, please?
I will. I respectfully ask for your support of Coyote Creek project. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I didn't mean to be almost last, but I am, and as a result, I have not been sworn.
Oh, then raise your right hand.
So if you could please raise your right hand, and the appropriate response is I do. Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give this board is the truth, so help you God? If you do not swear, do you so affirm?
I so affirm.
And so just state your name and that I have been sworn.
My name is Robert Burness. I know many of you. And many of you are aware that I have worked for the last 50 years to try and protect the resources of Sacramento County, 30 years with the County Planning Department, and 20 years as a volunteer with a number of different organizations. I was responsible for drafting the boundaries of the Blue Oak Woodlands on the general plan map, the areas that are resource conservation areas where there is a commitment to work to protect these resources. This project doesn't advance that objective. I'm not going to reiterate all of the different issues and concerns that have been brought forward on this project. But I would remind you that in your deliberations this evening, you are going to have to be thinking about findings of fact and overriding concern. You're going to have to be thinking about the adequacy of the mitigation and the justification in relationship to the various problems that have been put forward and concerns that have been put forward. And I ask that you seriously weigh and balance the advantages that are purported for this project. We need more energy, although SMUD's not here. SMUD has said that they have enough for their at least 2030 goal. The serious, significant long-term impacts due to the loss of the Blue Oak Woodlands, heritage oaks in this area, and various other impacts that have significance and are not adequately mitigated and require your findings of overriding concern. When you weigh those things, I think that it is hard to justify this project and to recognize that there really are other alternatives that are better alternatives, and there are alternatives to the landowner to get long-term remuneration through additional conservation easements.
Could you please wrap your comments, sir?
I urge you to ponder these matters seriously and to reject the project.
Thanks, Rob.
Thank you.
My name is Gwen Roach, and I am not a scientist, nor would I ever want your guys' job. I am sworn. Everyone before me has said things in a much more eloquent way than I can ever say, and I by no means want to wax poetic about preserving the nature as much as I would like to. I would like to say, however, that no one has touched on the fact that deforestation is one of the leading causes of increases of wildfires, with not only the loss of canopy, but also root loss, root degradation. Roots sustain the water and moisture content in the soil. So with the loss of the trees, the actual roots themselves will degrade and lose their capability of maintaining moisture in the ground, leading to an increase in wildfires. I would also like to say that the early deaths to the trees that one of the gentlemen said, and about 100 speakers before, some trees will die sooner because of this lack of water in the ground. Oh God, where is it? Oh no. I also find it disingenuous to say that the most efficient way is also the most damaging. As a perfectionist myself, I have found that sometimes I have to move, even if it's not the most perfect way to do it. I find it hard that such temporary measures can't be similarly implemented anywhere else, of which it is a detriment to vulnerable habitats themselves. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening. My name is Alexander Huang. I am sworn in. I'm in full support of the Coyote Creek project. There's been a lot of things flying around online about the tree impacts from this project. I remember seeing the Easton development, and I checked what their permit says, and the project proposed impacts 99 acres of oak canopy. This project is only about 1/3 of that in terms of oak canopy removed, and is also offsetting a ton of carbon through solar generation. The oaks that are being preserved as part of the project need a stable environment to grow old in, and climate change doesn't create stability. We need every megawatt we can get to fight climate change. Please vote yes to Coyote Creek. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Austin. I don't think I've been sworn in, but.
Oh, then we need to.
If you could please raise your right hand, and the appropriate response is I do. Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give this board is the truth, so help you God? If you do not swear, do you so affirm?
I do.
So just state your name that you've been sworn.
My name is Austin, and I'm sworn in. I had a little speech prepared, but, everybody's kind of already said everything I wanted to say. I know everybody's kind of tired. It's late now, so I guess the only way I could really sum up in what I would want to say is just, it is very devastating for one party to have to lose their land or what their family's been doing for generations. I mean, I'm a farmer myself, and thinking of that happening to me would obviously be devastating or terrible. But, on the flip side of that, you have this family and kind of like a lot of people that are set to make a lot of money off of this. They're the ones that are arguing for this, and so to me, the solution definitely isn't obvious or easy to state, but I do think that you guys should say no against this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you. My name is Griffin Hunt, and I have been sworn. I just wanted to remind the board of a few things. Firstly, the coalition brought up several violations in the EIR that could possibly bring litigation onto this project and severely increase the costs, maybe above what would be financially feasible. There's potential CEQA violations, California Environmental Endangered Species Act, the National Environmental Policy Act, the Endangered Species Act, the federal one, and the Clean Water Act as well. These are all potential violations that could lead to litigation on this project. Vernal pool habitat wasn't mentioned as one of the impacts. I just saw oak woodland as an impact, but obviously vernal pools are a rare ecosystem and they are protected under the California Environmental Quality Act. The Williamson Act is one thing, but everyone has Google Maps. If you just look at the land here, you can go on your phone and see that the land here is different than the other rangeland surrounding it. In addition, Coyote Creek and the other drainages in the area are bringing moisture into the area that are supporting these oak trees. As you can obviously see from the satellite images, there are more oaks here. It's a higher density, and it's a great habitat for them, which is why it would be so terrible to inadequately preserve this habitat. Some of these trees are older than this room, older than these buildings, older than the city of Sacramento and the state of California itself. And we keep hearing about how it's such a perfect spot, how it's got all this thing, it's got everything you need, it's so big, it's got, all these characteristics that make it such a great spot. But then there's all this mitigation that has to be done. There's millions of cubic yards of earth that need to be moved. And there's all these potential violations in the environmental impact report. So it doesn't really sound that perfect when you put it that way. SMUD isn't here. If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. So please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jay Dwalansky, and I have good news for everyone. I believe I am the last speaker tonight, but I also want to state I have been sworn in. So I live and work in Sacramento, and I'm here to express my strong opposition to the Coyote Creek project. And I heard some people today discuss about dying and dead oak trees, and I really want to clarify for everyone at the board here that dying and dead oak trees are still valuable trees. They're just as valuable as alive and thriving ones. And for instance, when you look at a dying tree, you have the woodpecker, which relies on those types of trees to create the cavities for their young. And when they leave, other species move in and use that cavity. It is a thriving ecosystem. And they spoke about dead trees as if there's some trash that needs to be dumped and thrown away. Dead trees are also very valuable. They create a thriving fungal environment. What makes Sacramento special? It's its proximity to natural resources, to outdoor activities. We have something so unique and so special today. And so I really urge the Board of Supervisors today to really listen to the community here. You have such an important decision. And as a public servant myself, I really want to take into consideration what good am I serving to the public. And today we have had so many people today speak to you why they do not want this project. I have some time, so I'll keep going a little bit. I'm not against electrification. I want solar energy, but this is not the right choice. So thank you very much, Board of Supervisors, and thank you for listening to me today.
Thank you.
So I'll call the last few names. If you are present, please come forward. If you are not,
This
my
is
staff will
your
delete
last
them.
chance.
Last chance. Jude Herrera. Please delete. Brenda Gustin. Brenda Gustin. Mark Berry. Davina Rodriguez. Raul Cook. And Lauren McKay. Chair Cerner, that concludes public comment. We have not received any more requests to speak.
Okay, very good. All right, so here is, well, first of all, let me start by thanking profusely everyone who provided testimony today on either side of the matter. I appreciate your patience. I appreciate your tolerance of me having to verbally step in on occasion to try and keep things moving. That's part of the job of being chair. But I will tell you that before we get to deliberations and we hear from the applicant one more time and have staff answer questions, that I will not be up here in 14 months, but it's days like this that I will probably miss the most, to tell you the truth, regardless of my vote, regardless of my position, because it really does demonstrate the passion that our community has for itself and for the future of our community, again, regardless of which side of the issue you're on. I heard several speakers say, listen to the community. Well, those are wise words. The community, in this case, has very distinct points of view, and being elected as a supervisor, you're tasked with certainly understanding, empathizing with various sides to any given controversial issue, but this is kind of the beauty of our system in real time, the way we've all witnessed it simultaneously today. So I really just want to say thank you for taking the time, a great deal of your time out of your day to be here to inform this decision. So, all right, so I'm going to start by asking Supervisor Rodriguez whether or not she wants to hold her comments until we have heard from the applicant, and then does she have questions for staff, or do you want to hear from?
No, I could wait.
Okay, very good. And then same for you, Supervisor Desmond. All right. So the applicant can come forth, and I suspect we may have some questions for you, but we'll begin by giving you the opportunity yourself to maybe address any of the subjects that you heard referenced by either side this afternoon.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Cerna. Appreciate everyone's patience through the public comment. Few things that I do want to articulate, and in not a particular order, but some things that came up. Sac Valley Conservancy asked for a buffer around their easement, and I think the reason that didn't get addressed is because our site plan doesn't propose to be within 50 feet of their easement. I think the closest area is 80, so that's sort of a, not issue by design, by approval. So just want to clarify that. Another clarification, I heard a lot about vernal pool impacts, and we're impacting less than 1/100th of an acre of vernal pools on the project permanently. Less than 1/100th of an acre. And preserving within our preserve areas,
And that's
13 acres.
That's documented in the secret document, correct?
Correct. Yeah. So, that's another item. I'm not going to speak for SMUD in their plan. We know that as of April 2025, it was on their list, and and are confident that it is an important piece of their puzzle. I'm only aware of one project that they have under construction, which is their Country Acres
Jim,
project.
Since you brought up SMUD, there are a number of speakers that referenced their absence.
Yeah.
What can you tell us about that?
Well, they weren't here for Slough House either. This is our project to represent and propose. They're the client, right? They're going to take this power and put it into the grid, but it is our project to advocate for.
I understand that, but it seems odd as an elected representative when you have another governing body, in this case a municipal utility, that has a vested interest that is not here. And I don't think I'm the only one up here that feels like that's a little strange. And I'm not necessarily pointing the blame at you or your client, but it feels very awkward. Like if someone or if an agency has so much to gain possibly or invested, or the narrative being that they have this understandable and applaudable goal by 2030 to be completely renewable, you would think that they would have some kind of presence, or even something that's documented in writing about why it is so important. And So I'm just feeling like a little itchy about them not being here. And I'm not, again, not asking you to do us anything or tell us anything other than what you might know or theorize about why that is. But again, I don't think I'm the only one.
So what I can say is I'm not familiar with them attending any hearings for projects that they're not actually proposing for themselves associated with their solar. They did appear, obviously, in Placer County on their Country Acres project because that was their project. They didn't appear at our last project, which was Slough House Solar. So I can't speak beyond that. I can tell you, though, that there were aerials and site plans in their June 21st, 2021 meeting when they did consider this PPA. So, you know, they knew where the site was. You know, that shows it clearly shows the Prairie City Off-Road Vehicle Park in those exhibits. So I can't understand the inner workings of people's thought processes and why they would say that, you know, we were fibbing about things. I take my integrity pretty seriously.
Yeah, I'll be a little bit more blunt about it. If, you know, of all the agencies in our region, I think anyone would be hard-pressed to say that SMUD is probably not the most beloved because of their mission and what they do and how well they do it, right? But this is obviously a fairly controversial subject, a lot of passion on both sides.
Yeah.
And so when we don't have an opportunity to hear from them, again, not their project, totally agree.
Right.
They're going to be a beneficiary of the project.
Yeah.
So hopefully they're at least watching and understand why it is a bit uncomfortable being asked to make a fairly big decision after almost 5 hours of public testimony, and then, you know, they're nowhere to be seen or heard from. That's all.
And I apologize for looking at my phone. I was just reviewing my notes and making sure there wasn't anything I wanted to add to that.
Yeah, no worries.
So, thank you, Supervisor Chairman Cerna. Duly noted on my end. Other things I wanted to talk about is we did have DUDEC look at carbon sequestration. That's something that came up a bit. With our planting plan, there's the oaks that are being mitigated, but there's also a bunch of landscaping that's being planted. We're actually adding about 10% to the total carbon sequestration when you take out the benefits of the project itself. So our analysis shows an improvement over carbon sequestration with the cutting down of the impacts to the trees, as well as the plantings that take place not only for the mitigation trees but also for the landscape plan. That doesn't take into account the improvement to the understory that is going to take place with the ag mitigation plan or the ag management plan. The ag management plan, somebody said that we're going to, compact all the soil. We actually go back after we preserve the top soil in our grading operations, where we do have to grade the site, and we replace it. We decompact it post-construction and seed it with forage-friendly and pollinator-friendly vegetation. So there is a process there. It isn't just walk away from the site and let it grow. So I wanted to mention that. I wanted to also covered the general plan policies. This just struck me as a comment. I know that the supervisors all know this, but not everyone in the audience knows this. There's more than 100 general plan policies that were analyzed in the consistency analysis associated with this project. So while there are a handful where there's partial consistency or they deemed it not consistent, on balance, looking at over 100 policies, this project is consistent with the general plan, and I know that staff has recommended you find it that way. As it relates to the easements, there was a comment that the easements don't adhere to the requirements of the state and federal agencies. That these easements have been submitted after long consultation with the wildlife agencies, after significant consultation, they create a consistent connectivity of corridors and core habitat areas, and that's really what they're designed to do. So I wanted to make sure that I articulated that, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have, because I know I haven't hit all the things that are on your mind.
Thank you, Jim. Any questions? Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I just do have a quick question for you, Jim. One of the exhibits in your presentation showed the pre-existence of mining and the different centuries that mining took place.
Yeah.
How did you come at where that had happened, and do you have a way that you could describe the nature of the landscape after that mining before it was utilized as cattle ranching?
Let me unpack that a little bit, make sure I get it right. We utilized the cultural resources investigations that were done by our consultant, Dudek, to derive that map. And the second part?
So let me unpack the first part then. Your consultant, by doing site evaluation, determined the pre-disturbance of this land by mining activities, by particular centuries, and that's how that map came to be that showed that some of it was 18th and 19th, and some of it was 19th?
Records, site investigations, comprehensive analysis. Let me check in real quick. Did I get that right? Dudek? Yeah, okay. Yeah.
And so then the second part of my question was, I would assume at the time that the Barton family began cattle ranching operations 150-ish years ago.
Some of those would have still been, obvious. Others may not, due to other disturbance that took place.
Okay.
I don't know that we have anybody that was there 150 years ago in the room.
Unfortunately, he retired before I was able to sit in this seat.
Yeah.
Okay. I think, thank you, Jim. I think what we're going to do now is turn to staff and see if they would like to list off and go through some of the items that had been raised by the members of the public that provided testimony and or wanted to respond to anything that the applicant has shared.
I'm here if you need me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Cerna. Both Kimber and Julie and others have been taking some notes along the way. I know Kimber was looking very closely at that question or comment by Kelly Hopkins, SVC, related to the easement, existing easement to the southeast generally of the project. I think Kimber's prepared to speak to that. And then Julie can speak to some of the questions related to the EIR and assorted other comments.
Okay, very good. Kimber.
Hello. Kimber Gutierrez, Principal Planner. I just wanted to provide some clarification on the special development permit that's being requested. So it is for interior property lines. So basically shared property lines between the properties that are all owned by the Barton Mosier family. The perimeter property lines and the property lines that are along Scott Road are all meeting or exceeding that 50-foot setback requirement that is required as part of the zoning code. So that is why the deviation is not for rear or front. It's for specifically the interior property lines that are kind of where the solar is crossing those boundaries.
So how would you characterize the request by SVC?
Satisfied.
Okay, so it sounds like maybe a misunderstanding?
I think it could be a misunderstanding. It could be difficult to read the maps, given their pretty substantial scale of the project.
Yeah,
We'd be happy to connect with SVC to clarify that.
I don't think she's still here. Okay. All right.
And then the only other thing I wanted to touch on is that we do have a condition of approval. It's condition approval 5 that specifically speaks to the investment of funds to the Prairie City State Vehicle Recreation Park. I think there was a comment about how that wasn't included as part of the conditions, but I just wanted to note that it is, and it's condition 5.
Okay, very good.
All right, hello again.
So there were a number of comments referencing the CEQA document and the potential adequacy of the CEQA document, most general in nature. I'm going to follow up on a handful of the specifics that I heard, starting with some comments related to safety on White Rock Road and the mitigation we have in our EIR. The mitigation we have in the EIR speaks specifically to Scott Road because it was crafted specifically to address the potential of cyclists on Scott Road in particular. That being said, the county has standards and procedures that our Department of Transportation reviews all improvement plans, and it's standard procedure that temporary construction easements and traffic control plans may be required for all construction. So that's something, regardless of mitigation on the project, our Department of Transportation will be reviewing. Also wanted to point out that in the event access was needed off of White Rock Road, that would only be used for the Gentai line. The bulk of the construction is going to be accessing the site from Scott Road. So it'll just be a very small piece of the construction accessing the site from White Rock. To some of the comments about impacts to Prairie City. The county did work with state parks early on after release of the NOP to identify any potential conflicts. And part of the project would be relocating the cart track, which would result in a temporary closure in coordination with state parks. There would be no permanent impacts to the facility. The only impact that we identified was related to the aesthetics and the view shed, which was identified as a significant and unavoidable impact. During the process, we did hear some concerns about the potential for dust from Prairie City being a nuisance to the panels. We do have a condition of approval, number 4, that speaks to that. And then on the topic of recirculation, we do have, and I'll also note, we received a number of comments after publication of the draft EIR. We have over 500 pages of very detailed responses to all the comments that we received, and specifically addressing this topic of recirculation. Recirculation of an EIR is only necessary when there is substantial new information, such as a new significant impact or increased severity of an impact. That wasn't the case with this project. In fact, really, the process worked in the sense that there was feedback that was received. There were revisions made to the project that reduced the impacts. They made the footprint is now smaller. There's additional mitigation that speaks to conservation easements. So, and that is all outlined in our document. So we don't feel that recirculation of the document is necessary. And then finally, just touch on our applicant mentioned this, but also wanted to mention that we did hear a number of comments specific to vernal pools. And this project was specifically designed to avoid impacts to waters. There's over 10 acres of waters on the site, and they are impacting less than a tenth. So very, very small impacts considering the size of the project and size of the site.
Okay, we're not going to have people yelling out. We're just not. Okay. Thank you. But back to real quick before we get to our deliberations here. You said 500 pages of comments? Is that right?
So this are responses to comments.
Responses.
Yes.
Okay. So fair to say the MMRs are reflective in part to some of that exchange. That is during the 45-day comment period. Our consultants, we took in those comments. Reviewed those comments carefully, and as it should, it affected to some degree, I would imagine, the MMRs. Is that fair to say?
Yes. But MMRs, you mean mitigation measures?
Yeah, and reporting. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Very good. All right, we're going to start with Vice Chair Rodriguez.
Well, I have really enjoyed hearing from all of you, and so I do thank you for providing your feedback on this project. I've made a bunch of notes to myself the past several hours, and they're not in any particular order of value, with the exception of the last one. And a core value in Sacramento County is that if you own land, you have the right to propose lawful uses of that land. And this project meets those needs. The county's responsibility is to regulate those uses. I sympathize with the rancher slash owners' need to thrive, and should this pass, appreciate that the ranch remains under the Williamson Act with gazing and pollinator habitat, while also continuing our region's clean energy needs. Frankly, I prefer to see solar panels than to sit here in 10, 15 years with a proposal for housing development. One of the speakers shared his frustration about the sprawl, and we are under state mandate to create the housing explosion that you all are experiencing and facing. Otherwise, we suffer the consequences of lack of funding from the state. And the same goes for the renewable energy. I am just as frustrated with these state mandates as a policymaker because we continue to lose local control. And that works the same with the renewable energy. I've had conversations with PG&E and SMUD execs and have asked, is there enough electricity for California's demand? And both companies responded no. So my decision to support this project is a business decision because of the financial conditions of Sacramento County. And as many of you know, if you've been here, we do have a structural deficit, which means that we will most likely make cuts in this next county's operation under our budget. Under these financial restraints, tough decisions need to be made. We don't have many opportunities to generate revenue, and this project is a revenue-generating project. To me, it is an economic driver, and it'll have a ripple effect throughout our county. In property taxes alone, the first year, it will generate $4.7 million. This project alone for the next 20 years will generate $76 million, just in property taxes alone. In this next budget, there's a very high likelihood that there are going to be cuts that will impact your quality of life. And the tough decision on my end to support this means that we need to make compromises in order to sustain ourselves. And therefore, I'm looking forward to hearing the rest of my colleagues' comments, but I just want to close by making a motion to approve staff's recommendation for this project.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second? Okay.
That's what I said.
We have a standing motion, and we'll continue to go through the queue here. So we'll go on to Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I also want to thank everybody for being here and sticking it out. This is, this is a Sophie's choice if I've ever seen one that we're confronted with here today. I do have a few follow-up things, and I don't know if it would be either staff or perhaps the applicant on a couple things. First, there was a statement about the habitat corridors, that they do not measure up to CDFW standards. I'd like to see if anybody could address that for me, if that's...
I'll start and hand it over to Jim if he has anything to add. I will say that the way that our mitigation is structured is that the conservation easements that will be put in place are with approval from our wildlife agencies, including, CDFW. So I understand that the applicant team has been having conversations with those agencies. I would presume that, they are actively involved in the review of these lands if they are to be put under easement.
Go ahead, Jim, because I was trying to get at this a little bit before we started with public comment, but I'd like to give you a chance to respond to that, because that's obviously a concerning thing.
Absolutely, and as I mentioned, we are down the road on those discussions with the wildlife agencies and have found that they are receptive to these easements. They don't have specific standards of exactly what shape they need to be, but these meet their satisfaction, and we're confident that we'll get through the permitting process with them.
Okay, because the habitat mitigation obviously is something that's extremely important for this project, which I think everybody would agree with that. Okay, next question I had, there's been a lot of tribal members, I think, here representing the indigenous community, and I'd like to flesh out a little bit about the nature of some of the communications from the tribal leaders from the tribes in our region. I personally did not hear from any tribal leaders per se, but could either you talk about that a little bit, or maybe the applicant, because I'd like to have, okay, thank you.
Yeah, Sure. Again, I'll start and then if.
Jim, why don't you just come to the podium and stay there?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So as Kimber mentioned, and I think in her presentation, we conducted tribal consultation under AB 52 at the initiation of this project. We consulted with, we have four tribes, Wilton Rancheria, Iowan Band of Miwok, United Auburn Indian Community, and Wilton Rancheria. And Shingle Springs, sorry, repeated myself there. So we worked closely with those tribes for a good solid 3 years. That included site visits, additional surveys, ethnographies, working with them. The mitigation, the proposed mitigation that came out of that consultation is a very robust strategy. Like I mentioned earlier, the project site does fully avoid everything that we know is out there that has been documented. There's high potential. There are other things that haven't been uncovered yet. So we have a very strong strategy to address that in the event it does happen during construction. And then in our EIR, we did conclude significant and unavoidable impacts because one of the primary concerns we heard from our tribal representatives is that it's not just on the ground impacts, it's the landscape. It's the view shed, it's their cultural heritage. So we acknowledged that, and the fact that their heritage is also intrinsically tied to things like the trees on the site. So that's ultimately what led us to conclude a significant and unavoidable impact for CEQA purposes. But we do have, at least in my tenure here with the county, probably the most robust mitigation measures associated with this project related to tribal.
Anything to add on that, Jim?
I really don't. Ms. Newton articulated it quite well. We do have a very robust plan, both in the avoidance, but also the procedures and steps should there be an inadvertent discovery.
Okay, I think this is an important conversation because I think, hearing from some folks here today, you get the impression the tribes are opposed, and I had not seen any letter or any communication in opposition to this by formal representatives from the tribes.
I will say it's been, I believe, since the draft EIR. It's been a while since we've received formal communication from them, from some of the tribes at least, indicating that they are still opposed. Was the last communication that we had from them on the project.
Okay. May I ask a follow-up?
Yeah, please. Yes.
So the state law that guides consultation with indigenous communities for the cultural resources sections of a CEQA document, does it specify who from those respective tribes, they're by title or leadership within who does the site visits, any of that?
The state guidance does not specify specific individuals or titles, and I will say, because consultations spanned years and there is staff turnover, we worked with a handful of individuals from each of our representative tribes.
So it's very conceivable then that you could have someone from that's associated with the tribe that is agreeable to doing something like a site visit and consulting for the completion of the cultural resources section of the EIR that has a very different opinion than someone else from that same tribe. Is that?
That is conceivable. I will say in our experience on this project, we heard uniform messaging throughout our consultation process with all of our associated tribes in terms of the sensitivity of the site and their concerns.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. No, I appreciate that, Mr. Chair. But bottom line is those consultations, discussions, working with the tribes will continue, obviously. And then one last thing. So I hate to call anybody, put anybody on the spot, but there also was a statement made about the Sacramento Tree Foundation and their mitigation efforts and an 80% mortality rate at another project. And I know Jessica Sanders is up here. I think you should have a chance to respond to that because would you like to, Mr. Chair? Would you mind indulging?
Sorry, so your specific question is what about the mitigation rate at Deer Creek Hills?
Yeah, and address some of the concerns that were brought up during that public comment about a very high mortality rate and another Sacramento Tree Foundation mitigation project.
Yeah, so we have mitigation. So our stance on any development project, I've been with the Tree Foundation for about 5 years, and the board has taken an active decision that we do not support, we do not oppose projects. That is our stance.
Asking you for that, Jessica.
If a development has to happen and we can provide mitigation, we will. So the site at Deer Creek Hills is a very challenging site. There is challenge with water. There is challenge with access. There is challenge with cattle. And so that site, the county signs off on all sites. The county signs off on plantings, on survival of the site after it is planted and after it's had that 3 years. We recognize that that site has not lived up to that, and we've moved those inches elsewhere because we know it doesn't work there. So that is already happening. We have other sites throughout the county where we are required to have 100% survival, and we do have 100% survival. So this is not surprising that it came up. It's also not the full and honest truth behind it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. And then the last thing I'll bring up is I appreciate the chair bringing up the SMUD kind of issue here, because I understand they're the client. I guess you could argue there's really no reason for them to be here, but we have to discern whether this project is essential to meet SMUD's climate goals, right? That's part of my evaluation anyway. And I do know that, I did see a map from an attachment to a SMUD board item where really the map is this area. It's southeastern Sacramento County, and it envisioned a 200 megawatt facility, which this is. So, I can discern from that this is essential for SMUD's clean energy goals. That's how I look at it. But this is agonizing to me. I'm someone who's born and raised in Sacramento County. I'm very familiar with that southeast portion of the county. My mother's from Amador County, and so we spent a lot of time going back and forth and in that part of the county. And I can imagine that these ranchers, farmers who have been here forever, they probably share in the agony over losing any 500-year-old oak tree. No one wants to see that. So that's what I really struggle with, but I appreciate you bringing up this SMUD issue because that is important for this discussion. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have any questions if you want to take a seat, Jim, nor of staff, though I do want to commend staff at dealing for years on a very, very difficult project and maintaining your professionalism and making recommendations that are difficult. I don't normally speak off of notes. It's not my style usually, but I had over 5 hours of listening to testimony, so I had time to write some stuff down. And I'll just start by saying, in the 1990s, I had the privilege of working for SMUD on, coincidentally enough, clean air programs. Sadly, today we find ourselves in a position where we've not made nearly the progress that we need to make. The County Climate Action Plan and the ambitious goals therein that I supported are dependent on SMUD's success in implementing their own ambitious plan. If one fails, we all fail as a region, continuing to put lives and our irreplaceable, as the word was used earlier, planet at risk. It's often said that the future is being decided in the present, and that's where we are today. Following that thought, the future is now, and decisions we make, we have to recognize that. Human activities that create anthropogenic greenhouse gases, which is primarily burning of fossil fuels, have increased atmospheric carbon dioxide levels by 45% since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. The increases raised global temperatures and sea levels, intensifying hurricanes, wildfires, drought, flooding, while creating growingly untenable, unhealthy air, with us having some of the worst air quality in the country. Current trends of burning fossil fuels will be at best economically devastating for many, and at worst, catastrophic for all. As a policymaker and a human being, I hope we seize the rare opportunities as they arise to create the future we want for future generations. To do this, we have to face difficult, and to coin a phrase from 2005, inconvenient truths. The current state of our planet requires a complex renegotiation of our place in the world every day as we know it. If we're to enter into those negotiations in a meaningful way in an effort to address what most of us agree is the greatest existential threat to our planet, we have to take actions that go beyond nibbling around the edges while weighing sacrifices. Most, if not all here, I believe, agree that the environmental benefits of solar energy are far-reaching and undeniable. By embracing solar power, we not only mitigate the adverse impacts of climate change, but also foster a more sustainable, equitable, and resilient planet. Replacing natural gas generation with a 200 megawatt solar facility displaces about 196,000 tons of carbon dioxide annually. That's like removing 42,600 cars off of our roads. Of course, we all recognize that mobile sources are the leading cause of greenhouse gas emissions in the Sacramento region. Likewise, a 200 milliwatt solar farm can conservatively power about 40,000 homes using zero emission generation. And we're also aware that the energy supply sector is the largest contributor to greenhouse gas on the globe, even when generation is fueled by natural gas. We're running out of time. We have to take bold action now or yesterday. We have a president who calls wind and solar power a scam. The administration, through the Big Ugly Bill Act, has taken actions to terminate or restrict clean energy tax credits and impede the development of new solar projects. They're openly hostile to renewable energy, which makes local action that much more important and opportunities more scarce. I realize, or I hope, that this is a temporary position on the part of our government, but it illustrates the uphill battle that we continue to fight to realize the transformational change that we need to see. After wrestling with these issues, listening to multiple presentations, today's testimony, doing a great deal of reading, and even spending multiple times visiting the project itself, I've come to the conclusion that for the reasons that I've stated, I will be supporting the project. This is not an easy decision by any means, nor is it the popular decision in this room, and I recognize that. I don't like the decision, but for the reasons that I've stated, I believe in the long-term goals, it is the right decision. Thank you, Chair.
Well, those are your notes. I'd hate to see your essay. Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I know that you all were kept to 2 minutes, so I'll try and keep my comments as briefly as possible. I see that Tim Washburn has joined Barbara up there in the audience. Tim sat down with me months ago, maybe even close to a year ago, and slid a crazy idea across the desk of doing a land swap with the county to try and offload some of the solar generation to some county-owned land. It was just crazy enough to run it to ground, and so I did. And I had staff look into it and prepare an exhibit for me. And that property was riddled with vernal pools. And so it was worse than what we were talking about doing otherwise. And that just kind of illustrates the point that my colleague just made. And so as some comments were being made from the folks defending the oaks and the streams and the vernal pools, there were some misstatements or mistruths, and I'm not even going to bother correcting them because I don't want to argue against what you're arguing for, which is the preservation of our natural world. And I agree with that wholeheartedly. I love the outdoors. I love to hike. I love to fish. I love to sit under trees and think. So thank you for being here and providing those voices. And for the folks that came here speaking up for agriculture, everybody on this dais can attest to the fact that I pound it about agriculture and the importance of agriculture, the importance of family farms and how they are dying and being taken over by corporate agri-interests because the costs, the regulation, the work ethic, I mean, it's just to have a generation that wants to try and keep the land in the family and keep it going is commendable. And I will say I toured from a gentleman who spoke earlier about some of the innovative things he's doing on his property to try and keep that land sustainable for future generations, one of which is taking that compost to take the soil that had been decimated from mining operations and putting the compost back on it so it does better carbon sequestration because the roots now actually have nutrients from which to grow. I mean, it's innovative stuff that's going on. So every rancher farmer that I know and that's sitting in this room, trust me, if they could, they would keep their property as is and just be allowed to continue doing the work that they've been doing that their parents did and their grandparents did. Or maybe as, I don't even know if he's still here, the gentleman who says he's just gotten into farming, right? It's hard work, but I'll use a phrase that my colleague teased me about. It's dirty hands and clean money. And some of you were in this room when we were talking about our climate action plan and our declaration of climate emergency and what date to put out there as the stretch goal, as the brass ring. And I advocated that we need to have something that's realistic because to meet a date that's overly aggressive would take draconian decisions that most of us aren't willing to do. And so I'm going to take my colleague's essay, as it were, and sum it up to this, that sitting up here sometimes we're asked to make decisions that suck. And so I'll put my vote where my mouth was when we were having that other conversation and realize that this is a decision that doesn't feel good to make, but I'm not going to be the one that kicked the can down the road and set us back another 5 years so that then the next one sets us back another 5 years. Do I love it? No. Can I divine what SMUD was thinking? No, but I can tell you this, that they made a decision almost 5 years ago, and they anticipated this project being open by 2023. So I feel like the deck is just getting stacked and stacked and stacked, and I have faith that this family wants to keep this land in ownership. They want to keep it in some form of agriculture, and nature is resilient, and so when this project is decommissioned, it will bounce back. So I will second the motion.
All right, we have a motion and a second, and I know the hour's late, so let me just share a few of my thoughts. I think like Supervisor Kennedy and his experience decades ago with SMUD in, I believe it was the EV area at the time. I have my own experience serving on the California Air Resources Board for 9 years. And so I had feet in both places simultaneously. Here as a policymaker for Sacramento County, there as a policy implementer for a state agency who is globally recognized for pushing the envelope in terms of expanding California's renewable energy portfolio. And of course, following and implementing the legislation to do that. I think, as has already been very eloquently stated by my colleagues, the decision is a difficult one, and many of you characterized it in various ways. I don't necessarily agree with some of that, but I will say that as the supervisor, I think along with one of my colleagues who at first wanted to have just as aggressive a CAP, climate action plan, reflected as was reflected by SMUD. The then ambition was pretty obvious to most and quite frankly scared the heck out of our own staff that we wanted to even be that aggressive. Ultimately, we came to a place where the cap is what it is in terms of the date. But again, for me, I have to look through, cannot ignore, and have to look through the lens of what it is that we're attempting to do, of course, through our general plan, because this is a land use matter, but it's also an equally important, and in some respects, maybe even more so, has to be a decision that is reflective of our climate action plan and all the years, investment, thought that went into setting policy around this county's goals and that we hope to achieve in terms of our own carbon footprint as an agency, but more so the policies that we set for and the decisions that we make that affect the rest of the greater county as it relates to minimizing the effects of our carbon economy. So I too will be supporting the motion. And again, I've yet to see in my years up here I can say this with all honesty, any decision, land use decision, that was completely one-sided, that didn't have some element of disagreement. I don't know that one exists necessarily. And so, this was to be expected, but again, it has to be it has to be expected that this is what we do, that as supervisors, we hear from our constituents, we hear the different perspectives, we synthesize what we hear, what we understand from our own staff, what we understand from state law as it relates to a CEQA process, and then distill all of that down into a moment like this, where we have a motion and a second on the table, and we're going to make a decision. So I think this all worked as it should. I want to thank staff. I think you did an outstanding job, not just tonight, but over the course of years to get us to this point. And with that, I'm going to ask for the vote. Please vote.
And that item does pass unanimously.
All right, thank you.
The next item on the agenda is item number 50. It's county executive comments.
Supervisor, I'd just like to say thank you for your time today. I know it was a long day, and I appreciate the time and attention that the board always moves forward with this. But also to build on Supervisor Cerna and Supervisor Kennedy's discussion about thanking the staff behind us. They did a fantastic job working on this for years and years and coming forward and bringing such a difficult recommendation, but they stood behind their work, and I think they did a very professional job bringing this forward. So thank you to the staff behind me. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Villanueva. All right. Do we have any comments from supervisors? Supervisor Rodriguez.
I just have a really quick one. I just want to give a shout out to the Caso Roble Cheer program.
Do you want to wait till the room
clears?
Yeah.
I was going to talk louder, but.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
While we're waiting for the room to clear, can we have a policy brought back determining speaker cards and when they should be cut off?
I was going to get to that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Can you say the speaker cards?
All right. I think.
All right. It's a really quick shout out. I just want to give a shout out to the Caso Roble Cheer program. Both the varsity and the JV took first place in their traditional non-tumbling divisions at the regional competition and national qualifier at Jessup University, and they've earned a bid to the nationals in Orlando. That's it.
Great. Thank you. Okay, we still have a meeting that we have to conclude here. If we can please have you take your conversations outside of chambers. Thank you. All right, I know Supervisor Desmond has an adjournment. However, I wanted to respond to Supervisor Hume's suggestion. I don't like to have, as chair, I don't like to have any conflict and have, far off stairs between me, county council, the clerk, or the CEO for that matter, when it comes to protocols as it relates to speakers and how we take speakers and then when we cut off speakers. And you heard a few of us whisper up here, wait a second, we've done that before. So this is what I'm asking. I need a clear memo that is going to be a product of the three of your offices that coordinate with one another, that gives us, not just me as chair, but because we all rotate as chair, it's going to give us guidance about the do's and don'ts of that from a legal perspective, A. B, I'm also asking the clerk's office especially to go back and tell us what we've done before, because we believe that there has been precedent for actually having a cutoff on speakers. And so it's very upsetting, quite frankly, in the middle of a meeting to see county council shaking her head no when we know we've experienced it before. And so we just need clarity on that. And if it is clear from all of whom I'm asking this information that yes, we in fact do have the ability to especially during a long hearing like this, have a point in the meeting where we can cut it off, then let's talk about that amongst ourselves in public, perhaps, about what the best policy is to manage that. I think that's the best way to do this.
And Mr. Chair, I just want to say it is my understanding that there has been a time where there was a cut off, but in order to do that, a certain process was followed.
Okay.
And so that was the distinction between tonight and times past.
Well, then that's what we need clarity on. So, okay, with that, Supervisor Desmond, you have an adjournment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it. And this is, I'd like to adjourn today in memory of Amy Jolene Finley. We heard about her passing. It was the day before our last board meeting, and she worked very closely with one of the incubator sites of the Black Child Legacy Campaign in Liberty Towers and Foothill Farms. Amy Jolene Finley passed away on November 3rd, 2025, unexpectedly at her home at Foothill Farms. She was born on October 10th, 1973 in Redding, California. She grew up in Cottonwood, graduating from West Valley High School in 1991, and later attended Shasta College. Amy married Robert Finley in August of 1992 and moved to the Sacramento area. In addition to raising 5 children, she held various jobs throughout her life, including managing Northwest Galleries at Arden Fair Mall. Amy was a parent volunteer at Foothill Oaks Elementary beginning in 2006, and she started her beloved choir club in the fall of 2011. Amy began working as a paid Foothill Oaks employee in 2020, and she started a career as a paraeducator at Foothill Oaks in 2023. Amy loved making jam with friends, sewing, crafting, singing, spending time with her family, cooking, and hosting gatherings at her home. Amy is survived by her husband, Robert, her children, Nathan, Laura, Timothy, Elizabeth, and Julia, her grandson, Zion, and many extended family members. Amy will be remembered for her abiding faith, great friendship, wise advice, her work in the Foothill Oaks Choir Club, commitment to serving her community, excellent cooking, and celebrating her children's accomplishments. And I ask that you join me today in honoring Amy Finley and adjourning in her memory. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. All right. It's been a long day. Thank you all again. So if there's no further business before this board, we will adjourn in memory of Amy Finley. We are adjourned.